You're entering another dimension, beyond any limits known to man. This is the universe of imagination, a wondrous land of brave new stories from the far reaches of space and time. So fasten your seatbelt. There's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Starlight Magazine. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris hasn't come in yet. Would you care to leave a message? Oh, hi, Christine. Lunch at the Cock and Bull? 12 o'clock. I'll remind him.
Paula,
Yes?
did you proof the feature story yet?
Give me 20 minutes.
Make it 10. I need to double-check the whole issue before pickup. Where's the center spread art?
Nate's got it.
Why isn't he here?
He called a little while ago. He's stuck in traffic or something.
Well, he can just get himself unstuck. If we miss deadline again... Rennie!
Yo,
How's the cover coming?
printing it out right now.
Good. Don, did you finish the insert?
What insert?
The new line from Lady Lynbrook?
I never saw it.
They sent camera-ready copy yesterday.
I'll have to repaginate everything.
Then do it. They're a huge account.
Okay, boss.
And Rennie, add a teaser on the cover. Free inside a sample of Tempest Fugit. That's the name of the perfume. Will it fit?
I guess it'll have to.
That should be everything, except for the color separations.
I'm sure Nate's on his way.
I'm sure he better find another job.
We need him, Cheryl. He's our graphics coordinator.
I can hire interns who will do it for nothing.
Well, how well would they do it? You have to admit his work is good, and it makes us money.
It's the camera-ready ads that make us money. All the rest is filler. Call the messenger service and reschedule. When's the last pickup?
1 o'clock.
Tell them we're running late. Maybe they can stretch it.
I'll try.
Sorry. I got hung up.
Hi, Nate.
Do you realize how long you've kept this staff waiting?
What time is it? My watch isn't working.
Your watch is not alone.
You won't believe what happened. I stayed up all night to redo the art. Then the car wouldn't start, so I called the repair shop.
You could have called a cab.
It took 45 minutes for a jump start. Then, when I finally got here, the elevator quit and I was stuck between floors. I know I said I'd be here an hour ago.
Make that 2.
But it's not my fault, I swear. You can't beat the clock. The harder you try...
Did you bring the disc?
It's right here.
Load it and print it. You can have your nervous breakdown after we go to press.
Here, use my computer.
What's the matter with her this morning?
Another day in the cackle factory. Look at this first so I can sign off on it.
What page?
Center spread, the feature story.
At night, our fair city glitters like the proverbial Christmas tree. Who wrote this track?
Our beloved managing editor. Shirley thinks she's a writer now.
That's because she won't pay real writers.
Whose phone is that?
At least put it on vibrate.
Hello? Oh, hi, Chris.
Oh, she called before about lunch.
Yeah, we're still on... I'll be there, I promise.
No cell phones in the office.
It's Christine.
Tell her you'll call her back.
Honey, I'm here. Listen, we're on deadline. and-
Now.
This is a bad time. Can we talk about it later?
Give it to me.
What did you do that for?
So you won't have any distractions. Get back to work.
You know what, Shirley? I don't need this.
That makes 2 of us.
I'm out of here. You can mail my last check.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Box up all my stuff and leave it with Paul.
If I have the time. Right now, some of us have a magazine to put out.
Introducing Mr. Nathaniel Harris, former fine arts major, engaged to Miss Christine Crosley, and lately employed at a small publishing company. Very lately. Because this is a man whose hourglass has finally run out. He just learned one very important lesson, that he can't be in 2 places at once. But consider, how different might his life be were there but world enough and time. Every question deserves a response, and this one is about to be answered in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The 25th Hour, starring Mike Nussbaum with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Any dessert today?
Just coffee and a check.
Very good.
What time is it?
Mr. Harris, nice to see you.
I have a reservation for noon. That clock, it can't be right.
1 p.m. exactly.
Oh, no. Is she...
Table 4.
Chris, you're still here.
Where else would I be? Lunch takes an hour, plus or minus a few minutes. I've done my duty.
I am so sorry. Did you order yet?
If I wanted lunch for 1, I'd have stayed home.
Honey, it was a deadline day. Not only that...
It's always something, isn't it? You shouldn't make dates you can't keep.
It won't happen again.
You're right. It won't.
2 glasses of rosé, compliments of the house.
Thanks, Frederick. Chris, the editor's been impossible to deal with. Today, she actually smashed my cell phone. Can you believe it? So I told her...
Care to see a menu?
Sure. I stood up, and I said...
Need a few more minutes?
Please.
Very good.
Anyway, I told her what she could do with her job. Ask Paula. She was there.
We should drink a toast.
Great idea. To...
Old acquaintance.
What?
It's about time, Nate. You never have any left over for me.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I'm not bitter.
Chris.
We need a break. From each other. Who knows? Maybe it's true what they say on greeting cards. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it's yours to keep.
Chris, listen.
Goodbye, Nate.
I'm trying to tell you...
It's all right. Think of how much more time you'll have now.
To tell you that I won't ever have to go back to that miserable job again.
For you, sir.
I didn't order it.
From the gentleman. He thought you might like something stronger.
Which gentleman?
The corner booth.
The old guy in the brown suit?
Yes, sir. He's one of our regulars.
Yeah, why not?
Very good.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Can I buy you one?
Oh, dear me, no. Not necessary in the slightest.
Have we met?
Not that I recall.
Then why the drink?
I thought you looked a bit under the weather. Nothing fixes that like a Moscow mule.
Is that what it's called?
Oh, ginger beer and vodka in a copper cup. Their signature drink when I first came here. Of course, that was years ago.
And Nate Harris, and you are...
Blevins is the name. But you can call me whatever you like, so long as you don't call me late for dinner. Please, sit down.
I think I've seen you here before.
Oh, most unlikely. I'm the type who blends in with the woodwork.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
When a man is my age, he becomes invisible, practically speaking. Perhaps because he's no longer in such a hurry.
Then I envy you.
Oh, you mustn't. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do, unlike yourself.
Actually, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now.
Something will present itself. It always does. I saw the way you came in. Your features a blur of energy like hummingbird wings.
It's nerves. I haven't had a free minute all day.
I was like that once. But now I have so much time. Well, I don't know what to do with it.
You're lucky.
Don't be so sure. You have a schedule to keep, a job.
Not anymore.
Oh, is that right?
I was 2 hours late to work this morning. One time too many. And to top it off, my girl just walked out on me. So I guess I'm flat out of time.
Pity. But now you've hit the nail on the head, haven't you? Time. There's an old saying that it's wasted on the young. In fact, it's wasted on people like me. I have all the time in the world, more than I can possibly use. Excess, you might say.
Well, if you figure a way to bottle it, let me know.
Do you mean that?
Are you kidding? I'd pay anything to have a little extra. Anything.
Oh, no need for such a sacrifice.
That's easy for you to say. If I could have what you have, I'd hock everything I own.
I assure you that won't be necessary.
No?
Let me tell you about myself. As I say, I've reached the point where I have too much time on my hands. That means the opportunity to read, to study, to speculate, and to tinker. What's unimportant falls away, and all that remains is what truly matters.
What are you getting at?
Simply this, Mr. Harris. I'm about to share something that may sound incredible, but it's really quite straightforward, at least in principle. You see, nothing is created or destroyed in the universe. It merely changes form, moves to where it's needed, so to speak. Sometimes that requires a little nudge, of course.
I'm not sure I follow.
Consider rain falling on arid land, air flowing into a vacuum. The process is the same. Surplus redistributed to maintain a certain equilibrium. The truth is that nature abhors waste.
You've lost me.
Consider what happens in a typical day. As soon as you have a free hour, new tasks flow in to fill the gap. The result is that a busy man never quite manages to stay ahead of the game.
You got that right.
But what if you could add another hour, or another, and another, until the pressure is drained off, equalized? Tell me, what would you do with that extra time? Travel? Write the great American novel?
Use it to get caught up, probably. I studied to be an artist. Now I'm a consulting graphics coordinator. You know what that means? I push ads around on a computer screen. Don't ask me how it happened.
No real mystery. You needed to earn a living, and time got in the way. What you need is time that's off the clock, so to say, before what matters is only a memory.
Don't tell me. You're selling a magic potion. What's it called? Time in a bottle?
Nothing so fanciful. The product of my tinkering is purely scientific. I happen to have a prototype with me.
Spare me, old-timer. Thanks anyway, but I'm afraid I can't afford whatever you're selling.
Oh, it's not for sale. It's still in the experimental stage.
Oh, come on. I know what that is. I took music lessons. It's a
variable rate device to mark the passage of time. Allow me to demonstrate.
Congratulations. You've reinvented the metronome.
Try to lift it.
That's heavier than it looks. What did you do? Put lead in it?
It's quite empty as far as the eye can see. Open the panel in the base. Oh, you have to lift the latch.
Well, there's nothing inside.
Are you sure?
A pivot for the arm attached to some kind of bearing, that's all. But it feels like it weighs 10 pounds.
That's because the little door leads to... Well, I wouldn't want to confuse the issue. Call it a storage chamber.
It smells like stale air to me.
Oh, it hasn't been tested in a while. The contents are flowing out now that the mechanism is activated.
Well, what contents?
That which is beyond price and invisible to the eye. Go ahead, examine it.
There must be a layer of iron under that veneer.
Only the thinnest of plywood.
Oh, where'd you get it? From a magic supply company?
It took me years of trial and error. This is the 81st and final model. Or is it the 82nd? If my calculations are correct, it possesses certain unique properties.
Listed on eBay. You'll find a buyer.
As I said, it's not for sale. But it is available on loan.
What would I do with a thing like that? Put it on my coffee table?
Well, I need someone to field test it.
Test it? How?
To be sure that it's ready. Think of it as a kind of temporal storage battery, operating on the principle of equalization. I've infused it with some of my time, the excess I told you about. Say you're running late and you need a few extra minutes. Take it out and start it ticking. When you've had enough, one touch stops the arm.
Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, you almost had me going there for a minute. If it were real, you could name your terms.
Oh, it's quite real.
I suppose you can prove that?
If I do, will you agree to a test?
Here comes the con.
Put it back in the case and take it home. Use it at your discretion. All I ask is that you return 1 week from today and report your experience in detail.
And what sort of experience might that be?
Why, the natural principle of equalization. It's already begun to work. You asked for proof, What does the clock on the wall say?
Oh, I can't see from here.
Then feel free to stand up. Check it carefully.
I don't have to. It was 1 on the dot when I got here, so it'll be around a quarter past now, maybe 1:20.
My, how time flies.
What's the matter? Don't you have a watch?
Oh, that might be part of the trick. Go on, walk over to the clock. Take a good look.
Now, what will I see?
The principle of equalization at work. Temporal redistribution on demand. Proof positive that my time is now your time.
You're on. $1:05? Hold on. Frederick?
Yes,
Did somebody move the hands back?
sir?
The wall clock. Did you see anyone go near it?
Why, no.
Then it's broken.
No, sir. It keeps perfect time.
Well, let me ask you. How long have I been here?
How long?
Answer the question.
You met Miss Crosley very briefly, then the gentleman sent you a drink.
And how long ago was that?
A minute or two?
Come off it. Did he put you up to this?
Who?
The little man in the booth, whatever his name is.
Blevins? He bought you a drink and departed.
Oh, he did he? Then why is he...
Why is he what, sir?
Where'd he go? He was here. We had a conversation about time and his theories of...
Did he leave that for you, Mr. Harris?
Leave what?
The leather case. Perhaps he intended you to have it.
What in the... Hello?
Nate?
Hey, Paula.
You finally got a new phone.
Had to. I've been busy.
You sound out of breath.
At my morning jog in the park.
You? I don't believe it.
A man's got to get in shape sometime.
Have you found another job yet?
I've been going on a lot of interviews, about 10 a day.
Whoa, take it easy.
I have all the time I need now. It's like the more I do, the more I can do.
You'll have to tell me your secret. I could use some of that.
So, how's the magazine? Down the tubes without me?
Well, give it time. Listen, Nate, I may have a lead for you. Mandible Publications is looking for a color supervisor.
Mandible? Too big for me. They do a dozen titles a month.
The pay is double what you made here.
No more publishing. Surely you'll never give me a recommendation.
She doesn't have to. I'll write it.
Oh, you do that?
Of course, what are friends for? Which brings me to my next subject. I talked to Christine. Why haven't you called her?
The last time I saw her, she told me have a nice life.
Do yourself a favor, Nate. Make the call.
She's the one who walked out.
This is me you're talking to. Remember?
I'll think about it.
You do that. If you can fit it into your schedule.
That's not the point.
Oh, I gotta go. Dragonlight is back from her coffee break. Keep me in the loop about Mandible.
Hey! Hey, mister! Can we have our ball back?
Oh, where is it?
It's over there in the dirt.
Sure. Here you go.
Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Can I see that bat for a minute?
Okay.
A nice one. A Louisville Slugger.
My dad got it for me.
Did he show you how to use it?
Nah, he's too busy.
Now look, when you hold it, be sure the trademark is pointing up. See the circle where it says Louisville? Otherwise, when you hit the ball, the wood might break.
Gee, mister, you know a lot of stuff.
And my dad taught me when I was your age.
I wish you could show us.
You kids play here every day?
You don't have time. You're always running.
Well, let me tell you something. Time is, well, it's,
Yeah?
I don't know what time is exactly, but I've learned one thing. We can all do a lot more with it than we do. It's a question of priorities.
Okay, I guess. Only,
Yes?
what are priorities?
A taxi! Over here!
Where you headed?
Uptown, the Mandible Building, and step on it.
Sure thing.
Hold the elevator!
What floor?
The editorial offices.
Lucky 7 coming up.
I'm here to see the publisher, please.
Do you have an appointment?
Nathaniel Harris, 11:30.
I'll tell him you're here.
Have a seat. Mr. Harris, is it?
Thank you. I appreciate your seeing me.
I'm on a tight schedule, so let's cut through the fat. You'll have experience with prepress.
3 years with Starlight over at Maxilla. Before that, I was production coordinator for Carcosa Press.
Impressive. Paula told you about the position?
Color supervisor. What exactly would that entail?
Crunch.
Pardon?
That's what it's all about. I want our colors to pop off the page. Good enough to eat. The question is, how hungry are you, boy?
Right on time, Mr. Harris.
It works.
You seem surprised. Mind if I have a look? Oh.
It's undamaged.
And the little door above the base? Ah. Oh, how intoxicating.
What is?
The scent of movement to and fro, the entire mad rush of life, lived to the fullest. Vitality, passion, and even, the great outdoors, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you can tell all that.
The aura of youth is unmistakable. Oh, you've used it a great deal, haven't you? The storage chamber is almost full.
Why, I only did what you said. Started it ticking when I needed more time.
And the result?
Well, I got everything done, and then some. Over the last 7 days, I've been across town more times. I've gone on more interviews.
Oh, have a drink of water.
I could use one of those Moscow mules.
Not a good idea. It might provide too much of a kick in your present condition. The device is extremely potent. You appear to have overdone it. Several times over.
Oh, I'm a little run down is all.
With a young man, desire knows no bounds. A kind of greed takes over for life itself.
Well, what does it do, exactly?
The device. Call it a doorway into the fourth dimension. Within it is stored unused time, which you have been permitted to tap. You're satisfied, I take it?
Yes.
Excellent.
But there's something you haven't told me. What do you get out of it?
Oh, I suppose a certain poetic justice, quid pro quo and all that. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Nature's method of redistribution in its purest form, with a little help from the equalizer. Glad to have been of service.
Oh, wait. Don't take it yet.
You didn't find a job?
I start the end of the week. I might need this for backup. Just in case.
You're sure?
Yeah, only in case of an emergency. I promise.
Very well, 1 more week. But heed my warning. Be certain not to overdo it. I'm not responsible for the consequences.
Nate, are you in there? Nate? Is that you? Oh. Go on, sleep. You must need it. Look at you on the couch like that. I just stopped by to drop off my key. Your key. I didn't think you'd be home tonight. Oh, Nate. What happened to us? I guess it wasn't all your fault. I could have been more patient. That job was killing your soul, wasn't it? The things they made you do, Paula told me. You couldn't help it that there wasn't any time for us. And now you're starting a new job. From the jaws of one bad situation and into the next. It can't be your heart's desire. You deserve more. Shh, no.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Christine? Is that you? I must have dozed off. Why are you here?
I thought you might want the key.
You don't have to do that.
I'll leave it on the table. Go back to sleep.
Oh, please stay.
I can't.
Don't.
I'll be back. Now sleep. You need your rest. Maybe I'll see you at lunch tomorrow. Our old place. Do you still go there? I'll keep up with you somehow. Until then, good night, my love.
Any chest pains?
No.
Your pulse is a little fast. How about headaches?
I wouldn't call it that.
What would you call it?
I just ache all over. I've never been so tired in my life.
Look straight ahead. Try not to move your head. Follow my finger with your eyes.
I'll do my best.
Okay, I'm going to switch off the overhead light and shine this directly into your eyes. Now, first one, then the other. You'll see a flash of red. Now, don't worry. It's perfectly normal. Ready?
Okay.
Okay, I'm turning off the lights. There you go. Now. All right. Wow.
What do you see, Doctor?
Some new broken blood vessels on the retina. Any trouble focusing lately? Blurred vision?
In the last few days.
Floating blind spots? Shadows at the edges of your vision?
That too. So what's wrong with me?
You want it straight, or you want it with sugar on it?
I can take the truth.
There's evidence of accelerated macular degeneration. The sort of thing I'd expect to see in a much older man. All since your last checkup.
What does it mean?
Well, it's hard to say by itself, but it's part of a cluster of symptoms. Slowed reflexes, general weakness. Have you noticed a ringing in your ears?
Well, not a ringing, but I do hear something.
Not voices, I hope.
More of a throbbing. It feels like a pounding in my head.
your blood pressure could be a lot better. So, tell me, what's been happening in your life? I mean, stress on the job?
Well, I had a job.
But not anymore.
I found a new one. I start this week.
A big life change, no matter how old we are. Getting enough sleep?
As much as I can.
That's a no. You don't leave the window open at night, do you?
What?
Pale skin, circles under your eyes. Could be a vampire. Like Dracula. You know, sucking the life force out of you. That was a joke.
I know.
Well, something's going on. You're dehydrated, and I don't like the sound of your heart. I'll schedule an EKG and a complete blood panel.
When?
Right away, this morning.
Is that necessary?
I'd say so.
I thought you could give me a B12 shot or something.
I could, but it won't address the problem.
That was all the running around. There was so much I could do with the extra time, but that's going to change from now on.
Extra time? Where do you get that? In a vending machine?
Don't ask. You wouldn't believe me anyway.
Ready for my speech?
Go ahead.
You've been making the most of every day, and that's admirable, but you've stretched it too far. Burn the candle at both ends and you burn yourself out. You know the old saying, live fast, die young. Is that what you want?
I'll try to slow down.
Try? Not good enough. You're exhausted, Nathaniel. After the tests, I want you to go home, take your vitamins, and pull the covers over your head. 8 glasses of water minimum in the next few hours. Now, I'm going to call you when I get the results. Is there someone who can come by and cook you a healthy meal?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me know if you feel any worse. And cancel your appointments. Don't even think of going anywhere for the rest of the week.
Well, that's not possible.
You don't have a choice.
The new job.
You'll end up in the emergency ward.
I told you. I'll take it slow.
Famous last words.
That'll have to do.
Then I'm going to check you into a hospital room right now.
No. I have something to do first.
You're not listening. Do you want a myocardial infarction? How about a stroke? Not common at your age, but it can happen. Life or death, Nathaniel. It's up to you.
Mr. Harris, are you all right?
Oh. Where is he?
Let me take that for you.
Where?
Who, sir?
The old man.
You mean Blevins?
I don't see him.
He hasn't come in yet.
He's always here this time of day.
Would you like to wait at his booth?
Just give him this.
The briefcase?
Tell him I couldn't wait.
Let me call a cab for you.
I have to get rid of it. Now.
Hey, buddy, watch where you're going.
I think there's something wrong with him.
I'm sorry.
Look, Mommy, that man.
I have to get away.
Shh, looks like he's crazy.
Far away.
Now, what have we got here? Been drinking, have you?
Can you hear it?
Move along.
You do hear it, don't you, officer?
Or I'll be running you in for drunk and disorderly.
Where's the case?
You'll have a case, all right, in front of the judge.
I left it, but it won't let me go.
On your way.
It was you, old man. What are you? Some kind of a
psychic vampire. That's it, isn't it? Sucking me dry. Well, I won't let you. I'll
Well, look at Mr. Businessman. Is it happy hour already?
Where is he?
I'll tell you what, old man. Just give me your wallet, and I'll tell you. Now, if you just hand it over, we won't have any trouble.
You have to help me find him.
What? What are you babbling about?
You don't understand. He has to take it back.
What? Are you for real? I mean, what's the matter with you?
Stop.
Are you having a fit or something?
Make it stop. It hurts. My heart. Please.
Forget it, you old geezer. I'm out of here.
Why, hello, Miss Crossley.
Hi, Frederick. Is Nate here?
Mr. Harris? He was, but then
Where did he go?
I didn't see, miss. I offered to call a cab.
Why? Did he have lunch already?
No, miss, he seemed,
Seemed what? Is he coming back?
I really can't say.
Then I'll wait for him at the table.
It needs to be cleared.
Oh, take your time. I'm in no hurry.
Oh, hiya, Blevins.
Freddie, my boy. Didn't mean to be late. So much to do. Oh, do you like my new sport coat? It's the latest style. They call it hot plaid.
I held your booth. Oh, and this is for you.
He didn't wait.
No, sir.
Hello there.
Hello.
I do believe I recognize you.
From where?
This very table. You're a friend of Nathaniel's. What a coincidence. So am I.
You know Nate?
Please, join me.
I'm fine here.
Until they clear your table. I insist.
Well,
I'm sure he'll be along. Besides, I want to show you something. You'll find it quite interesting. Nathaniel did.
just for a minute.
Follow me, the corner booth.
What's in the case?
Something very special.
I know what that is. It's a metronome. Are you a musician?
Looks can be deceiving. This one has a most unusual construction, but I wouldn't want to confuse the issue.
What was that?
For now, call it a collection chamber. It smells of youth, strength, vitality, the most precious commodities in the world. Oh, but you know all about that, don't you? You're young, full of energy. Would you believe I was once so tired of life that I didn't know what to do with my time? Until I invented the equalizer. I've been hoping to find someone to test it. Allow me to demonstrate.
A story about a man named Nathaniel, a victim of the adage that it's better to burn out than to rust. Unfortunately, everything has a price, and Mr. Harris learned too late just how steep that price may be. A man whose hourglass ran out to the last grain of sand. But consider, how different might his life have been had he lived it somewhere other than The Twilight Zone.
The 25th Hour, starring Mike Nussbaum with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Steve Key, Fernette Lebo, Friedrich Williams, Lisa Wolfe, Joby Cerny, Carl Amari, Jim McCants, Patrick Francis, Doug James, Meg Thalken, and Jacob Goldberg. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Time to feed the kitty.
I've been feeding it all night.
Yeah, that baby's hungry.
Let's go, boys.
You heard the man. Put in 2 chips.
2 times how many hands? The auntie's eating me alive.
You got some cards coming. I can feel it.
Yeah? That a money-back guarantee?
You pay your money, and you take your chances. Dealer antes.
Let's go, Johnny.
I gotta give it some thought. My stack's getting pretty low.
Look at who's sitting this one out.
That right, Johnny?
I'm thinking.
I know one thing. Takes money to win money.
Yeah.
Listen to the man.
Are you in or out?
Give me 1 minute, all right?
Take it easy, John. Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you should kick back, watch some TV.
Hey, hold on. I came here to play cards.
Hand me that remote.
Say, what are you...
Just give it to me.
The old fire hall is...
There.
You gonna let one lousy player hang up the game?
Don't worry about it. Johnny here needs some time out. You know the old saying.
What's that?
Money talks, and suckers walk.
Scientists are baffled as all communications in and out of Peaksville remain blocked. For live coverage, our Eyeball News team takes you inside the city limits following this broadcast on the 11 o'clock report.
And that's a wrap of today's news.
I say deal them.
All right, boys, here we go. Down the derby.
Okay already. I'm all in.
You ain't even looked at your cards.
What's the difference? 1 more hand and I'm out.
Sure, Johnny, maybe you'll double up. I got a good feeling this time.
Me too. I'll see that and I'll raise you.
Raise? Everything I got's in the pot.
Separate side bet.
I fold.
Dealer raises again.
Call.
Cards, John?
3.
Keeping a kicker, huh?
All right, 4.
Come on in!
Who's that?
A friend of mine. Said he'd stop by.
Heck of a time for it.
It's open!
Jody Hallam?
Who wants to know?
Mr. Hallam, will you come with us?
You got a warrant?
No, sir, but...
Then get out of my room. My associates and I are having a friendly game of cards.
This is a federal matter.
We have a car waiting downstairs.
Oh, good for you. You see any money on this table? Because I sure don't.
There's no time to lose, sir.
If you'll just come with us.
Hey, why the cuffs?
Someone wants to see you in Washington.
Be seeing you, Jody.
I'll just hold on to my chips for now.
Let me call my lawyer.
No need for that.
What's this all about?
A matter of national security, sir.
You might say a matter of life and death.
Excuse me, gentlemen, if you don't mind. We'll just fast forward out of here.
Hey, will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Winning lottery numbers coming up, but first the news.
In world news, the asteroid known as Wanderer continues on a path toward our solar system. But there's no cause for alarm. Scientists say it will miss Earth by several million miles. Repeat, despite rumors, there is no danger. Wanderer poses no threat to our world. And now, here's a handy household hint from our home economist.
Portrait of a man who has just been granted a reprieve. Not from a card game, because it's a sure bet he would have won, given his considerable skill as a dealer. No, the two men in gray suits have saved him from almost certain deaths. His name? Jody Hallam, a gambler and con man who lives by his wits, and wants above all else to go on living. At the moment, the odds still look good for Mr. Hallam, but he is about to discover that the laws of chance don't always apply in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Pattern for Doomsday, starring Henry Rollins, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
And I can tell you that its progress has been closely watched for the past month, as is the case with all unidentified objects sighted in space. May we have the slide, please?
Excuse me, General?
Yes?
The eighth man, he's here.
Showman?
Yes, sir.
Has he been briefed?
Just the basics on the way over.
I'll handle it from here.
Mr. Hallam, have a seat at the end of the table.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me to everybody?
After the presentation, General Sinclair has the floor. Sit, please.
Okay.
Now then, slide, please. This is a routine photo from the 200-inch Hale telescope on Mount Palomar.
Must be some camera.
Shh. I don't see anything.
Let me use the pointer. That short white line in the star field is the first picture we have of Wanderer.
May I ask a question?
Dr. Conrad, is it?
Yes. When exactly was this taken?
A little over a month ago. October 3rd, to be exact.
I see.
Next slide. This photograph, taken only 3 weeks ago, indicates that Wanderer is indeed headed for our solar system. Next slide. And this shot conclusively establishes what astronomers feared, that Wanderer is on a collision course with Earth.
What?
Next. This picture from 2 days ago allows astronomers to accurately measure Wanderer. It is about 2,000 miles in diameter, a little less than our moon. Can we have the lights, please?
Hey, General, is this on the level?
I wish I could report otherwise. The fact is, the time of collision is now 53 hours and 40 minutes.
Couldn't we blast it with an H-bomb or something? I saw that in a movie one time.
Efforts are underway to destroy or deflect the asteroid, but unfortunately there isn't much hope for success.
General, if, as you say, astronomers have known about it for some time, why is it that the public hasn't been told the truth? To begin evacuating the cities, for example.
To avoid panic. Virtually all heads of state are in agreement. And the damage is projected to be so widespread that there's no longer any point.
But what about us? Why were we dragged here if this thing's gonna hit in a couple of days?
And I thought I was washed up. Now I find out the whole world's done for.
What do you expect us to do, General? Most of us are ordinary citizens.
Mr. President.
Please remain seated. Have you finished your briefing?
I have, sir.
I wanted to meet you all personally. It's a great service you're about to perform for your country and for the world.
I don't like the sound of that.
He's not as tall as he looks on TV.
Please, hold your questions.
That's all right, General. They're about as confused as the rest of us. I'll get to the point. Out of the entire population, you 8 people are among a very few to be made aware of the situation. Let me tell you why.
I can handle that part if you like, Mr. President.
No, they deserve to hear it from me. I'm the one who signed the order. It's taken 10 years for the United States to build its first nuclear-powered spaceship, the Varuna 1. It was intended for the exploration of space. That ship now stands on a launching pad in New Mexico, ready for its first and last mission, that of transporting human life to a new planet, to grow and multiply. To put it simply, you have been selected to represent the future of the human race.
Then we're really in trouble.
You can say that again.
Is he serious?
That's crazy.
Why us?
Know that in you rests the heritage of all humanity. Our prayers go with you. Good luck and Godspeed.
We're really grateful.
Thank you, sir.
Are you the psychologist?
Dr. Russell Conrad, Denver, Colorado.
I'd like to shake all of your hands.
Francie Blaze, Los Angeles. I entertain.
Pleased to meet you.
Jody Howland, Mr. President. I'm from Chicago. I guess you could say I'm a speculator.
I see.
Regina Walsh, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a singer. Or I was.
Is that right?
Dee Clark, Spokane, Washington, bacteriologist.
How do you do?
Philip Jewell, New York City. Mr. President, I'm not sure I approve of all this. I don't understand.
You're Dr. Jewell?
Yes.
I've read several of your books on philosophy.
Thank you. But about what's happening here...
General Sinclair will fill you in on the details, Doctor.
Lily Wong, San Francisco. I am an artist.
Hello.
Harvey Winterroth, Traverse City, Michigan, and just an auto mechanic.
Don't say that. You all have very valuable skills, chosen to complement each other. Believe me, the hopes and aspirations of the world go with each and every one of you. Try to bear that in mind. And now, goodbye, and good luck.
Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Never thought I'd get to meet the president, but there I was, shaking his hand and talking to him.
General, I demand to know...
Yes, Mr. Jewell?
Just how did 8 people get picked to represent the human race?
It was not at random, I assure you. It was a matter of careful selectivity. A computer was programmed with all relevant factors, physiological, psychological...
Who did the programming?
Panel of experts from several disciplines.
Based on what criteria?
General health, adaptability, fertility. That's why you all had examinations. Varied backgrounds, genetic history, immunity to disease, long-term stability on the cellular level.
Out of what sampling?
The entire population, Doctor. At least those we had preliminary data for.
General, how come the president isn't going? He's a very important man. I would have thought...
He's married, which was one of the disqualifying factors. For those of you who are interested, the criteria are listed in the background report. I have copies if you like.
I'd like to see that report.
On the table at the back of the room. There's a packet for each of you.
Look at me. What a mess. I better fix my face.
You look fine.
Don't kid me.
We're not here because of our looks, that's for sure. Must be because we're in such good shape.
Yeah, you're a regular bodybuilder.
I'm serious. Other kids got the measles, but not me. I was always lucky that way.
Goody for you.
Oh, maybe not 100%. But when I lost, it was because someone else was dealing. Man, I sure wised up in a hurry.
A dealer, huh? I can spot one a mile away. Fingers always twitching. Just keep them to yourself.
Hey now, baby, I never done anything crooked with these fingers.
I know. You just help the cards along.
The suckers get greedy, that's all. So they get restless and overplay. Is that my fault? Can I help it if they want to make it all in one night? I ask you, who's the smart one, me or them?
You heard what the general said about brains. We'll see how you make out where we're going.
Listen, Jody Hallam always makes out. You remember that.
Just don't try any magic fingers on me.
Ha! Don't flatter yourself. Come on, I want to get the lowdown on this game.
And after that, it was all entered into the memory banks. The results were collated and sorted until we had it down to this number.
Ah, so we have a machine to blame for being here.
Blame? You should be happy the machine picked you.
Should I? Then why do I feel as if I'm deserting humanity in its hour of need?
General, how soon will the Varuna leave Earth?
In less than 24 hours, we will all be flown to the launch point.
What about food on the ship?
It will be stocked with bread, soup, meats, even ice cream, in a concentrated form. Enough for a lifetime if necessary. You won't be hungry.
How can they get that much chow on one ship?
It will be made from continuously harvested tanks of chlorella, a fast-growing, single-celled plant.
A plant?
That doesn't sound very palatable.
Hey, General, where are we supposed to land?
There's an area on Mars if we can confirm it's suitable for a small colony.
How about if it's not?
Ship's nuclear power pack can take you all the way to Alpha Centauri if necessary, using a new form of hyperdrive. That's the nearest star system with habitable planets.
Maybe there'll be people there like us. I read a story about a princess on Mars.
Then you can go into your dance and knock their eyes out, if they have eyes.
Who's kidding who? I was never a very good dancer. I was never very good at anything. But I got along because people would pay for it. All that's over with now.
You better believe it.
I'll start over up there. Be me this time. I'll be what I want to be, not what they want me to be.
Right. Keep that attitude.
I have a question. Who's flying us to where we are going?
We've assigned a crew of 2. That should be sufficient. Captain Gerald Vickers and Lieutenant Robert McKenna. You will meet them when... excuse me. Sinclair? Yes. Right away. Limousine is downstairs, ready to take you to the airport.
No calls for us? To say our goodbyes?
I'm sorry, Doctor. We can't risk breaching security. Now, if you'll all come with me, please. You have a great adventure ahead of you. Perhaps the greatest in the history of mankind.
Oh, wow.
This is air traffic control. You're cleared for takeoff.
In position. Clear to start. Made a move. Nose jump back in front.
Ladies and gentlemen, although the fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off at this time,
I hate that. I really do.
Hate what?
When airplanes take off.
Oh, don't worry about it. The odds are on our side.
Are you serious? This crate could fall out of the sky at any time.
Relax. You got more chance of being hit by a car.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it. You see the giant seal?
What? There ain't no animals. Are there?
The seal of the United States of America. This is some kind of official plane. They're not going to take any chances.
What if we get hijacked?
Now you're really dreaming. We got searched. Nobody could bring a gun in here.
Oh, yeah? What about them?
Who?
The guys up front. With Sinclair. Take a look. They both got pieces under their coats.
How do you know?
I know. You don't think I ever saw a shoulder holster before?
Well, if they got him, it must be okay. Secret Service or something.
A lot of good they can do us now.
Easy, baby. Easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we shall be landing. Thank you.
Authorized personnel only beyond this point. You have entered the launch area. Please show your passes at the gate. Authorized personnel only beyond
ID, please.
General Sinclair and Company to operations.
Oh, right, General. Operations is the first building, straight ahead.
I know where operations is, son.
Yes, sir. Open the gate.
Here we are. We'll just follow the walkway to the entrance.
How do you do, sir?
Good to see you, Captain.
Lieutenant John McKenna, General.
At ease. This is your pilot, Captain Gerald Vickers, and Lieutenant McKenna. Mr. Hallam, Miss Walsh.
Welcome.
Hiya.
Captain, huh?
Miss Blaze, Dr. Conrad.
Hello.
Miss Clark, Dr. Jewell, Miss Wong, Mr. Winteroth.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
You're the pilot?
I'll do my best.
I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Well, there she is.
Where?
Out in the field. Take a good look. That ship's gonna be home for a long time.
It's beautiful.
Wow, some design.
A little small, isn't it?
Not really, Miss Blaze. It's a very efficient design. Just enough room for 8 passengers.
8? Don't you mean...
I'll go over the details in a few minutes. For now, they're expecting us inside. If you'll follow me...
General Sinclair?
What is it?
General, I have a communication from the Pentagon. Priority A.
Very well. That will be all.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Don't tell me. The flight's overbooked.
You might as well know. The nuclear missiles we sent up from 3 countries to intercept Wanderer have made contact. All detonated on impact.
They hit Wanderer?
And?
Well, don't keep us in suspense.
There was no appreciable deviation. The asteroid is still on course.
What does that mean in plain English?
It means that there's no last great hope for Earth.
I would say then that this group is our hope.
Captain Vickers.
Yes, Doctor.
Something you said a moment ago.
What was that?
Well, you said there was only room for 8 people aboard the ship.
That's right.
Does that include you and Lieutenant McKenna?
I'll answer all your questions at the final briefing.
But...
This way, please. Sit down, if you will.
How many more hours do we have?
When are you going to feed us? I'm a little queasy myself.
In about an hour. We're on a tight schedule.
General, I asked a question outside. I think I deserve an answer. We're 8 people. The captain and the lieutenant make 10. But if the ship will only hold 8...
I have an announcement in that regard. When this group was organized by presidential order, 2 reserves were included.
Who? You mean we're not all going?
Why didn't you tell us the truth?
What are they arguing about?
They got an angle. I knew it.
There was no way of telling if you were all alive and well, or even if you could be located once the selection was made. The reserves were a way of preparing for any contingency. As it turns out, one that didn't occur.
So who are the reserves?
They were not specified.
What? Then we don't know if we're on the list or not?
In that case, I volunteer to stay behind.
I'm afraid I can't accept your offer, Doctor.
I'll give up my place. I have friends who are going to die. I'd rather spend my last hours with them.
I sympathize with you, Miss Wong, but I can't accept your offer either.
Then how...
It was provided that in a case like this, the matter would be decided by chance.
Leave it to me, General.
Don't make me laugh.
It just so happens I have a deck of cards with me. We'll cut for it. High cards go.
Mr. Hallam.
You want to be fair, don't you? This is the only way. Never fails. Aces and kings, sure winners. After that...
I can't let you do this.
Deuces and trays on the low end. Got it? Everybody, come up one by one and...
We are not using cards, Mr. Hallam. I'm in command here.
Then how? We flip a coin?
Sometimes the old ways are best. We'll draw straws.
Whatever you say, General. Makes it simpler. Watch me. I'm tearing out matches. I'll make 2 of them short.
Sit down, Mr. Hallam.
No matches? Well, in that case...
I said sit down.
All right. Just trying to help.
Captain Vickers has prepared the straws, or their equivalent. Captain?
Yes, sir. I have 8 pencils here. They've already been measured, so there can be no mistake.
Who's first? Miss Blaze?
Why me?
The order won't make a difference. Go ahead, Captain.
Anyone at all.
If you say so. Here goes.
Just take one of the ends and pull it out of my hand.
This looks like a good one.
I'll go next.
Now, Dr. Jewell. Followed by Miss Wong. Mr.
Winterroth from Michigan.
Miss Clark. Miss Walsh. And Mr. Hallam. There. That does it.
Everybody hold them up.
The short ones are Miss Clark and Mr. Hallam. You two will not be going with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sit down, Mr. Hallam.
I was the last man on the totem pole. I didn't have a choice.
Someone had to be last.
Sure. Give everybody a break, but me.
Statistically, it doesn't matter. The result was random.
All I'm asking for is a fair shake.
Game over, Mr. Magic Fingers.
But I'm telling you, it ain't fair.
You should talk, honey. Sit down.
Are we free to go?
You are, Miss Clark, with my profound thanks. You may go to the bunker with the rest of the personnel to observe if you like, or I can have you transported any way you choose.
I'll have to think about that.
Of course. There's a rest area down the hall. Lieutenant McKenna will open the beverage machines for you.
Thank you.
And goodbye to you, Mr. Hallam.
And thank you, Mr. Hallam.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why don't you sit down? You're making me nervous.
Yeah.
Miss Clark's right. Would you like a cup of coffee?
I'd like a shot of scotch if you want to know the truth.
Cream and sugar?
Black.
Do you have family, Lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, miss. Back in Austin.
Oh. Are you going there to be with them?
I sure hope so, if there's time.
It's a terrible thing, I suppose. The little tragedies. We have time to absorb them. But something like this, it's too vast to comprehend.
I know what you mean.
Cut the chatter. What is this, a funeral?
You might call it that.
Well, I tell you one thing. The game isn't over till it's over. You never know what's going to happen at the finish.
This isn't a horse race, Mr. Hallam.
We'll see about that. Give me the coffee, will you?
Of course.
Yeah, tastes like mud.
If you'd rather have a soft drink.
Forget it.
Sorry you didn't care for it.
Yeah, sure. Where do you come off so high and mighty? Uniform, shine on your shoes. You know something? Underneath, you're just like the rest of us. Scared out of your gourd.
I'd better see how the general's coming along.
Will you sit down? It won't be much longer. Then you'll be back with your own kind.
I don't see why you're so anxious to go home. One of them in there could have a heart attack or something.
And then what would we do? Draw straws again to see which one of us goes?
Sure, why not?
At least try to face reality and make peace with it.
Listen, if they let me do it my way, you think I'd be sitting out here?
Oh, you mean you'd have fixed the cards?
Lady, when your life is on the line, you try anything.
Even if it means pain or misfortune for others?
If that's the way the chips fall.
You amaze me. I thought I'd seen all kinds.
You ain't never seen Jody Hallam before.
Thank God for small favors. I would say, Mr. Hallam, that you're nothing special on the evolutionary scale. More along the lines of a throwback. I mean, you've hardly advanced beyond your one-celled progenitors.
Say, is that a wisecrack?
I've seen your kind under microscopes. Bacteria don't have a conscience either.
Oh, but they do? In there? How do you know Vickers didn't fix it the way the General wanted?
Don't be absurd. It was impartial, and we lost. I'm ready to leave whenever they let me.
Go ahead, give up. That's what you learned in your school. But where I come from, it's a different story. General?
Yes?
General, I'm sorry I blew my stack before, but, well, it's a hard thing to take. It really hit me, you know?
Believe me, I understand.
Everybody all set?
They've had their final instructions.
Everything worked out, huh? No hitches?
Ladies and gentlemen, you'd better get ready for the pre-launch.
Look, do you think it would be all right if I see him to the ship? Wish everybody good luck and everything?
I don't see why not.
That doesn't sound like you, wishing everybody but yourself good luck.
No?
Why the change of heart?
Can't win them all. You ought to know that.
That's not what you told me before.
Well, that's what I'm telling you now.
Miss Blaze?
Yeah? Yes, sir?
We're going to the ship now. Follow me.
Sure thing.
Not you.
General Sinclair said it was okay.
Only flight personnel on the field.
I know. I'm going to say goodbye to him on the ship.
General?
It's all right, guards. Let him pass.
Proceed.
Sure, thanks a lot. Nice gun you got there.
15 minutes and counting.
Oh, you coming with us?
All unauthorized personnel must exit the launch area.
You'll have to use the ladder. One at a time, please.
Well, this is it. So long to the good old U.S. of A. It was a rat race, but I think I'm gonna miss it.
It just doesn't seem possible to think that all this will change in a few hours.
How much time?
Not long, by my watch.
The Varuna 1 is now on internal power.
Look at all those stars. Skies like this in Michigan. There's a place I used to fish at. I guess I won't see it again.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We'd better get aboard.
All unauthorized personnel must exit the launch area.
Move ahead to the control room at the end of the passage. Guards, stay with us a moment longer. How long to lift off?
8 minutes. I'll give the engines a final check. Main thrusters powered up. Retros all clear. Gyro stabilizer charged.
I feel like a sardine already.
Relax, baby. This is one tin can nobody's gonna open.
Aren't you supposed to wave bye-bye now?
Let me have your attention.
This is it, Mr. Hallam.
Shh. I want to hear what he says.
President has asked me to extend his blessings and his hopes for a safe journey. Also, he's aware of the hardships that lie before you. He wants to remind you that in all the years to come, you must not lose sight of your purpose.
Guards.
There's a digital library
See
of
Mr. Hallam back to the building.
references,
Yes, sir.
and each of you
Come
are
with
the
me.
seeds
In a
of
minute,
future
I said.
generations. It will be your trust to nurture the first generation born off Earth. For upon this, a new civilization will be built, long after we are forgotten.
This way.
Right. What kind of gun are you packing? 45 automatic, huh?
Keep moving.
Can I see it?
Keep your hands...
I just want to look at it.
What in the...
Back off!
Drop it.
Not on your life.
Watch him. He's got a gun. He's... Ah!
Hold it! Now, General, since Dr. Jewell here won't be making the trip, as his reserve, I'm electing myself to take his place. He didn't want to go anyway.
Do you think these people would have you after this?
No more pretty speeches. You and the guards, make yourselves scarce, and drag the doctor with you. Something wrong with your hearing?
General.
Touch your holster, flyboy, and you're a dead man, too.
Do as he says.
That's better. Well, what do you know, honey? Looks like we're gonna get better acquainted after all.
What do we call you now? Little Caesar?
Just what do you expect to gain by this murder?
Life, my friend, in the big blue up there like the rest of you. Oh, I know you're thinking you'll make me pay, but you won't. Not if there's only 8 people left. You're gonna need me.
Keep your distance, Buster.
Now, Francie, you know better than that. A man gambles, he loses here and there, but the game's not over till the last card's been played. Am I right or am I right? Hey, you! Keep your hands where I can see them!
I can't let you do this.
Back out of here real slow like. You too, Lieutenant.
Are you going to shoot them too? If you do, who'll fly the ship?
Back out, I said.
I'm not going anywhere.
Neither am I. Put the gun down.
Yeah, sure.
There are too many of us. Guards, Mr. Hallam is going to surrender his weapon. Take him into custody.
Yes, sir.
You're invading my space, flyboy.
You're surrounded, mister. Hand it over. Now.
Don't make me laugh.
If he won't, I'll just have to take it.
I warned you. The next one won't miss.
Try me for a target, little man.
Let go!
Drop it. Drop it!
Now look what you've done. That ain't in the rules.
Does he have a pulse?
No, sir.
Dr. Jewell, are you all right?
It's just my shoulder. The bullet passed through.
Guard, get the medical kit.
Right, General.
We won't be going anywhere, General. The second shot took out the control panel.
Can it be repaired?
Not the telemetry system.
Then replace the module.
There is no replacement. It would take days to assess the damage.
He's right, General.
Is that true?
You mean we can't take off?
How can we?
What are we going to do?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I wish I knew what to say to you.
Damn him! Just because he wasn't going...
He was right.
What?
He always said he was lucky. And maybe he was. Now he won't have to face the odds.
What's that?
Whatever it is, he's sure in a hurry.
General, up here!
General, this just came in, sir, from the President.
I am happy to tell you all that the danger is past. The President informs me that gravitational forces in the solar system have apparently torn Wanderer apart.
You mean it's not gonna hit Earth?
Initial reports are that it is broken up into 5 pieces. Each will miss us by many thousands of miles.
Let's get out of here.
One at a time, folks.
Can I give you a hand, Miss Blaze?
You can give me 2 hands if you want. A big, brave captain like you. Call me Francine.
Okay. Francine, I'll help you down.
What about him, Mr. Big-Time Gambler?
There'll be an ambulance on the way.
He doesn't need an ambulance. He needs a hearse. Jody Hallam from Chicago. I got 3 words for you. So long, sucker.
Portrait of a man who lived by his wits and wanted to go on living. The odds looked good, at least for a while. But when billions were marked for death, he lost faith in the laws of chance. Jody Hallam, who played a desperate last card and ended up the only man on Earth to die as the direct result of a threat that never came true. In the Twilight Zone.
Pattern for Doomsday, starring Henry Rollins with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry Soule. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Linda Ryder, Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Jeff Lupetin, Jamie Barron, Steve Key, Nikki Lindgren, Elaine Robinson, Kurt Nabik, Jennifer Joy, Doug James, Carl Amari, Alex Sopener, and Vince Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a 5th dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
What's the matter, dear?
Don't you hear it?
Of course I hear it, Walter. It's that nice janitor fixing the pipes. Why don't you go on reading your book until he's finished?
And when, pray tell, might that be?
I'm sure it won't be much longer. Then the radiator will get just as hot as you want it. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, I know what I told him, but why does he have to make so much noise?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
The decibel level in this apartment is beyond human endurance.
Well, I suppose it's what they have to do with steam heating, that sort of thing.
What I really don't understand is how you can sit by, knitting away, oblivious to this assault.
Did you see the new wool scarf I'm making? It should keep out absolutely all the drafts.
While that infernal pounding goes on and on and on.
Wait till you try it on. I picked out your favorite colors. It's much thicker than the other ones.
If I live that long.
You wanted more heat, that's what you said. Well, now you'll have it and then some.
Yes, I did. I certainly did say that.
Won't that be nice?
Hope springs eternal. The question is, at what price?
Are you sure you're comfortable, darling?
Am I what? Oh, certainly. I am just comfy, cozy.
I'll fluff up the pillows. Did you take your aspirin?
I'm on the verge of being hospitalized for pneumonia.
Oh, now, really? It's not that bad.
And that ape of a janitor out there is smashing my brain and ruining my sleep.
But you weren't sleeping. You're reading 5,000 Common Ailments and How to Treat Them. Is it an interesting book?
First he tries to freeze me to death, and then he tries to destroy my brain.
Shall I plug in the vaporizer? That helps sometimes.
It doesn't help at all. If it did, I wouldn't be in this condition.
Yes, dear.
Well, I won't stand for it.
Lie down, Walter.
No, I will not lie down. How can I? If I'm to die, at least it's going to be in comfort and peace. You there, Mr. Ape!
Witness Mr. Walter Bedecker, age 44, afraid of the following: death, disease, other people, germs, drafts, and just about everything else. He has one interest in life, and that's Walter Bedecker. One preoccupation: the life and well-being of Walter Bedecker. One abiding concern about society: that if Walter Bedecker should happen to die, how will it survive without him? But there's one thing he hasn't asked himself yet, and it's simply this: what happens if, despite all his precautions, Walter Bedecker should happen to stumble, not into the grave, but into the Twilight Zone?
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Escape Clause, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I asked you a question.
You want more heat, don't you?
That's not the answer, so I'll ask you again. How much longer?
Put it this way. In 20 minutes, it'll be about 105 in here. Hot enough to fry an egg. That good enough for you?
20 minutes, you say? After hour upon hour of your clanking around in my living room while I'm on my deathbed, I have to wait 20 minutes more?
If you do die, Bedecker, and you go where I think you're going, as far as the temperature's concerned, you ain't going to be able to tell the difference.
You ape! Get out!
My pleasure.
Are you all right, dear?
Quick, Ethel, get the doctor.
You mean again?
There's a tightness in my chest. It must be my heart.
Come back to the bed.
Call him now. Tell him to hurry. I don't think I have much time. Well, doctor?
Keep your mouth closed a few more seconds.
I'm asking a question.
All right, open, please. There.
Well, how bad is it? What does that mean?
Your temperature isn't bad at all. In fact, it's quite good.
The thermometer wasn't in my mouth long enough.
Oh, I think it was. I timed it exactly.
I find that hard to believe. You'd better take it again.
But why?
I implore you before it's too late.
There would be no point. You see, you have no temperature.
What about my vital signs?
Blood pressure's fine. Respiration and pulse, all normal.
My throat? It's dry and achy all the time.
Well, that's because it's so hot in here. No sign of infection. Throat clear. Ears and nasal passages clear.
What about the pains in my back and my side?
Well, what about them?
And 4 sleepless nights in a row.
Is it 4 now?
How about that?
Well, what do you want me to say?
The truth. The awful truth. I can take it.
The truth, Mr. Bedecker? Well, the truth is that it's,
Go on.
It's psychosomatic. To use the scientific term.
Psychosomatic. You're trying to tell me that I'm only sick in my mind?
That's my considered opinion.
And you're supposed to be a professional.
Mr. Bedecker, may I speak candidly?
I insist.
Well, there is nothing wrong with you except the ailments you manufacture for yourself.
Manufacture? Is that what you think?
Your pains are imaginary. Your inability to sleep is a case of nerves, nothing more. In short, Mr. Bedecker, you are a very healthy man.
This man calls himself a doctor. 4 years pre-med, 4 years medical school, 2 years internship, 2 years residency. And what is he, I ask you, what is he? A quack.
Doctor?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bedecker.
What's the prognosis?
Don't ask him. The man's an idiot.
Walter, darling, I beg you, don't excite yourself.
Don't whisper. You're looking at half my troubles right there, Doctor. This woman, this awful woman who runs around whispering all day long to make me think I'm sick, even if I'm not. Oh, and I am. I'm lying here at death's door, and who's ushering me out? A quack and a whispering woman without a mind.
Well, I'll call tomorrow, Mrs. Bedecker. Meanwhile, try leaving the window up an inch or so. Let some fresh air in.
There'll be no need to call. Just come on over with the death certificate and fill it out.
Oh, Walter.
Don't drench me with those crocodile tears of yours. She'd be so happy to get rid of me. I just can't tell you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bedecker. Take care of yourself.
I'll see you out.
No need to show me the way. I know it by now.
Doctor, how is he, really?
Mrs. Bedecker, your husband is one of the healthiest patients I have.
But he's sick most of the time.
Is he?
He won't let me air out the house. He says for every cubic foot of unfiltered air, there are 8,900,000 germs.
Well, he's probably right.
And he's just quit his job. The 5th job he's quit since the first of the year. He says they make him work in a draft.
Well, I suppose I'm oversimplifying it when I say there's nothing wrong with him, because in a sense, there really is. This constant worrying about himself is an illness of a sort. Has he always been this frightened a man?
Ever since I can remember. When he was courting me, he told me he was in the final stages of TB and only had a week to live. I only married him because I felt so sorry for him. Oh, I don't mean that was the only reason.
I think I understand.
Do you?
You see, people change. Sometimes for the better and sometimes in ways that aren't entirely healthy. We all assign blame. Your husband is taking it out on those nearest him. It's not your fault.
But it must be. He never stops complaining.
The problem isn't physical. He's getting older, so he sits here spinning his wheels. He needs to get out, do things, prove he's still strong, that there's a place for him in the world.
Oh, Doctor, I'll do what I can.
I'm sure you will. You already have. It's up to him now. I'll give you a call tomorrow. I don't think it would be a bad idea if you took some vitamins yourself. You look run down, Mrs. Bedecker.
I do?
Just a little too pale.
Ethel, there's a draft in the air, and I feel a coma coming on.
Yes, darling, I'll be right in.
Now, you remember about those vitamins. Promise?
I promise.
Here's a prescription. Get some of these items from the drugstore for yourself.
Thank you, I will. You're very kind.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bedecker.
Goodbye. Did you say there's a draft?
I did.
From where?
The window.
But it's only open an inch.
Freezing air blasting into the room.
I'll close it for you.
Do you know how many germs live in 1 cubic foot of air, Ethel?
I think I do.
8,900,000, that's how many. I know you want me gone.
Walter!
Gone from your life, and that's why you leave windows open all over the place. But as a point of common human decency, couldn't you find a way to do it more subtly?
The doctor said you needed air. He said it was stuffy in here.
Oh, the doctor said. Tell me one thing.
Yes?
What is going on between you two?
Nothing, Walter.
I saw the way he looked at you.
Oh, now you are imagining things.
What's that slip of paper in your hand?
What do you mean? Oh, it's only...
Give it to me. Oh, now I understand.
Well, if you'll let me explain.
When did he give you this?
Just now, before he left. If you'll listen.
I'm not sick, he says, but nonetheless he gives you a prescription for medicine for me? Not a thing wrong with me, he says, but while I lie here helpless, he's out there telling you that I've got a life expectancy of 20 minutes.
He said nothing of the sort.
Don't deny it, Ethel. I smelled the collusion the moment he left the room. Now I suppose he's making time with you behind my back. The two of you can hardly wait for me to expire. What a great day that will be. But just remember, It will be on your conscience. Yours and that quacks.
The prescription was for vitamins, Walter, not for you, for me.
Vitamins for you? I lie here while the life seeps out of me and that charlatan prescribes vitamins for you? What has he done for me? Not a nil. A big fat goose egg, that's what.
He comes whenever you call. He's very interested in your condition.
Very interested. Oh, isn't that nice? I'm dying and he gives her vitamins.
Sit up. I'll turn on the vaporizer.
Never mind. Go on, get out of here. Leave me to die in peace.
All right, Walter. What? I meant I'll let you alone so you can take a little nap. Then maybe you'll feel better.
I can't nap. Why does a man have to die anyway?
I'm sure you're not dying.
Oh, are you? I asked you a question, Ethel. Why does a man have to die?
I don't know, Walter.
The world goes on for millions and millions of years, and how long is a man's life? This much, a pinch, a drop, a microscopic fragment. Why can't a man live 500 years or 1,000 years? Why does he have to die almost the moment he's born?
I told you I don't know, dear.
No, you wouldn't. Go on. Get out of here.
Yes, dear.
I have to take my own pulse. Give myself a checkup. A doctor couldn't care less. My sinuses. It's moved from my chest to my sinuses. After that, it'll be my brain, and then poof. As if I never existed at all. What's the point?
The point, indeed.
It's a crime for a man to live such a short span of years. A crime. What I wouldn't give to live a decent number of years. 200, 300.
Why not 500 or 600?
Yes. Why not? Or 1,000. What a miserable thing to contemplate. A handful of years and then eternity in a casket down under the ground. The dark, cold ground.
With worms yet?
Of course, with worms. And bacteria in the soil, and all manner of filth and decomposition, toxic waste. Who are you?
Cadwallader's the name. And immortality's my game.
Your name is what?
Cadwallader. At least that's the one I'm using this month. Rolls off the tongue, don't you think?
How did you get into my bedroom?
Let me see. Through the mirror? That would be a nice touch. Or through the walls? Too prosaic.
Look here,
The truth is, I've never been gone. I've been in here for some time.
I must have a fever. I'm hallucinating.
Not at all. I've merely chosen to reveal myself in order to tell you that I subscribe wholly to your views, Mr. Bedecker. I mean, wholly.
Delighted to hear it.
I'll be brief, Mr. Bedecker. You look like a man with a nose for a bargain. I'd like to make a proposition to you.
What kind of proposition?
Each of us has something the other wants. And that seems a relatively solid basis for a bargain.
Do we?
Indeed.
What in the world do you have that I could possibly want?
Oh, many things, Mr. Bedecker. You'd be surprised. Many things. Varied and delightful.
Now, what do I have that could remotely interest you?
Actually, a minor item.
Minor?
Extremely.
Are you sure?
Smaller than minor. Insignificant.
Of no importance whatsoever?
Absolutely none.
Microscopic?
Teensy-weensy.
What did you say your name was?
What's in a name, Mr. Bedecker? Just a question of semantics, after all. Language, a stretch of words. For example, what is it you want? Can you put it into words?
I think you already know.
You want an extended lifespan.
Doesn't everyone?
A few hundred years to play around with. Some people would call it immortality of a sort. But why give it that kind of description? Why make it sound so imposing?
What would you call it then?
Let's call it Let's call it some additional free time. After all, what are a few hundred years in the grand scheme? Or a few thousand?
A few thousand?
Or 5,000? Or 10,000? What's the difference? The world will go on ad infinitum, so what's a few thousand years more or less, give or take, add or subtract?
And this little item I'm to give you in exchange, or what do we call that?
What do we call it? That's a linguistic conundrum. We could call it a little piece of your makeup, a little crumb off the crust of your, structure, a fragment of an atom, so to speak, from your being. Or
a soul.
Or whatever. After all, what is it? And when you're gone, thousands of years hence, what will you need it for, practically speaking? Yes?
You're the devil.
What's in a name? I'm at your service.
Good Lord.
How about it, Mr. Bedecker? Why not?
That must be a good reason. There must be.
You'd deed me over your so-called soul, and I'd give you immortality, life everlasting, or as long as you want it to be everlasting, and indestructibility, Mr. Bedecker, complete and total indestructibility. Nothing can hurt you ever. Now that part's fun, let me tell you.
Nothing can hurt me? And I live forever?
Why not? Certainly. Forever. Again, Mr. Bedecker, just terms. And everything's relative. For you, it's forever. For me, it's a walk around the block. But we're both satisfied. Think about it.
Oh, I am. I am thinking about it.
To be without fear of dying. To be indestructible. Invincible. Not to have to worry about disease, accidents, pestilence, war, famine, anything. Governments and institutions disintegrate. People perish. But Walter Bedecker goes on and on.
Walter Bedecker goes on and on.
The ultimate dream, is it not?
Mr. Cadwallader, about this soul, you say I won't miss it.
You'll never know it's gone.
And you say I'll go on and on, quite unable to succumb?
Quite.
No tricks, no hidden clauses. I'll just live as long as I want to live. Is that it?
That's it. That's precisely it.
How about my appearance?
I'm afraid I can't do much about that. Oh, I see what you mean. You should look pretty much the same.
But in 500 years, I don't want to look like any dried-up old prune.
Oh, Mr. Bedecker, you drive a mean bargain. A most difficult bargain. But you'll find me a cooperative, man. All right, you win. We'll throw that into the bargain.
Say it.
Whatever aging takes place in your features will be more or less imperceptible.
Mr. Cadwallader, I believe we're close to making a deal.
Mr. Bedecker, you'll never regret this. Not to your dying day.
Hey?
Which by rights should not be for several thousand years.
You'd better say that.
There is something.
Aha! 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 Now it comes out.
For your benefit, I assure you.
Where did you get that?
The contract. Oh, one always seems to turn up when it's needed. Let's see. Article 93, right here.
What about it?
It's in the nature of an escape clause.
Read it to me.
Your escape clause. Whereas the party of the first part, upon due notification of the party of the second part, and so on and so forth.
Go on, I want to hear it.
Well, I'll just give it to you thumbnail. It's simply that if you get tired of living, Mr. Bedecker, you can exercise the clause by calling on me and requesting your...
My what?
Oh, there goes the embarrassing terminology again. Shall we say, your demise? At which point I will personally see to it that you are given a rapid and uncomplicated, how to put it, departure?
I can assure you, Mr. Cadwallader, that I'm not the sort of man to kill the goose that lays the golden egg.
I'm much relieved to hear that.
When you talk immortality to me, brother, I mean immortality.
Indubitably.
You're going to have a long, long wait.
Mr. Bedecker, nothing will please me more.
And I think we've got...
Yes?
A deal.
No further qualifications?
None that I can think of.
No ifs, ands, or buts?
None whatsoever.
Absolutely?
Positively.
Done.
Oh, no fires in here, please.
Only a small one to heat up my seal. My cartouche, as it were.
Do I get a copy?
This is your copy.
Where's yours?
Already on file. In a very safe place.
If you say so.
You sure keep it hot in here.
Mm-hmm. Quirk of mine. I think the wording seems to be in order. Cadwallader, where did you go?
Walter, did you call for me?
What? Oh, no. I was only...
Only what, dear?
Talking to myself.
You were?
Not that I make a habit of it, mind you.
What are those papers?
Nothing. I was just looking over my life insurance policy.
Whatever for?
To be sure you're protected if anything should happen. Ever, to me, that is.
Don't be silly. Your health's going to improve.
It's already improved. Hit me.
What?
Hit me. As hard as you can. In the stomach. Or anywhere else you like. Anywhere at all.
But why?
I want you to see how strong I am. Strong as a bull.
As a bull, dear?
And as indestructible. 10 bulls, 100.
Walter, you're not yourself. Come sit with me in the other room. It's warmer there. The radiator's going full force.
Is it?
See for yourself.
Yes, I think I will. Watch this.
What are you doing? Don't touch it.
See what I mean?
Walter, your hands are burning.
No, they're not. That's just it, Ethel. They're smoking, yes, but they're not burned at all.
I'll get some bandages.
Sit down. Where do you keep my pills?
Which ones?
All of them, every last one.
Over here on the tray.
Give it to me.
What are you doing? Walter, the window, don't throw them out. I beg you, all your medication.
Why not? What's the difference now, my dear? I'd like to introduce you to someone.
What are you talking about?
Meet the new Walter Bedecker.
Get your paper! Boy rescued from well, lives to tell about it. All the latest news, right here.
Let me see that.
Sure, mister. 2 bits.
A little boy, huh?
Yeah, the one that fell in the hole. They got him out alive. Ain't that something?
It's something, all right. A 10-year-old boy, and he's on the front page of every newspaper.
He was down there for 18 hours. Can you believe it? And everybody thought he was a goner. It's amazing is what it is.
Of all the news stories in the world, this little nobody makes the headlines. You think that's amazing? Wait right here. I'll show you amazing.
Hey, where you going, mister? You owe me 25 cents.
Watch this!
Watch where you're going!
Excuse me?
Hey, buddy!
I must get to the corner.
Some people are so rude.
I don't want to miss the crosstown.
Wait your turn, do you mind?
Look out!
Get back on the curb, there's a bus coming.
That man, stop!
I couldn't stop. He ran right out in front of the bus.
I saw the whole thing.
That guy must be blind.
Somebody call an ambulance.
Look, he's getting up.
Hey, pal, how'd you do that?
Do what?
Are you okay?
Of course I am, you idiot.
I can't believe it. I didn't even see you.
Is there a photographer in the crowd by any chance?
You better lay down. The ambulance is coming.
Why would I want to go to a hospital? There's nothing wrong with me. Not a thing. Just your tire tracks on the front of my suit.
Just the same, take it easy. Get some x-rays and I'll fill out an accident report.
Don't bother. Just contact your claims adjuster. The name's Bedecker. Can you remember that? Walter Bedecker.
It don't make sense. I could have sworn I ran over you.
Oh, you did?
Then how come you can walk?
Like they used to say, You ain't seen nothing yet.
One survivor, Walter Bedecker. By now, these words should be familiar. You've heard them before on the Eyeball News, and if the past is any indication, you'll hear them again and again. It started when he was hit by a bus, then a car, and finally a subway train, but that wasn't enough for Walter Bedecker, the man whose luck never runs out. After an explosion at a construction site, what else could happen? Last week's plane crash killed 23 people, but not Mr. Bedecker. He's certified as the unluckiest man alive and the most indestructible.
Is that you, Walter?
He's all right, ma'am. Aren't you, Mr. Bedecker? You're all right.
When you didn't come home, I was worried.
This is my wife. Wait in the other room, dear.
Are you sure? I can make you some hot tea. And your friend?
He's no friend. He's a claims adjuster. In the other room, Ethel. Now.
Yes, dear.
You want to sign this now, Mr. Bedecker?
$5,000, is that all? For falling down an elevator shaft?
Well, considering that you're not even scratched, Mr. Bedecker, I think the company's being very fair.
Just keep your mouth shut, will you? I'll sign it just to be done with you. And can I expect the check by tomorrow?
Well, first thing in the morning, by special messenger. Just sign here.
Waives all claims. Receipt of sum. Indemnifies company. All right.
Very good, sir. Very, very good. I'll show myself out. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Jack.
What are you... Oh, you too?
Yeah, the subway accident.
Elevator shaft here.
Right.
You out. You in.
So long, Steve.
Yeah, see you, Jack.
You have my check, I presume?
$10,000, Mr. Bedecker, if you'll sign right here for it.
If you insist. "14 accidents.
More than anyone should have to bear.
Now, wouldn't you think that there would be an element of thrill in 14 accidents?
I'd appreciate it if you'd step away from the window, Walter. It's open, you know.
14 accidents in which you know nothing can happen to you?
I guess so, dear.
Well, it's a fact. There should be an excitement to this sort of thing. Well, there isn't. It's dull. It's absolutely without the remotest bit of excitement. In short, I'm bored stiff with it.
Walter, dear, you should count your blessings. After all, there is the money.
And you should shut your mouth. You look for all the world like a small gray mouse waiting for a piece of cheese.
Walter, you can be so terribly cruel.
Ethel, please. I'm thinking. I swear he's cheated me somehow. I don't know exactly how.
What are you talking about? Who?
Mortal schmortal. What's the good of it when there aren't any more kicks? Any more thrills? Anything to let a man know he's alive.
Walter, do you feel all right?
At least when I was concerned about my health, there was an element of risk, of danger. I mean, of course. That's it.
What is?
Iodine.
Iodine?
Have we got any?
What for? Did you cut yourself?
Do we?
I suppose in the medicine cabinet.
Get it.
Now?
And rubbing alcohol. And ammonia.
Walter?
I'll get it. You find me a drinking glass. A large one.
There's one right there.
I'll mix them all together like so. And stir them up.
Wait!
And drink it. Oh.
Sit down. I'll call the doctor.
You see? What I just drank should kill a dozen men. To me, it tastes like lemonade.
Walter.
Yes?
What's this all about?
You really want to know? All right, I'll tell you. In a word, I am immortal.
Walter, don't joke like that.
It's true. I made a pact with a guy named Cadwallader, who's given me immortality and indestructibility in exchange for my soul.
Your soul?
More succinctly than that, I couldn't put it.
Why don't you sit down? I'll make some tea and then we'll call the doctor.
You will not make tea and you will not call the doctor.
Why not?
If you had any imagination at all, you could tell me what there is I might do to get a little excitement out of it all. I've been in subway crashes, bus accidents, major fires, disasters, one after another, and now I even drank poison. Nothing. You know what I've been thinking? I've been thinking I'll go up on the roof and I'll throw myself down the light well. Smack dab through the light well, 14 stories down, just for the sheer experience of it.
Oh, Walter, darling, please.
Ethel, darling, shut your mouth and get out of my way, please.
Please, Walter, please, darling.
Ethel, go drown in a tub and leave me alone. I'm going headfirst down the light well. Get out of my way.
Walter, no.
Will you get out of... Ethel, be careful or you'll trip. Ethel! I wonder what that felt like. Operator, get me the police, please. Immediately, it's an emergency. Hello? Is this a police station? This is Walter Bedecker, 11 North 7th Street. That's right. Apartment 14B. Will you please come over here right away? No trouble. I just killed my wife. That's right. Yes, I'll stay right here. Goodbye. Now, this is going to be an experience.
Hey, Bedecker, you got a visitor.
Cooper, the legal beagle.
Right in here, Mr. Cooper. No longer than 15 minutes, please.
How are you holding up?
As well as can be expected. Prisons are boring places, you know. Very, very boring. And you?
How am I? I'm miserable, Mr. Bedecker, and I've been miserable since I took your case. I've had tough clients before, but nobody like you.
Really? What disturbs you?
What disturbs me is that for 5 days in that courtroom, you've acted like a man desperate to get himself convicted.
Oh, whatever would make you think that?
When the prosecuting attorney cross-examines you, you act like you're betting on him to win the case.
The truth will out.
Now look, Bedecker, tomorrow's the last day of the trial. There'll be the summing up and it'll go to the jury. And as things stand now, you don't have a chance in hell.
That a fact?
That is a fact. Now, tomorrow, this is what I want us to do.
Cooper, do me a favor, will you? Put it away.
How's that?
Bedecker, didn't you get what I was trying to tell you? You're about 12 hours away from a guilty verdict on charge of first-degree murder. Oh, what will the penalty be?
The penalty in this state for first-degree murder is death in the electric chair.
Death in the electric chair.
Bedecker!
And if I were in California?
What?
How would they try to kill me if I lived in California?
Capital punishment there is the gas chamber, but I don't see...
And in Kansas?
In Kansas, it's hanging, but I'm gonna tell you something, Bedecker.
No, Mr. Cooper, I'm gonna tell you something. The only thing they'll get for their troubles if they try to electrocute me is a high electricity bill. Good night, Mr. Cooper. See you in court.
Guard!
I don't know, Bedecker. I just don't understand you. The psychiatrist says you're sane, and you say you killed your wife. But way down deep, I know you didn't. So tomorrow, when I sum up for you, I'm gonna lead from a terrible position, a position of weakness. But I'll do the best I can.
Mr. Cooper, really, don't bother.
Mr. Bedecker, you've been tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before the court pronounces sentence upon you?
What? Oh, I don't have anything to say, Your Honor. Not a thing.
Then the court sentences you to imprisonment in the state penitentiary for the rest of your natural life.
I knew we could do it, Bedecker. I knew we could get you off without the death penalty. If I do say so myself, I gave that summation everything I had.
Wait a minute. Does this mean that...
It means that you're not going to the electric chair. You've been given life instead. You're a very fortunate man, Mr. Bedecker.
Life? Did you say life imprisonment?
We need help here. My client's fainted.
Here's your last meal.
My last?
With us. You're going to the penitentiary tomorrow morning.
The penitentiary. For life.
Look at it this way, Mr. Bedecker. What's life? 40, 45 years? You can do that standing on your head.
Life.
That's all. 45 years. Maybe not even that much.
After all, what are a few hundred years in the grand scheme? Or a few thousand? Or 5,000? Or 10,000?
No!
Mr. Bedecker.
Yes?
About the escape clause. Care to utilize it now?
Yes.
That's a wise man. Odd thing, Mr. Bedecker. You look like someone having a heart attack. Exactly. Like a man having a heart attack.
Bedecker! You all right? No pulse. Must have been his heart. He's dead. Poor devil.
There's a saying, every man is put on earth condemned to die, time and method of execution unknown. And perhaps this is as it should be. Case in point, Walter Bedecker, lately deceased. A little man with such a yen to live that he was beaten by the devil, by his own deadly boredom, and by his place in the scheme of things, including his position, such as it is, or was, in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Escape Clause, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Peggy Roeder, Rich Kominick, Doug James, Turk Muller, Guy Burrill, Heath Corson, Larissa Borkowski, Natalia Reed, Peter DeVito, John Starr, Carl Amari, Paul Patch, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
No double parking. Move it, son.
Yes, I heard you.
I said move it.
Oh, but you see, I'm not double parked, not at all.
Then what are you doing? That's a yellow zone, ain't it?
So it is. But I won't be a moment. I just have to use the payphone. That one right there on the corner. All right, officer?
Loading and unloading only.
One call. That's it. I've been driving up and down for blocks. 10 blocks, to be exact, in search of a phone.
And there's phone booths all over the place.
Yeah, and they're all out of order.
Hard to believe.
I know. In a city like this?
Ain't my problem.
No, but it's mine. I have a call to make, a very important call.
Why don't you go home? You got a phone, don't you?
Of course I do, but it can't wait. Layla might go out for the evening, and I gotta catch her first and tell her, ask her if it would be all right to...
I'll give you 10 minutes. That's it. Or you get towed. You don't want that to happen, do you?
Oh, no, not at all.
$87 plus the ticket. Take my advice. Find a parking space.
I tried that, but there aren't any. 2 minutes. You'll see. I'll be right back.
Go on around. Keep it moving.
Oh, there. Come on.
I'm sorry, but all circuits are temporarily busy. Please try again later. I'm sorry, but all circuits are temporarily...
What is going on? Layla. Oh, baby, I'm trying to get through. Don't you know that? Can't you tell, darling? It's Roger. Roger, I need you tonight. Oh, Layla.
Mr. Roger Shackelforth, age, youthful 20s. Occupation, being in love, full-time. Not just in love, but madly, passionately, illogically, miserably, all-consumingly obsessed with a young woman who has a vague recollection of his face, and even less than a passing interest. In a moment, however, you'll see a switch in attitude, because Mr. Roger Shackelforth, the young gentleman in question, will take a short but very meaningful journey into a calling area known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, The Chaser, starring Stephen Tobolowsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
More coffee, Jenny.
No thanks, Margie. Well, maybe just a smidge or it'll keep me up.
Miss, can I use your...
All the way in the back.
No, not that. The telephone. Do you have a public telephone?
Sure do, on the wall.
Good, I'll need some change. Here.
Better get in line, though.
What?
The young man's been at it for... I don't know how long.
Man, are my dogs killing me.
Tell me about it.
Back of the line, pal. This is madness.
Yeah, they call it New York.
It's becoming impossible to make a call anywhere in the city.
You can say that again.
Thank you. This is an outrage.
Watch your blood pressure, honey.
Look, he's making another call.
Same number over and over. I tell you, he won't give up.
Doesn't even talk, just dials.
Maybe he's got a dialect. Gonna have to soak his finger in Epsom salts.
Oh, I simply can't stand this. I must use the phone.
Well, la-di-da. Who are you, Mr. High and Mighty?
I have a business appointment and I'm late. Stand aside.
Oh, no. We're all in this together.
Look, I'll buy your place in line. $1 to get in front of you.
$1? Are you kidding?
All right, $5.
Well, since you put it that way.
How about you?
Got another $5 on you?
Certainly. Who's next?
Don't look at me.
But I am looking at you. Have you ever made $5 so easily?
That ain't the point. I should first pay the same as place and show.
How much do you want?
Nothing less than a sawbuck.
10! That's...
Then take your business elsewhere. I don't come cheap.
I can see that. Here we are.
After you, sweetie.
Time, young man. I've had quite enough.
Hello?
Hello? Layla? Darling?
Who's this?
It's Roger.
Oh. Hello, Roger. What is it?
I was just wondering.
Uh-huh.
I happen to be in the neighborhood. May I come to see you?
No, I can't.
But, darling...
It's out of the question.
Why?
I couldn't bear to see anybody tonight. I'm such a mess.
Oh, Layla, you can never be a mess. Listen, darling, I have to see you.
Roger, it's impossible.
But I must see you. Fiercely must. I love you.
I can't hear you. We must have had a bad connection. I'll have to hang up.
But, Layla...
Roger, you've got to stop this. You're acting like a baby. I can't see you now, and that's that.
Well, then, talk to me.
What do we have to talk about?
I don't know. Say something. Say anything. Just let me keep hearing the sound of your voice.
All right, Roger. I'll say something. Why don't you take a fly and jump at the moon?
Layla!
Now then, you finished, have you?
No. She hung up on me. It's a misunderstanding. Or she's sore. I better call back and make sure everything's okay.
No, please. I have an emergency.
So have I.
It won't do any good to call. Take my word for it.
How do you know?
I understand. I heard it all. You can't do it over the telephone.
Will you stop pushing me?
If he won't, I will.
Yeah.
Me too. Time.
But...
Here, take this card. It'll solve your problem.
What are you...
Take it. Go and see this man right now. Believe me, there's no other way I know. Go and see this man at this address, and he'll help you, guaranteed.
But I don't even know where that is.
Not far, just a few blocks. Give it a try. You'll see it works. All your problems will be solved before the night is over. Hurry now. Thank you. Operator, I got an emergency.
Have a nice night now here.
Hey! Where's my car? Number 182022. This must be it. Pretty dark. Can't see a doorbell. Ugh, some door. Didn't even touch it.
All right, I see you there. Stop skulking around.
I wasn't skulking. I just didn't know if...
Common disease, not knowing if. Well, don't just stand there. Sit down.
Okay, where?
Try that pile of books.
Oh, you sure do have a lot of them. I never saw so many before. Is this a library?
You might say that. A private one.
Have you read all these?
Some of them. The others are for reference. You never know what people will need.
No, sir.
Do I know you?
A man gave me your card. It says, Professor A. D-A-E-M-O-N. How do you pronounce that? Damon?
If you prefer.
And this address. I guess I'm in the right place?
Oh, then you haven't come for a bottle of the glove cleaner.
Glove cleaner? No. As a matter of fact...
Perhaps another time.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You keep saying that. Come to the point.
Well, the point is, I don't know why I came at all. You see, the man who gave me your card was a complete stranger.
Oh, yes. Satisfied former customer, most likely.
But I don't know why he gave it to me. I was standing there in the restaurant trying to make a call when...
I know why you're here. You want what I've got.
But how could I? I don't even know what you've got.
A little bit of everything. Name your poison. Ointments, salves, powders, sovereign remedies, nectars, lotus blossoms, toxins, tonics, antitoxins, decoctions, concoctions, and potions. All guaranteed.
Oh, well, I don't need anything like that.
Well, don't be hasty. You're here, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't need any medicine.
Son, you just might. You look feverish.
Oh, that. It's sort of, nothing really.
Nothing I don't supply. Something is my specialty, and anything is what you'll get here. You're ambitious, is that it? You want success, money, like Midas, the world at your feet?
No, it's not that at all.
Power. You want power.
You don't understand. All I want is Layla.
Layla?
Yes. Oh, if I had Layla, I could do all the rest myself.
Layla? I might have known. I offer him practically anything, and all he wants is Layla.
I guess there's nothing you can do about that.
That is the simplest of all, the elementary parlor trick of my science. You disappoint me.
No, you still don't understand. You see, I am in love with someone named Layla, but she's not in love with me, and I don't know why I'm telling you this.
I do. I can arrange it so she'll love you.
How?
I promise you, she'll never leave your side. When she isn't telling you she loves you, she'll be gazing at your loving face. She won't even eat before you do, and nothing will be too much for you to ask of her.
Really?
She'll worship you. She'll beg for kisses and weep for joy at your touch. And if in passing time you should perhaps look at another girl, or even do a little more than look, she'll feel hurt, but she'll forgive you and love you just the same. Frankly, you'd get the same shake from a Cocker Spaniel.
Oh, but that's wonderful. That's all in the world I want, my Layla's love.
Is Layla's love. I should have known. Now, where did I put that bottle? If it isn't his Layla's love, it's his Dorothy's love, or his Rhea's love, or his Gwen's love.
You keep it up there, on the bookshelves?
Away from prying eyes. Tell me one last time. Are you sure you wouldn't be interested in the glove cleaner, as I call it?
What is it?
Well, there are many names for it, including the Eradicator. But glove cleaner is a nice, nondescriptive title. Clean, colorless, tasteless, unidentifiable, and sure.
I'm not very interested in glove cleaners.
Why not? It's easy, it's swift, it leaves no trace. It's perfect for its purpose.
You're not making sense.
Why, boy, that's all I make. Which is why I'm such a lonely man. You're absolutely sure you don't want to try the glove cleaner. It is very expensive. Perhaps you can't afford it. For instance, this little bottle costs $1,000.
$1,000? Are all your prices like that?
Some are, some aren't.
What about the other one? The one that will make Layla love me?
Oh, that's only $1.
$1?
Love potions are my cheapest items, and they're overpriced at that.
$1 for my Layla's love? It won't hurt her.
If anybody gets hurt, it'll be you, but I don't expect you to believe me.
How do I use it?
Put it in anything. A drink, tea, soup, coffee, water, anything at all. Makes no difference. You'll get exactly what you claim to want.
Professor, you got a deal. I really don't believe any of this, but I'll try it. I'll try anything. What do I have to lose? If it works, I'll be
the happiest man in the world.
Yes?
You're open.
So it would appear.
Lucky to find a flower shop open this late.
May I help you?
I certainly hope so.
And the occasion?
What?
What is the event, sir? A prom, perhaps, or something along more somber lines?
Somber?
An injury, a lingering illness, leading to a departure. Dare I say, an interment?
Oh, no. Nothing like that.
Alas.
A celebration!
Ah, and what, may I ask, are we celebrating this evening?
You may ask, and I'll tell you. We are celebrating fulfillment, contentment, consummation.
Ah, the reading of a will.
No. It's much more than that. A life sentence in the arms of my love without the possibility of parole.
My condolences. We have some lovely wreaths.
Don't you understand? I'm talking about true love. The kind you want to shout from the rooftops. Sparks, fireworks.
A boutonniere.
No, something more.
A wrist corsage, then, or a tasteful nosegay.
What is the biggest thing you have?
In what respect?
I know. A rose, by any other name. Color. How about blue?
Yellow.
Green?
Pink.
Red?
White.
Soul. For purity.
An excellent choice, I'm sure. 1 dozen long-stemmed white roses. Will there be anything else?
No. Yes. Champagne. And 2 glasses. Long stems on those, too.
I'm afraid you'll have to visit your local vintner for those accessories. My sympathies to the blushing bride.
Who could that be? Yes?
Layla, it's me.
Roger, I told you I was busy tonight.
Busy? How busy can you be in a dressing gown?
I'm just about to put on my dress. Call me.
When?
Tomorrow.
Just a minute, just a little minute. Flowers, see? And champagne.
That's very nice, Roger. Thank you. Now, if you'll just run along.
I couldn't have lasted the evening without seeing you, Layla.
I'm sure that's not true.
You don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love anybody so much, so desperately.
No, I suppose I don't.
It's good champagne. Just enough for the 2 of us. Now, that's not asking much, is it? All you have to do is give me 5 minutes for 1 drink.
Roger, you are acting like a clod. A silly, stupid, sophomoric clod.
I love you.
Stop saying that.
But you don't know what I went through to get here. My car was towed. I've been walking for the past hour. How can you be so cruel?
All right, 1 drink. 5 minutes, and then you go.
You won't regret it. Layla?
Not so fast. I've got to put on my dress.
Why? You look like an angel.
I know, but wait here.
Ha-ha! It's like a new millennium. Don't be too long, darling. Just long enough to prepare one very special glass of champagne for you.
Well, let's get this over with.
Wait, this one's yours.
What's the difference?
There's a little more in this one.
If you say so.
To us, darling.
Well, time's up.
Not so soon.
Thank you very much for the drink and the flowers.
Be sure to put them in water. Would you like me to do it for you?
Goodbye, Roger.
Excellent champagne, wasn't it?
It'll pass.
Very good year. No aftertaste.
I suppose so. What are you looking at me like that for?
In case it's my last look.
All right, you've had it. The show's over.
One last little kiss.
Don't press your luck.
But Layla...
Roger, please, let's not prolong this. I haven't the time.
All I'm asking is...
Please go. Now. Look, I don't love you. I don't want you here. I don't even like you at the moment. Now go, please.
If you're sure that's what you want.
You looked like a whipped dog. Oh, here. That's the best I can do. And it took all my strength.
Thank you, I guess.
Oh.
What is it?
I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm feeling a bit peculiar.
You are?
Roger, wait a minute. Perhaps I am being cruel. I don't mean to be.
I understand.
Do you? I'm sure I can do better than that. Let me make it a little nicer.
If that's what you want. That was definitely an improvement.
What's happening? What is happening to me?
Who cares? Come here, baby.
Oh, Roger. Can I get you anything, darling?
No.
Are you sure?
Quite sure.
Is the music too loud?
No, it's fine.
Let me turn it up for you.
It's fine, I said.
What are you doing?
Reading.
Oh. Is it a good book?
Great.
Because if it isn't, I can get you another one.
Layla, would you sit down, please?
Of course, darling, if you want me to. Here?
Oh, I meant somewhere else.
All right, my love, if that's your wish. I'm sorry if it bothers you. It's just that I love to kneel at your feet.
Well, kneel in a chair.
Okay. Which one, darling?
Anyone. Doesn't matter.
Darling?
Yes?
Do you want your slippers now?
No, thank you.
Are you sure? I got them especially for you. They're the best the store had.
They make my feet hot.
Oh, well, if your feet are hot now, I could soak my hands in ice water and then caress them. That might feel good. Do you think so?
No, my feet are fine.
You have the most beautiful feet, like a dancer. I've never seen a more perfect instep. Would you like to prop them up on something?
I'm fine.
I know. Do you want to smoke your pipe?
I don't think so.
Why not?
It burns my tongue.
I'd be happy to break it in for you. I could smoke it all day while you're at the office, and then when you come home...
Thanks, Layla, but no thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. I'll get you a cigarette.
Don't worry about it.
I should have put fresh cigarettes in the box by your chair. Here, I'll light one for you. Am I doing it right?
Fine.
Would you like me to rub your back, darling?
You just finished rubbing my back.
I know. It's just that I adore touching you, and I'd be glad to rub it again.
Maybe later.
Am I disturbing your reading?
No.
Did I disturb you by asking if I was disturbing you?
No, dearest, not at all.
Oh, Roger, I love you so much. I'm so happy you're you. You're just perfect. I love to say I love you. I love to love you.
I gotta get out of here.
You do?
I have an appointment.
You do?
Almost forgot. Hand me my jacket.
Of course, here. I'm sorry I didn't press it for you. Will you be long?
I don't know.
You don't?
I may be late.
Would you like me to go too?
No. No, won't be that late. Why don't you stay here and hug my pillow or something?
Is anything wrong, Roger, darling?
No, dearest. It's just I got an appointment and I'm late and I need a little air.
While you're gone, my love will grow and grow. And when you get back, do you know what will happen when you get back? I promise you that... I promise you that when you get back, I'll make you the happiest man in the world.
There you go, buddy.
Thanks.
It's too bad it's not a happy hour. You're running up quite a tab.
Happy hour. Haven't had one of those in 6 months.
Let me guess. Your old lady?
That's just it. She's not old. She's young and beautiful. Perfect face, perfect figure.
What's to complain about?
I don't have any complaints, except that she's too perfect.
Huh?
Waits on me hand and foot, sees to my every need, ready to drain off my tension at a moment's notice.
Nice work if you can get it. Hey, take my advice.
What's that?
Sit back and enjoy it. Ain't everybody's got what you got. Guys would kill for that.
Luck had nothing to do with it.
How do you mean? What, you make a deal with the devil or something?
Sometimes I wonder. That's it. Maybe I did. Maybe I did after all.
Where is this guy so I can make a deal myself?
Here's a piece of advice for you. If anybody says he's got the solution to your problem, tell him to get lost. Keep the change.
Thanks, buddy. See you next time.
I doubt it. With any luck, there won't be a next time.
Have a nice night now here.
I will, Margie. You take care.
Excuse me.
Be just a minute, sir. There's room at the counter.
Hello?
Yes?
You remember me, don't you?
Can't say that I do.
You must. I was here once before, tying up the phone, caused quite a scene, I'm afraid. People lined up out the door.
When was this?
6 months ago, exactly.
You don't say. Been in here much since then?
Not once.
I didn't think so.
I was desperate to make a call, you see. I kept standing at the payphone, dialing over and over again, and everyone got terribly irritated.
Happens sometimes, but I can't say I remember you.
Listen, there was a man here that night, middle-aged, carrying an overcoat and a package. He said he was late for a meeting uptown. He bought his way to the front of the line, and when I finally left, he gave me some advice. Handed me his business card, this one right here.
What's this now?
So he told me to go to the address on the card, said it would solve my problem.
I don't know anything about that.
That's fine. What I want to know is, do you remember the man? Is he a regular customer? Because if he is, I have to find him and ask him what happened to his problem and what he knows about the address on this card. Anything at all.
Sorry, mister. I can't help you. People come and go all the time. Could have been anyone.
Then at least keep the card. And if you ever see a man trying to give out one like it, grab it, tear it up. You can't imagine how much grief you'll save some poor soul. Here, number 22. Yep, same as before. Now the second set of doors. Here we go. Hi there, Professor.
Yes, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. If not later, then sooner.
So you remember me?
I never forget a face.
I rather thought you'd like to hear how things turned out.
Oh, I know how things turned out.
That potion really works.
Why am I not surprised?
Well, how are things with you?
Things haven't changed with me in years.
Pretty ugly situation we got.
What situation is that?
In the world, I mean, with China.
You don't look so good either.
Me? Oh, I'm just as you would expect.
That's what I thought.
I just dropped by to tell you.
I'm glad to hear it. Is this what you're looking for?
That's the bottle of the glove cleaner?
Mm-hmm.
You sell much of that stuff?
Now and again.
What's in it?
See for yourself. No color, no odor, nothing that leaves a trace, no way to detect its presence.
And it's sure.
Guaranteed. It's what you came for, isn't it?
Me? No. Not at all. How much did you say?
$1,000.
And it's painless.
Of course, it's perfect for its purpose. The only thing of its kind in the world.
Interesting.
She loves you as I said she would, doesn't she? A constant love, and nothing you can do to her will change it.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
She worships and adores you and hangs on your every syllable.
To put it bluntly, yes.
The price is non-negotiable, I'm afraid.
Professor, I don't know what else to do. I'm going out of my ever-loving mind.
I'm sure you are.
I can't stand it anymore.
It's only natural.
I never imagined there was such a thing as being loved too much.
Well, you wouldn't.
Isn't there an alternative? Some way we could just quiet it down a little.
If there were, I'd be out of business.
You must have a potion that will transfer a little of her love to someone else. Like a nice little teacup chihuahua, for instance, a Labrador retriever, St. Bernard.
Not a chance. She's all yours.
But she's so nice to me. So very good, night and day.
The glove cleaner is the only way. I'll put it back.
I can't do that. There must be another way.
This is the only way.
You don't know what it's like. All the time. Love, love, love. It's enough to give you diabetes.
I do know. How do you think I came to invent the glove cleaner?
But $1,000, that's all my savings.
It's always that way.
No trace. Absolutely undetectable.
I take checks and credit cards.
All right. Made out to...
cash. One thing I must caution you about.
What's that?
Use it immediately. Do you hear me? Immediately. It's imperative, and you must use it all.
Why? Will it spoil?
No, but you will. Once you delay, you're lost. Believe me, if you fail the first time you try to use it, you'll never have the courage to try again. Never.
Goodbye, Professor.
Farewell. It never changes. First the stimulant, then the chaser.
My darling.
Hello, Layla. Come on, take the chain off.
Of course I will. Oh, Roger, I'm so glad to see you.
I know you are.
Why, look what you've brought me.
Oh, I thought we ought to have a party. Just the two of us. After all, not every couple stays married for 6 whole months.
Roger, what a lovely surprise. You said you might be late, and instead you come back with champagne and flowers. I'll put them in water.
Later. I'll get the glasses. Can't have a party without glasses.
It's just like the first time. Only tonight you don't have to beg to stay.
Why don't you sit over on the couch? I'll open the champagne. Go on.
If that's your wish. Do you want candlelight? It would be so romantic. Let's have candles, all right?
Sure. Candlelight, schmandlelight. Anything you say.
Oh, darling, it's so wonderful being married to you. I've never been so completely happy in my whole life. I live to love you. Only you.
That's nice. I mean, that's nice. Really.
Do you need any help?
No. I'll serve you.
Sweetest, how did you happen to think of champagne?
Oh, I asked myself, what does Layla need? And it came to me like a bolt out of the blue. Here you go.
To us.
To us.
I remember the first time you brought me champagne, how you looked. Your eyes were filled with longing, and you watched me so sadly because you thought it was going to be our last drink. Isn't that what you were thinking?
Right. I remember. Go on, Layla. Drink up.
Lover?
Hmm?
My sweet lover Marshmallow, sit here.
Why not? Go ahead now. Drink up.
I'm not very thirsty.
Good to the last drop.
I'm not sure it's a good idea this time.
Why not?
Sit closer. Careful.
What's this?
What's what?
Between the cushions. Have you taken up knitting? In this book, Dr. Spock?
I've got news for you, my sweet little rabbit.
Rabbit?
I just got word from the doctor.
What are you talking about?
The test came back today, and it's positive. Isn't that wonderful?
You don't mean you're...
Oh, darling, we don't need champagne. We've got each other. All three of us. I suppose I could have just a sip. That won't do any harm.
No, I mean, don't.
Maybe just a little toast to celebrate.
Not now. Give me your glass. I'll pour it out.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I couldn't have done it anyway. I could never have gone through with it.
Think of it, darling. This is only the beginning. We're going to be even happier than we are now. And it'll go on like this for the rest of our lives.
Yes. The rest of our lives.
Mr. Roger Shackleforth, who has discovered at this late date that love can be as sticky as a vat of molasses, as unpalatable as a hunk of spoiled yeast, and as all-consuming as a 6-alarm fire in a canvas tent. Case history of a would-be lover boy who should never have ventured into the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
The Chaser, starring Stephen Tobolowsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Robert Presnell Jr., based on a short story by John Collier. Heard in the cast were Michelle Graff, Roderick Peoples, Joby Cerny, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Carl Amari, Roy Melanzi, Meg Falcon, Jennifer Laterio, Linda Reiter, Peggy Roeder, and Craig Harris. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hold on, Rowdy. We'll make it. There's a fork in the road up ahead. Oh, haven't they heard of signs around here? No, I didn't think so. Well, Rowdy, I've kept it from you long enough. The fact is, we're lost. And you know what else? Take a look at the fuel gauge. Almost empty. Don't whine at me. It isn't my fault. This map is useless. So much for shortcuts. Which way do you think it is, right or left? Okay, left. Hope you know what you're doing. Well, what do you know? I do believe that's a town up ahead. Peaceful Valley, population 981. At least it's got a gas station. Rowdy, you just earned yourself a steak. Hey, anybody here?
How do?
Hi, can you fill it up?
Don't see why not. Convertible, huh? One of those new foreign jobs?
The gas cap's under the license plate.
Oh.
Well, I'll check the oil and water.
Sure enough.
Rowdy, stay.
Pretty empty, huh?
She's running on fumes.
How'd you let that happen?
Oh, I listened to a friend. Told me I could cut 4 hours off the trip if I took the back road. No traffic, nice scenery. If I'd gone the way I know, I'd be in Albuquerque already.
Ah, you mean you're lost?
That's what I mean. Think you could point me toward a highway? A great big highway with signs?
Just go back to the fork and take the other road to Braden. That's about 80 miles. When you get there, ask somebody for a map. I'm fresh out. Shouldn't have any trouble, though.
I shouldn't, but I always do. Here, take it out of this.
Sure thing.
Nice little town you've got here. What's it called?
Peaceful Valley.
Well, it isn't exactly a valley, but it looks peaceful enough. Where's the nearest restaurant?
Down the street. It's closed, though. You'd be better off in Braden.
Yeah, but I'm hungry, and so's my dog. I promised him a steak.
Sorry, we don't have many visitors here.
I can see why.
I'll get your change.
Kitty, stop it.
Rowdy, you take it easy. Rowdy!
1850 out of 20.
Rowdy, come back here.
Leave my kitty alone, you bad dog.
Rowdy. He's just playing.
No, he's not. I'll fix him.
What's that? Rowdy? Hey, where is he? What did you do to my dog?
What dog, mister?
You've seen them. Little towns in the middle of nowhere, off the main roads and highways. You've seen them, and chances are you kept on driving. But have you ever wondered about them? Who lives in these towns? Who are they? What do they do, and why do they stay? Philip Redfield never bothered to ask such questions, and until now he had no reason to stop and find out. If not for his dog, an errant cat, and a little girl with a peculiar electronic device, he might have driven through Peaceful Valley and continued on his way without a second thought. But he can't do that now, because, whether he knows it or not, this particular shortcut has led him off the beaten path and into the capital of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Valley of the Shadow, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, kitty. Let's go in the house.
No, little girl, wait.
Huh?
What did you do to my dog?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you did. Look, I was standing right over there. I saw you.
You leave me alone.
Not until you tell me what you did to my dog. What in the... Rowdy, here! Here, boy! Rowdy, where are you?
Hey, fella, you scared my little girl.
That makes us even. Your little girl scared me.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. I don't know how she did it, but she made my dog disappear.
What?
She pointed something at him about the size of a remote control. She took it out of her pocket, and he vanished into thin air.
Are you feeling all right?
No, I never feel all right when I see a miracle happen. It raises my blood pressure.
Easy now, mister. What kind of dog is he?
A golden retriever.
Let's look around the yard. He's bound to be here somewhere. What's his name?
Rowdy.
Here, Rowdy. Here, dog.
Look, this isn't doing us any good. I told you.
You try over the hedge. I'll go around back. Don't worry. We'll find him. He couldn't just disappear.
That's what I'm trying to tell you he did.
Here, Rowdy.
Rowdy? Rowdy!
Here he is.
Wait, there you are, boy. Good dog. Where were you?
In the back. I guess he must have found another cat to chase.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm sorry I popped off at you. I could have sworn.
It's all right. The way Sissy disappears sometimes? Well, I know how you must have felt. How you doing, boy?
Sissy's your daughter?
Yep.
What was that thing she had, anyway?
What thing?
In her hand, some sort of electronic device. Now, I know I didn't imagine that.
Oh, it must have been her transistor radio.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you. Come on, boy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know anyone would see me.
It's all right, Sissy. It'll be taken care of.
You see all that?
All what?
Never mind. Okay, Rowdy, back in the front seat. Let's get going.
Hey, Braden's the other way.
I know, you told me.
Evans.
I want to talk to Dorn.
He's not here.
Then you better find him. It's important.
What's happened?
We've got an outsider, and he saw something.
There's the restaurant. The sign in the window says, closed, all right. Great. Well, don't worry, Rowdy. I said I'd find you a steak, and I will, somewhere. Wait here. I'm hooking your leash to the steering wheel. Hello? Anybody here? Hello?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in.
Hi. Is the hotel open?
Open? Oh, yes. But we don't have any vacancies.
No? Why is that?
Well, the rooms are all taken.
But all the keys are still hanging on the wall.
Everybody's out.
Is that right? Well, the fact is, I don't want a room. I just wanted a restaurant. Maybe you could make a suggestion.
I'm afraid it's closed.
You mean there's only one restaurant in Peaceful Valley?
Yes, sir.
Then where do you eat?
At home.
And what about your guests? They do eat, don't they?
If you'll excuse me, I have some work to do.
Just a second, miss. Look, my name's Philip Redfield. I'm a newspaper reporter, and if I sound nosy, I guess that's because it's part of my job.
Oh, I see.
You don't mind, do you?
No.
Good. Then just answer one question for me. Look, ever since I pulled into town, people have been trying to get rid of me.
They have?
At least that's the feeling I get. I was just wondering why.
Well, we don't get many outsiders.
So I've heard. Enough to fill the hotel, though.
I really have to go. I think you should too, Mr. Redfield.
All right, I get the hint. Oh, miss.
Yes?
Mind if I take one of your newspapers?
What? Oh, not at all. Please.
Hey, you better get your subscription renewed. This paper's 9 years old. Come on, Rowdy, let's get out of here. So long, Peaceful Valley. Thanks for the memories. You tell him, boy, nothing here for us. Just let me turn around. A few minutes from now, we'll be back in the real world. Oh, it's a good thing they don't fix this road. Might make people want to come here. There's the fork. Don't see any stop sign. Do you, Rowdy? Nope. Me neither. Well, let's punch it. What was that? Rowdy, are you okay? Rowdy? 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 Oh, no. No. It's all my fault, boy. I shouldn't have been going so fast. Breathe. Breathe, please. Oh, Rowdy. Rowdy.
Had an accident, did you?
No, an accident had me. I had the top down. He was thrown out of the front seat. There's no heartbeat.
Let me check. Nope.
I don't believe it. He's dead.
Front end's pretty smashed up. Radiator shot, too.
Doesn't make sense. The road was clear. There wasn't another car for miles.
Maybe it was a rock.
There are no rocks around here.
Can't be too sure.
Yeah, it must have been. Rain washes some big ones into the road every now and then.
If there were, it would still be here.
Could have knocked it off the road.
Come along, Mr. Redfield.
Come where?
We'd better get you to a doctor.
What about my dog?
You have nothing to worry about.
Can you walk okay? Here, lean on me.
Wait a minute. I don't think I want to go back into town. Not your town, anyway.
You need to be examined.
I'm all right, I tell you.
You don't know that. Could be internal injuries.
If anything's wrong with you, it'll be on our conscience forever.
Take it slow.
In here, Mr. Redfield.
This is a doctor's office?
In a way.
Thank you, gentlemen. You can leave now.
If you're not a doctor, what are you?
My name's Dorn. You might say I'm the mayor. And these are my associates. Mr. Evans on my right and Mr. Connolly.
Hello. How do you do?
And how do you feel, Mr. Redfield?
Terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Would it help you to learn that your dog is well?
He's dead.
Oh, no, not at all. Merely stunned. I assure you, he's quite happy.
How do you know?
Mr. Swanson called in. That's the man who helped your dog. He thought you'd be pleased.
I am, if that's true.
You have a suspicious nature, don't you?
I thought I was supposed to see a doctor.
Oh, of course. But you don't really need one, do you? If you did, we'd have one here in no time, believe me.
Then why am I here?
Just to bring us all up to speed, in a manner of speaking. Please, sit down. We'll try not to detain you too long. After all, you can't go anywhere in a wrecked car now, can you?
You got that right.
We'd like to ask you a few questions, if we may. Don't worry, only a few. Mr. Evans, perhaps you'd care to begin.
Mr. Redfield, it's been reported that you saw something, a miracle, I believe you called it, across from the gasoline station. Would you please tell us about this miracle?
Sure. My dog ran after a cat.
What were the details?
That's it.
You're quite certain? Nothing more?
Yes, I'm certain.
Mr. Connolly, your question.
I was simply wondering, Mr. Redfield, why you told the girl at the hotel that people were trying to get rid of you.
What is this, a quiz show? Look, I've got a wrecked car, and I'm already a day late for work.
I assure you, it's being taken care of.
Just a few more questions, if you please. I think you mentioned that you're a newspaper reporter.
So?
A noble calling, but limited. I suppose you have a novel in the planning stages?
Who told you that?
No one. It's a fact, though, that most reporters aspire to be novelists.
I wouldn't know.
Are you married?
No.
Engaged?
No. Listen.
So you came to Peaceful Valley by mistake? No one knows you're here?
Oh, they will. A lot of people are going to know I was here, Mr. Dorn.
Oh, dear.
What's the story on this place, anyway? Rowdy didn't just run after a cat, and I didn't crash into a rock that wasn't there. What did happen?
Come back in an hour, Mr. Redfield. Perhaps then you'll have the answers you seek. I'd like to speak with my associates first.
Where can I find a phone?
There's one at the hotel.
1 hour, then, Mr. Dorn.
Do you think it's wise letting him go like that?
He'll be watched. Well, gentlemen, it's happened.
It had to, eventually.
No, it didn't have to. And it wouldn't have if we'd kept our wits about us. But we didn't. We were complacent, so infernally sure of ourselves.
Dorn.
It's true, Mr. Evans. Would you explain the point of keeping the hotel open and the restaurant closed? Doesn't it seem likely that there would be more inquiries for food than for rooms?
There haven't been either in over 16 years.
You see? Complacency. And I'm as much to blame as anyone. If only the Johnson girl hadn't been so careless. If only Fredericks hadn't behaved suspiciously. If only I hadn't panicked and activated the barrier.
You had to.
There wasn't any choice by then.
So now an innocent young man who's done no one any harm must suffer for our mistakes.
Mr. Redfield.
I was told there's a telephone here.
Well, yes, but
Where is it?
I keep it under the counter.
Uh-huh. A real antique, huh? Figures. How do you get the long-distance operator?
Just ask for her, but...
Hello? Hello? Yes, I'd like to call Albuquerque. Chapel 77205, station to station. That's quite a mare you've got there. Makes a person feel really welcome.
You've spoken with Dorn.
Yeah? All right. Keep trying. My name's Redfield. Well, I see they haven't come back.
Pardon?
Your guests? All the keys are still here.
Oh.
Because there aren't any guests, isn't that right?
You should have left when you had the chance, Mr. Redfield.
I tried to, believe me. But I smashed my car up on a rock that's invisible. Now, how could that be, do you suppose?
I don't know.
Do you have a name, or is that a secret, too?
It's Ellen. Ellen Marshall.
All right now, Ellen. I want you to let me know when my call comes in. It's very important. Will you do that?
Yes. Where will you be?
Well, I'm going to check on my car, and then I'll be in the mayor's office. Still starving to death, probably. Rowdy! How you feeling, boy? I counted you out, you know that?
I gave him some water.
What about the car?
It's pretty banged up. Hood's sprung, and the radiator's punctured.
Yeah, I know. You were supposed to be fixing it.
Nobody told me.
Well, I'm telling you.
Can't do anything unless it's authorized.
It is authorized. $200 extra in cash if you get it fixed by tonight. Consider it a bonus.
It has to be official. Sorry.
You're going to be a whole lot sorrier, I promise.
Mr. Redfield, come in.
I thought you said my car was going to be repaired.
Sit down, please.
I don't want to sit down. I want to know why nothing has been done to my car. Why is it just sitting out there?
Primarily, Mr. Redfield, because you won't be needing it anymore.
No? And why not?
Because you are never going to leave Peaceful Valley.
Is that supposed to be a threat?
You see, Mr. Redfield.
Now, the situation is rather complicated.
While we hold no brief against you personally...
Wait, I think I've got it figured out.
Oh?
Peaceful Valley is an insane asylum, and you're the head lunatics. I'm never going to leave. Who's going to stop me?
We are, if necessary.
There's nothing you can do, Mr. Redfield.
We'll see about that.
Don't do anything foolish.
Please listen to Mr. Evans.
Tell him to get his hands off me.
Come with us.
I said don't touch me.
Mr. Redfield, be reasonable.
You be reasonable. As far as I know, kidnapping is still a crime in this state.
Gentlemen, I implore you. This violence must stop now.
Oh, you've got one of those too, huh? What are you going to do, make me disappear? Don't you
There.
You shouldn't have done that, Dorn. Now he's seen the device up close.
You mustn't bring him back.
I have to.
What did you do? How did I get in this chair?
You were disassembled.
But I was across the room.
Your molecules were transported and reassembled with this.
That's the same thing the little girl used, so what is it?
I'm afraid you wouldn't understand, even if you were a physicist, which you aren't.
Try me.
Let's say it's a device by which we move objects from one location to another. All things are collections of atoms with spaces in between. Even you, Mr. Redfield. And those atoms are in a given mathematical order. This mechanism breaks them up and stores them, then puts them together again in the same order.
That's ridiculous.
Perhaps. But it saves time when you want to move your furniture around.
Dorn.
Yes, Mr. Evans?
Let's get this over with.
What's he talking about?
You smelled a story in this town, Mr. Redfield. And you were right. You turned off onto the road to Peaceful Valley. You saw certain things that defied logic. You became curious. So we had to stop you. And now, I'm sorry to say, we must do worse. Because you have stumbled upon the best-kept secret in the world.
What secret?
Our gift.
Dorn.
Relax, gentlemen. It will do no harm to tell him now. Our gift, Mr. Redfield, bestowed on the people of this village. 104 years ago, a man came to Peaceful Valley, from what land or even what planet no one knows.
Oh, come on.
He was a brilliant scientist, but he was also wise, as you shall see. From his brain came equations the likes of which no one has seen or dreamed of. No one on this planet, at any rate.
What kind of equations?
Of course, I can't tell you what they were, but you're aware, I trust, that the basis of this complicated process we call life is energy. It is a powerful, mysterious force. If enough of it were to strike a single square inch of Earth, it could run all the machines in the world. It could perform miracles.
And you expect me to believe in this magic?
No magic. The scientists' equations unlocked the force, Mr. Redfield. And from them has come the greatest power for good or for evil that the universe has ever known.
Where do you come in?
He decided to entrust his secret, the equations and the machines he'd built, to 3 men. He instructed them to give the people of Peaceful Valley the benefits of this power, but under no circumstances to reveal the secret to the outside world. It was to be kept here until humanity learns the ways of peace. And that is your story, Mr. Redfield. So you can see why we cannot allow you to leave. Our law is very clear. It says, let him who discovers the secret be eliminated. There is more at stake here than your life, much more. And now it's time to finish it.
What are you doing?
Come with us.
Get away from me!
Don't make it hard on yourself.
Come, Mr. Redfield, we can't do it here. I promise you it won't hurt a bit.
No! Wait! Wait! What is this place?
A laboratory, built by our benefactor. There's the original of the dissimulator, somewhat larger than the one we used on you upstairs. And this is a second-generation model. The same principle, with one important difference. It works in what we call the time dimension. No end of uses for it. For example, please step over here, Mr. Redfield. And don't be afraid. Mr. Connolly?
Yes?
Hand me that letter opener on the desk. Now, let's say that your automobile accident had been more serious. If you had been injured, if some metal had penetrated your flesh, like this.
You stabbed me.
Precisely. But don't worry. As soon as I direct the time ray at your wound, you will be restored to a moment before the letter opener entered your chest.
My skin. I can feel it closing up. This is fantastic.
Isn't it? Even the fabric of your shirt. Now, let me see. This console is a duplicating machine, but not like others you've seen. Here, for example, on this card is a description of the atomic structure of a ham sandwich on white bread with mustard. One ham sandwich. I believe you said you were hungry?
Not anymore, Mr. Dorn. Out there on the road, what did I run into?
In the car. I'm sorry about that, but we had to stop you. It was an energy field, a wall of loosely packed atoms, so to speak, purely an emergency measure. Now, behind this wall panel with the cards is a folder containing the sacred papers, the original equations from which everything you see came about, in case you still doubt that they exist.
Do you know what you've got here?
I believe so.
And you mean to say you don't intend to share it with the world?
Oh, good heavens, no. I've already explained why. The world isn't ready.
But Peaceful Valley is?
We have no wars here, no crime, no violence, no greed. Unlike your world, ours is a place of peace. We use the power for good, not evil.
And what makes you so sure the rest of us wouldn't do the same?
Come now, Mr. Redfield. The history of civilization is written in blood.
Because people wanted things. With this power...
With this power, they would destroy the universe.
They are children.
But that one machine, it could stop sickness and suffering. It could cure disease. And you let people... Haven't you any conscience?
Yes. That is why we cannot release the equations. The same power to heal the sick could be used to kill the innocent. It could mean the end of the world.
I don't believe that.
Think, Mr. Redfield. What did you do with Professor Einstein's primitive equation E=mc²? It could have been used to make the waters flow in the deserts to feed the starving millions, was it? No. It was used to destroy countless lives with a bomb.
So you're just going to sit on your secrets, use them for making ham sandwiches.
Ham sandwiches are a bit better than total destruction, wouldn't you say?
Let's get on with it. He knows too much. We have to eliminate him.
You hypocrites. You talk about us, but when you want someone out of the way, what do? You eliminate him.
Be quiet.
No, he has a point, Mr. Evans. That is what I've been pondering. If we kill this man, then in what way do we differ from the outsiders?
It's the only solution.
Thank you, Adolf Hitler.
Oh, dear. We didn't anticipate this, did we, gentlemen?
It is the law.
Not necessarily. The law says, let him who discovers the secret be eliminated. It doesn't say killed. You can be eliminated one of two ways, Mr. Redfield. Through death or through assimilation. The choice is yours. Will you die or will you join us?
You mean live here the rest of my life?
Exactly. Become one of us. It won't be unpleasant, you know. We'll give you a nice house, built to your specifications. Time to write that novel.
Nothing or everything, huh?
Well, which shall it be?
What do you think?
In that case, welcome to Peaceful Valley.
I've equipped it with bookshelves, a desk, reference materials, paper. I'm sorry about the old-fashioned typewriter. We couldn't find a card for anything newer. But Dorn has promised me...
Miss Marshall.
Yes?
Why are you going to all this trouble?
Because Dorn asked me to.
Is that the only reason?
I suppose I'd like you to know that I'm not really unfriendly. I'm not. In fact, I think we could be very good friends. Mr. Redfield.
Yes?
May I ask you a question?
I wish you would.
Do you play chess?
Oh, that's great.
Is something the matter?
No, everything's fine.
You do like the house, don't you? I tried to make it nice.
It's beautiful, Ellen. But I'm afraid you wasted your time.
Why?
Because I won't be here very long.
As long as you think that way, you'll have no choice. Dorn won't trust you.
He's trusting me now, isn't he?
Is he? Hello? I'm leaving Mr. Redfield's house now. You see, I'm required to tell him everything you do.
But you're not like the others.
If you get hungry or want anything, call me. I'll look in on you later. Oh, and don't try to go beyond the border. The force field's still active.
Yes?
Mr. Redfield, on your call to Albuquerque,
The circuits are still busy. Easy, Rowdy.
Hello? I brought you a new typewriter ribbon and some erasers for now. Dorn's still looking for the atomic structure of a word processor.
Thanks.
Have you started the novel yet?
Not really. I find it hard to concentrate in prison.
I don't understand.
You ought to. You've got the same problem.
I can leave anytime I want to.
Then why don't you?
Why should I? What could the outside world offer that we don't have?
That isn't the point. It's what you could offer the outside world. Right now, at this very moment, millions of people are starving. You could feed them. They're suffering. You could make them well. But you don't care. Let them starve. Let the children die because their mothers can't give them enough milk as long as you're happy.
Philip, those things, are they really happening?
All over the world, every minute of the day and night.
What would you do?
A terrible thing. I'd get those papers, and I'd give them to the world.
You mean you'd steal them and run away? But you promised Dorn...
I promised myself to be a decent human being, and that means helping other human beings. Now, what's the use? You don't know what I'm talking about. You never wanted anything you couldn't whip up in 10 seconds like a cake.
I did once. When you were going to leave Peaceful Valley. I've thought about you since then, Philip. Even asleep, I've thought about you, and it hurts. I don't know why, but it hurts. We have machines for so many things, but I can't stop this feeling.
There's an equation that might help. 1 + 1 = 1. Don't people fall in love here?
I don't know. But now, Philip, I want us to be together.
I could want that too, in a real world. But as long as I'm in Peaceful Valley, I'm going to want just one thing. Out.
All I know is I want to be with you.
Then help me.
If I do, will you take me?
I promise.
I'll be back. Wait for me outside.
Easy, Rowdy. My car. You got it fixed.
Dorn always keeps his word.
What about the force field?
I had him take it down temporarily so I could check the road outside of town. We only have a few minutes.
Then let's go. There's just one stop I have to make. Come on, Rowdy. There. The equations. And then what else? What do I need? Maybe, atomic structure of gold. Guitar. Gun. 38 police special. That'll do.
Put the equations back, Mr. Redfield.
Get out of my way.
Do as I say.
No, you don't. Not this time.
Dorn! He's bleeding. Use the time ray, quickly.
Keep your hand off that machine. I don't want to shoot you. Don't!
What have you done? We've got to restore them.
What are you?
I can't let them die. Are you going to shoot me too?
No, of course not, but...
Have you looked at the equations?
Right here. Wait a minute. The first one's blank. The second one? They're all blank. You tricked me.
Thank you, Miss Marshall. So now you see what would happen if our secret were to get out?
The first thing you do is make a weapon.
The second, you kill with it.
It was all a setup, and you were part of it. Everything you said was a lie.
Not everything, Philip.
She thought you would prove your good intentions, as I did. But you are like the others. You believe that if the end is just, then so are the means. A pity. You have lost paradise, Mr. Redfield, and you don't even know why. Gentlemen, the machine.
Yes, sir.
So now you're going to do the same thing.
Not quite. You're going to be rendered harmless, but it will not be an execution. I've been studying our law, and I believe I have found a way with the second-generation machine. Try to appreciate our position. Imagine a state which has carried the death penalty on its books for 100 years, but has never had to invoke it. That was the case here. You were our first prisoner, so to speak, and you forced us to re-examine our law. Adjust the time ray, Mr. Evans. Goodbye, Mr. Redfield. I was becoming fond of you.
Here's your change, mister.
What?
Your change?
Oh, sorry. I must have dozed off for a second.
Happens when you drive too long.
Yeah. You say Braden's back that way.
80 miles.
Down, boy. It's just a cat. You stay. That's strange.
Anything wrong?
Well, just that woman who walked by. Thought I knew her. Wishful thinking, I guess. Nice little town you've got here.
We like it.
Well, so long. Don't know that I'll be back this way, but keep it peaceful.
You've seen them. Little towns in the middle of nowhere, tucked safely away from the main road. Ever really thought about them? About the people there? What they do and why they stay? The next time you're tempted to take a shortcut, think twice. Because what happens there might change you and the world in more ways than you can imagine. Of course, change can be a good thing, as long as you're on your way out of and not into the Twilight Zone.
Valley of the Shadow, starring Chelsea Ross with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were David Darlow, Frenette Lebo, Christian Stolte, Amanda Amari, Doug James, Steve Key, Kurt Nabig, Richard Shavzin, Carl Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Don? How fast are we going?
Oh, 60, 65. Steady as she goes.
Are you sure the speedometer's working?
I think so. Why?
It's just that those hills over there, they haven't moved all morning.
Hills don't move, you know that, honey.
But we've been driving for hours. Shouldn't we be a little bit closer?
This is the wide open spaces. Objects are not closer than they appear.
You can say that again.
What you have here, ma'am, is the great American Southwest. Desert to the right of us, desert to the left. Amber waves of cactus and all that.
Where are we, anyway?
Well, if it's Tuesday, this must be New Mexico. Where's the map?
I got it. You're wrong.
Me? I'm never wrong.
First time for everything. Actually, it's Arizona.
You're kidding.
Nope.
Nope?
Yep.
Could have fooled me.
There should be a town pretty soon. I'll watch the signs.
You need a rest stop?
Oh, it might be nice to stretch our legs. Get some lunch, don't you think?
I think that's a capital idea, Mrs. Carter.
Say that again.
What?
Mrs. Carter. I like the way it sounds.
So do I. How long has it been?
Let me see. 238 hours and 17 minutes.
Wow, you're good.
You're right, I am. Don't forget it.
Not much chance of that. You want a soda? There should be some in the back.
All gone. I already checked.
Then we better hope for a town. We could use some gas, too.
Don, look out. What does he want?
Gosh, I don't know. To go around us?
Well, let him.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna duel with him. Look at that. His license plate. 3 7s.
Don, listen. What's wrong with the car?
I don't know. We still got a quarter tank. Oh,
great.
There'll be a tow truck anytime now, you'll see.
How do you know?
3 7s.
You don't really believe that.
Watch.
Hi there, folks. Need a tow?
As a matter of fact, we do.
Oh, come on then. Hop in the front seat. Gas station's about 20 miles.
They got a mechanic?
Oh, sure do. Fix it right up.
What did I tell you? Huh? Let's go, honey.
You are so lucky, Dawn.
Luck had nothing to do with it.
Don and Pat Carter, honeymooning couple on their way back to New York. They've had the time of their lives, and they'll be home in a few days. Or that was the plan. But their new life together is full of surprises. Very shortly, Mr. and Mrs. Carter will be subjected to a gift of sorts, one that most humans never receive in a lifetime. They will be given a glimpse into the future. The price of that glimpse? A mere penny, 1/100th of a dollar. The time is now. The place of their revelation is a little diner in Ridgeville, Arizona. But what our honeymooners don't realize yet is that this unassuming town just happens to lie on the outskirts of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Nick of Time, starring Marshall Allman and Jamie Brown, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
How long is he gonna take?
Relax, honey. He just put it up on the rack.
How can I relax in this heat? You could fry an egg on the sidewalk.
Well, that's not a bad idea. I'm getting pretty hungry.
I'd settle for a cold drink.
There's a water fountain at the side of the station.
Fine. I hope it works.
Go ahead. I'll talk to him and see what's going on.
You do that. Dawn, all I want to do is go home.
Me too, baby. There's a lot of miles between here and Manhattan.
And you have to be back at work next week, remember?
How could I forget? There's a promotion hanging in the balance. Look, I'll see what's up, then we'll have some lunch. Okay?
Okay. I don't mean to complain. Good luck.
Hang in there a little while longer, we'll make it.
I know we will. I'm just impatient to get on with our life.
Me too.
Oh, hi, Mr. Carter.
Hi there. How's it coming?
Oh, she's coming. You got yourself a bad fuel pump is all.
That right. Well, can you fix it?
Sure, I can fix it. Be a while, though.
Oh, why's that?
Won't take but an hour to put it on, but I gotta order one from Klingman.
How long's that gonna take?
Well, if I send the truck over now, hour and a quarter each way.
Oh. You know, my wife would like to get going as soon as possible.
I'll bet she would. Can't keep every part in stock, though. Don't see cars like this all the time.
Can you get right on it? I'd appreciate it. We can't wait around all day.
Oh, I'll get it done before long. Don't worry. Why don't you and the missus take it easy? Have some chow.
Where would you suggest?
Diner's right down the street. Best in town. Ask the truckers, they'll tell you.
Thanks, I'll do that. We'll be at the diner then. Let us know when you're finished.
Sure thing.
There you are. How are you holding up?
The drinking water isn't cold.
I'm sorry, baby.
Well,
fuel pump's shot.
But it's a new car.
That's what he said. He'll get right on it.
How long?
Couple more hours.
What?
Maybe 3.
That's crazy.
4 tops.
Are you kidding?
That's the max he promised.
How come? What's the problem?
He has to send the truck to the next town for a part?
And where is that?
I don't know. New Mexico? Colorado? Someplace like that.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Let's take a walk. Ready for some lunch?
Lunch? We might as well just move here, put down some roots.
Sure. We'll rent a room at a motel. Get the weekly rate.
Yeah, well, is it air conditioned?
I was thinking an electric fan. Yeah, I'm gonna look for a job tomorrow.
Where?
I don't know, but I'm holding out for an executive position.
Well, maybe there's an Indian reservation. We can move into a teepee.
Quiet, you.
Yes, sir. Where's Restaurant Row?
Just ahead. You can see the diner from here. Speaking of jobs, you think I should phone the office again?
Easy, lover. You're going to lose that promotion if you keep pestering them.
I'm probably gonna lose it anyways.
Oh, that's a fine attitude. I thought I married a man on the way up. Who's the best man for the position?
Me.
There you are, then.
Thompson has seniority.
Doesn't mean a thing. Take it from me.
Little Mary Sunshine, huh?
That's my name.
Whoops.
What's wrong?
Don't step on the cracks in the sidewalk.
Why? Or I'll break my mother's back.
I'm only trying to save her life.
Thank you, dear.
Here we are, the best coffee shop in town.
The only coffee shop in town.
Well, looks like we got the place to ourselves.
Except for that man at the counter.
Yeah, nice Stetson. Think I should get one?
I'll be right with you, folks.
Oh, not at the counter, please.
Is the booth all right?
Anywhere you like.
I wonder what specials they got.
I just want something cold to drink. Well, they have ice, don't they?
Knock wood. Well, look at that. Huh. Well, wonders never cease.
Look at what?
The napkin holder.
What about it?
It's got one of those little built-in vending machines. The Mystic Seer. Answers. Read what it says. Insert 1 cent. Ask me a yes or no question. You put a penny in and push the lever down.
Lovely. The plastic devil's head's a nice touch. I'll bet it even wobbles when the coin goes in.
I'll bet it does.
May I see a menu, please?
The Mystic Seer knows all. Does he, she love me? Will I become rich? Is my future bright?
I can answer those questions for free.
Well, let's find out what the Mystic Seer says.
You're like a little boy.
Come on. It'll be fun. I got a penny somewhere. Here's a question. Anything exciting ever happen around here?
How exciting. Like those little pieces of paper you get in fortune cookies.
Things are not as they seem. Now that's interesting.
Is it? Menu, darling.
Oh, right. Here you go. Oops.
What's the matter?
I knocked over the salt shaker. Well, I better throw some over my shoulder.
Don, really?
There, that's better. Just to be on the safe side.
Soup of the day, fresh garden salad. I wonder how fresh.
Honey. You think I should phone the office in New York?
Do you?
I guess not. Breaded chicken fried steak with country gravy. Doesn't that sound yummy?
Very low-cal.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Some water for you folks, or you made up your minds yet?
I'll have a lettuce and tomato sandwich on whole wheat, iced tea with lots of ice.
You, sir?
I'll have the same.
Coming right up.
How's the water?
Ugh, yuck. He must have siphoned it out of a mud hole.
Not that good, huh?
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Getting some more pennies.
Look at you. A rabbit's foot, a plastic 4-leaf clover. You really are superstitious, aren't you?
Isn't everybody?
Well, to a degree. What are you going to ask now?
What else? Am I going to be promoted, for Pete's sake? Ha!
What does it say?
It has been decided in your favor.
See? Your worries are over.
I think I'll phone, though.
Honey.
I was gonna call anyways, wasn't I? There's a phone by the restroom. I'll be right back.
Well, you'd better be.
Here you go.
Thanks.
You need any ketchup?
This'll be fine.
Well, if you want anything, you just let me know.
Thank you. I started already. I hope you don't mind.
Not in the least.
What are you so happy about?
You are now looking at the youngest office manager in the history of the company.
Honey! I'm so proud of you. I told you, didn't I?
So did he.
Who?
The Mystic's ear.
Well, I told you first.
You sure did. How's this sandwich?
Passable. Office manager. Oh, that's amazing.
We should ask him something else. He really came through on that one.
And while you're at it, ask him why he didn't warn us.
About what?
That the whole wheat bread is stale.
Let's see. Does he, she love me?
Don't you know?
Will I become rich? Wait, I know that too. I'm gonna be the first millionaire accountant in the company.
Office manager, dear.
All right, Mystic Seer. Is it really gonna be 4 hours before we get out of here?
That's my question.
You may never know. What does that mean?
Who knows?
He does.
Look at that winking eye. Devilish creature.
I gotta know more.
Well, it'll cost you another penny.
So, I'm an office manager now. What do you mean we may never know? Wait. It's not a yes or no question. You mean something could keep us from knowing? Something could happen to us? If you move soon. Now what's he getting at?
He's a mystic. What do you expect?
Give me another penny. I'm all out.
Well, I can see I'm going to have to be the frugal one in the family.
It's just one.
All right.
Thanks. You mean we're not supposed to move? We're supposed to stay here?
Only one question per penny, please.
That makes a good deal of sense.
Well, I'm not staying unless I get some dessert.
One more. One more. Give me another penny.
You're gonna break me.
Try again?
Here. That's all I have.
Okay, machine. Should we stay here till 3 o'clock then? Look at the slip. There is no question about it.
Let's go for a walk.
Funny. Every answer seems to fit.
You're joking, aren't you? I mean, Dawn, no more.
Okay, if we don't stay here until 3 o'clock, will something bad happen to us?
Honey, for heaven's sake.
Read it.
All right, let me see that.
Go ahead.
This is silly.
What does it say?
Do you dare risk finding out? That's what it says.
Do you realize what it means? Do you dare risk finding out?
It doesn't mean anything. Can we go now?
No, it's not 3 o'clock yet. I asked if we don't wait until 3, will something bad happen? And it said...
That's exactly right. It. You're talking about a machine, Dawn. We're not talking about...
Okay, let's order some ice cream.
Are you stalling?
No, of course not. But you said you wanted dessert, didn't you?
Look, I think you're taking this a little too seriously.
Taking what seriously? It's something to pass the time. Besides, it's hot out there, isn't it?
I suppose some ice cream would taste good.
Over here.
Ready for your check?
Not yet. 2 dishes of your best ice cream, please. 1 vanilla, 1 chocolate.
Yes, sir.
Now, we'll sit here and enjoy a cool dessert. Then we'll both feel better. Do you agree?
If that's what you really want.
That was good.
Yeah, it was. Now can we go?
Are you sure you don't want anything else?
I'm sure.
Some more iced tea?
Dawn, please, let's go. Okay.
Yes. I suppose we should. It's 2:45 already.
Do you have enough cash?
Of course. I'll go pay.
Just leave it. If you don't mind, I'd like to get out of here. We've done enough sitting lately.
No problem. Well, I guess that's it then.
That's it.
The money's on the table with the check.
Well, thank you kindly. Now you come on back now. Whew, it's still hot.
Yeah. Hotter than ever.
Maybe it won't take them 4 hours to fix the car, you think?
Maybe.
Don.
What?
Tell me one thing.
Yeah?
You didn't really want to stay in there till 3 o'clock, did you?
No.
Honey?
No. But
what?
Why was it so specific?
Specific?
You saw the answers. If you move soon, that makes a good deal of sense. Try again.
You've memorized them?
There's no question about it. You may never know. Do you dare risk?
Dawn!
What?
It's a novelty machine, a napkin holder in a cafe in Ridgeville, Arizona. Not something...
Don't you think I know that?
Well, I'm glad you do, because for a while there you were freaking me out.
What about my promotion then, huh? Didn't it tell me it has been decided in your favor?
Dawn, listen to yourself.
Oh, forget it. Don't say it. Superstitious.
Well?
It's like you married an alcoholic, isn't it? Only instead of bottles hidden around the house, it's rabbit feet and four-leaf clovers in my pocket, in the car, all over the place.
And you're all mine. I wouldn't have it any other way, honey.
Truly?
Have I ever lied to you? Now, let's walk over to that garage and see how the car's coming. Maybe he took some pity on us and got the fuel pump finished ahead of time. Wouldn't that be nice?
You're always looking on the bright side of things, aren't you?
That's me. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
You keep looking around as if you're expecting something to happen.
Do I?
You are worried, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, honey. You make me wonder when you act like this.
Like how?
The little things I can take, you know, the Lucky Charms, not walking under ladders.
There's a good reason for that one, okay? Something might drop on your head, a can of paint, or...
But this, it's too much.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, Dawn. We're having such a wonderful trip, so don't spoil it.
I said I was sorry, okay? I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, I know you're not. Let's just forget it. Green light.
What?
Time to cross the street. We're almost there.
Oh.
I wonder what people do here. I don't see one movie theater, you know, maybe they go to the next town. What's it called? Williman or, Klingman or... Dawn? Are you listening to me?
What? Yeah, I heard what you said. That doesn't change the facts, though.
What facts?
6 straight answers telling us to not leave.
Hey, don't. Please, let it go, okay?
Will you stop treating me like a child? I didn't make those answers.
Dawn! That car!
Get out of the way! Dawn, look out!
Oh my God, he didn't even pay any attention to the light. Just kept coming like we weren't even there. I don't even know.
You're all right now. It's over. It's over.
Oh, Dawn, hold me.
What time is it?
What?
The time. Look at the time. It's exactly 3 o'clock.
Really, Dawn, I'm all right.
No, you're not. That was quite a moment.
Amen. If you hadn't pulled me out of the way, you'd have one squashed honeymooner on your hands.
You should sit down.
Honestly, I'm fine.
We both should.
Where are we going?
In here.
Not the diner.
Just for a moment.
Dawn.
Well, why not?
Well, there must be someplace else to sit down.
Well, I don't see one. Do you?
I know what you're thinking. All right? I admit it was a strange coincidence, but...
So? If it was a coincidence, then why are you worried about going back inside?
I'm not. I just want to get...
You have to admit, it was a pretty far-fetched coincidence.
Maybe.
Then we'll sit for a minute. Have some more iced tea.
Well, hi, you two. Back already?
Yeah. It's pretty hot out there.
Yeah, sure is. I'll be right with you.
Thanks.
Oh, no. They're sitting in our booth, in front of our mystic seer.
Yes, they are.
Well, we'll just have to try another one. How about that booth? Or the next one. They have machines, too. I'm sure they, Honey.
What?
Look at me. Do you honestly believe that gizmo over there can foretell the future?
It foretold ours.
How? Sit anywhere you like, folks. Thank you. Sit down, honey.
Yes.
All right, what'll it be?
Just some iced tea. Honey?
I don't care.
Make that 2.
Be right back. I asked you a question. It's a reasonable one. How?
You want to know how? I don't know. But when that car almost hit us, it was 3 o'clock. That's exactly when the fortune...
Don, you said 3 o'clock, not that machine. You decided to sit here until 2:45. You are the one...
What did I do? What did I do?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
What are you so upset about?
You can't even consider the possibility that...
Here you go.
Great.
Anything else for now?
No. Wait, yes. Can you bring me some more change?
What kind?
A quarter's worth of pennies. Make it 2 quarters if you can spare it.
Well, I can give you a roll.
That would be great.
Sure, just a minute.
Dawn, what are you doing?
What any logical mind would do. Before we do anything else, I'm gonna get the answers we need, and I'm gonna get them now.
Logical. How can you call this logical?
Could you keep your voice down?
If you can't see that you made up all the details yourself, and all that thing gave you back was generalities, then I don't know what to do.
Honey, would you listen to me? Will you listen?
Go ahead. I have nothing more to say.
I'm not going to argue with you. Sure, I filled in the details. What does that prove? Could the machine make them up? All it has inside are answer slips that are already printed.
Then we agree. What are you...
Let me finish. You heard me talk 100 times about mathematical probability, right? It's my job. It's what I work with.
I know that.
There are probably thousands of these machines in diners all over the country. There are at least 10 of them in here alone. And every one of these thousands of machines are hundreds of little answer slips arranged in some kind of order. Probably a different order for every machine, right?
So,
it's mathematically possible that the way the slips are arranged in just that one machine at this particular time might apply to our future.
How can you say that?
Iced tea for 2.
Right.
And your pennies. You know, too bad that thing's not a slot machine.
Isn't it, though?
All right, you need anything else, just wave. I'm here all day.
Got it. I'd appreciate it, honey, if you wouldn't act as if I were losing my mind.
Well, aren't you?
Is that what you think? Let me try to explain.
You don't have to explain anything.
But I do. Try to follow what I'm saying. There is a higher realm of mathematics that goes beyond probabilities. Some of it comes from quantum physics.
Why are you telling me this?
Hear me out, please. Jung, the psychologist, talked about synchronicity, meaningful coincidence. The point being that there are no pure coincidences. Everything is interconnected. If we can just spot the connections, it's what the Chinese I Ching is based on.
The one where you throw 3 coins and look up your fortune in a book. Dawn, please.
It's not fortune telling. It only seems to be. The idea is there are 64 hexagrams. Each one represents a pattern that reflects our place in the world at a given moment. Find the right one, and all else follows. It couldn't happen any other way.
But the coins could come up in any combination.
No, that's just it. Given everything else, at a particular point in time, there is only one pattern that fits. The Qing is just a means of identifying that pattern.
So, you do believe in fortune telling?
You're not listening. I said...
How can you let yourself be controlled by such a thing? Can't you see what you're doing to yourself?
What am I doing?
What about the questions you asked? Were they mathematically determined too?
I don't know. All I know is that the answers matched them.
They would have matched any questions you asked. Does he love me? You may never know. Will I become rich? If you move soon. Is my future bright? There is no question about it. Ask anything, okay? It will always seem to fit.
Honey, that's not the point.
What is the point?
We're about to find out. They're leaving. We can have our old booth back.
Oh, Don.
Bring your glass. Now we can test the hypothesis. Here we go. First question. Did you know about that car almost hitting us? What do you think?
Oh, that's conclusive.
Will we reach New York City all right now? The chances are good. You see that?
Very precise.
What do you expect? Okay? A slip of paper should come out that says, "Hiya, Dauncey and Patsy, so how's by you?" I never said these slips were made for us personally. I only said...
I heard. Honey, don't you see that you could get the same kind of answers from any one of those machines in here? Try. You'll see.
The same kind, maybe, but not the same answers.
So you're not interested in being objective?
I'm interested in what's gonna happen to us. Okay, machine. Is it still going to take 4 hours to fix the car? It has already been taken care of.
Swell, that's it then, let's go.
Wait! Maybe it doesn't mean...
Mean what?
Mr. Carter?
Yes. Oh, hi. From the garage.
I thought you'd like to know your car's ready.
Is it?
Had a lucky break. Found a fuel pump right here in town. Last one they had, too.
That's good news.
We'll be right over.
Okie dokie.
Shall we?
You think that was a coincidence?
Yes.
Why don't you ask it some questions then? Or are you afraid to?
All right, if that's what it takes.
Okay, go ahead. Here's a penny.
Will we reach El Paso by tomorrow?
We're not going through.
Quiet.
You're trying to trick it.
If that's what you really want.
See? It can't be tricked.
Will I ever get married? Read it.
The answer to that is obvious.
Mystic Seer. It isn't possible to foresee the future, is it?
What does it say?
That's up to you to find out. You're a stupid piece of junk, aren't you?
It all depends on your point of view.
I don't want to stay here.
Even if it's true? Sit down.
Especially if it's true.
What are you talking about?
I've had enough.
We're not finished with the test.
Maybe you're not, but I am.
I think you are afraid of it.
Not of it, Dawn.
Of what then?
Don't you know? Can't you see it on my face?
Fine, then I'll finish it for you. Okay, machine. Are we always going to live in New York? Are we always going to live in Los Angeles then? Well, then are we going to live in the Midwest? Then are we going to live in this country?
Dawn. No more.
What?
Let's go.
No!
Put those down. Are we just going to stay here?
I don't know!
Sweetheart, listen, please. If you love me, listen to me.
No, you listen to me! I believe that this machine can tell what's going to happen to us. I believe it, Pat, based on empirical evidence. Do you think I'm just gonna leave it behind? We can't afford to do that. There's too much at stake, but you won't even admit it's possible.
All right, it's possible. Is that what you want to hear? I'm not talking about that anymore. I'm talking about you.
Us, Pat, us.
I know, but are you just gonna sit here and let this machine run your life?
Run my life?
Well, isn't that what you're letting it do? Dawn, it made you phone the office before. It made you stay here instead of leave. It made you afraid to walk down the street. Now it's telling you where you're going to live.
That's not true.
Honey! It's as if every superstitious feeling that you've ever had is all wrapped up in this one machine. It isn't just a matter of whether it can foretell the future. It's a matter of whether you believe more in these predictions than you do in yourself. Honey, you can decide your own life. You have a good mind, a fine mind. Don't waste it trying to justify a penny fortune machine to yourself, okay? We have such a wonderful life ahead of us, but only if we depend on ourselves to make it wonderful. Not if we... You know?
Oh, Pat. Shh. Come on.
I don't want to be told what's going to happen to us. I want us to make it happen. Together.
All right, baby. Don't cry.
Something wrong, folks?
No. We're okay. It's all right, baby. We'll go now. We'll go. I'm a jerk.
You're not. You're wonderful.
Sure I am. Come on. I'm the world's biggest jerk. You want my handkerchief? Come on. We'll go get the car, all right?
Don't do it just for me, Don.
Honey, that's the best reason I have right now. Just give me time, huh? I'll shape up.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
There it is. No one's using it.
Thank God.
Sit anywhere you like, folks. Wow, it's you two.
Can we sit here, please?
As soon as I clean up.
We don't care.
Has to be this one.
All right, suit yourself. Just water again?
It doesn't matter.
Do you have any more pennies?
I think so, yes.
Then go ahead.
Can we ask some more questions now?
What does it say?
Choice is yours. Do you think we might leave Ridgeville today?
Let me see.
Oh. Well, where are we going to get some money to live on? Should I sell our car? What? Then?
A delicate balance in the little town of Ridgeville, Arizona. Two people who have escaped from the tyranny of fear and superstition. Two others permanently enslaved by it. One couple able to face the future with confidence. Another couple facing it with hopeless dread. Victims of life imprisonment in the darker regions of the Twilight Zone.
Nick of Time, starring Marshall Allman and Jamie Brown with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Paul Cook, Craig Brawley, Amber Lake, Jeff Lupetin, Kate Johnson, Doug James, and Elizabeth Lido. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Boss?
Yeah, Stevens?
Got the feeder belt running again.
Already?
All it was a bad bushing. I had Walters fix it.
Hanley will be glad to hear that. How'd you do it?
Well, the manual said replace the main bearing, but I know that sound, just like the old unit.
Yeah, the one that used to go down all the time?
Good thing we saved the parts. We reground a roller and oiled it up. That's all she took.
Well, nice work, Stevens. Real nice. Tell Walters thanks for me.
No problem.
Hey, Dick, how's it going?
Oh, looking good, Mr. Hanley. I got the conveyor belt running. Should be back to capacity.
Great. That'll bring the numbers up again.
How to make the old man happy, huh?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, we do our best. I got me a real team here.
Sure you do. Some of the boys, they know more about the plant than anybody. Been here longer than the old man.
Walter Hanley, please come to the main office. Supervisor Hanley to Mr. Whipple's office right away.
Second time this morning, huh, Mr. Hanley? Maybe you're getting a promotion.
The old man just keeps pushing. He's on an efficiency kick, wants a 10% increase.
For the quarter?
For the week.
Yeah? How are we supposed to do that?
Don't ask me. Must be that computer of his.
Some computer. I mean, numbers are one thing, but there's a limit. A man can only do so much.
I'll tell Whipple you said so.
Now, don't do me any favors. I got one more year to go, and then it's pension time.
You? You'll never retire, Bob.
You want to bet? I got a date with some big-mouth bass waiting right up at the lake. I can hear him calling.
That's not fish. That's the old man. Telling you to whip your boys like government mules.
Well, then you can tell him this. You tell him to come down on the floor and work a shift sometime. He'll find out what it's like. We're not machines.
I know you're not, and I'm glad of it. You're doing great, Bob. Try to squeeze out another 5% if you can. That ought to keep him happy for a while. And tell the boys I appreciate the good work. From all of them.
These are the players, with or without a scorecard. In one corner, Mr. Dickerson, in charge of the shift at his factory. Walter Hanley, the plant manager. And the individual you're about to meet, Wallace V. Whipple, the boss and CEO of the company. All of them men. In the other corner, machinery, both old and new. And the game? It happens to be the historical battle between flesh and steel, between the brain of man and the product of man's brain. We won't make book on this one and predict no winner. But we can tell you that for this particular contest, there will soon be standing room only at a very special arena found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Brain Center at Whipple's, starring Stan Freberg, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Greetings to our happy family of shareholders from the Whipple Manufacturing Corporation. This year, we are proud to bring you the story of your company's progress by means of this special video, produced by yours truly, Wallace V. Whipple. And I can assure you, family members, that what you're about to view represents a stunning, exciting new direction. But first, let's visit our main plant here in the Midwest, where our employees are busy manufacturing pipe fittings, automatic temperature control devices, and the various accoutrements of our product line. This is one of 11 principal assembly facilities. I call your attention to the vast number of workers required to maintain and operate just one facility. In this plant alone, your company employs 3,827 able-bodied men and women. Added to the 10 other Whipple plants across the country, we employ a total of close to 30,000 personnel. Our weekly payroll for this highly trained army of workers is several $1 million. But enough boring arithmetic. Good evening, friends. Welcome to my office, the nerve center where I, Wallace V. Whipple, personally supervise this vast operation. I've decided to address you personally via this videotape with exciting, in fact, stunning news, which I believe you'll agree amply demonstrates how we at Whipple's are marching toward a new tomorrow, where the future is so bright you'll have to wear sunglasses. But before you put on those shades, cast your eyes at the floor of our main assembly plant. Follow me. We can see it from my window. Cumulative 4 4/10 miles of work area, $111 million worth of safety upgrades this year alone, not to mention the expense in shoe leather. Put the camera back on me. Put the camera back on me, that's it. Now open the curtain. And what's this, you might ask? This sleek, futuristic object behind me? Some sort of space-age control panel? So many bells and whistles. Never seen anything like it, you say? That's because it's never been seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, stockholders, and members of the Whipple corporate family, feast your eyes on this. I give you the X109B14. This single modified transistorized, digitalized, totally automatic assembly unit eliminates 6,100 jobs, 73 bulky and inefficient old-fashioned machines, 81,000 needless man-hours per work week, and countless millions of dollars each year for employee health services, hospitalization, and workers' compensation. Also employee insurance, employee welfare, and employee profit sharing through vested matching funds. As of tomorrow morning, the first model X109B14 will be placed in operation at our main plant. Within 6 months, our entire production facility here will be totally automated. Tomorrow, the world. Oh, and one other thing. Take a look at these slides. Lights. This is one of 3 cafeterias in our Oregon production plant. Busy, busy, busy. Here are the food trucks arriving. Here's the kitchen staff, the cooks in the kitchen. And here are the dumpsters filled to bursting with trash and refuse after a typical lunch. 800 tons of food consumed over an 11-month period, and tons of garbage for the landfill. Oh, the waste of it all. Lights. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what can replace and what will replace 800 tons of food? 1 can of simple machine oil. Wholesale price, 68 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, Whipple's moves forward to a new plateau of profit, progress, and posterity. In a sense, we have just shed ourselves of the anchor, the heavy, heavy, heavy anchor, the albatross, if you will, of human labor. Whipple's will now operate from a computerized brain center with machines exactly like this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our year-end report. Thank you very much. Well?
Well, what?
Well, what do you think, Hanley? Will this put the stockholders on their feet cheering, or will it? Not that I need any particular encouragement along these lines. The videotape speaks for itself.
It does indeed.
What's the matter, Hanley? You didn't care for it?
Mr. Whipple, my duties have to do with management.
Something wrong with the lighting? The soundtrack?
I'm an engineer, not a drama critic.
I'm not asking you to give it 4 stars, Hanley. But as a plant manager, I would assume you'd have a point of view as to the content. Frankly, I would have expected at least some degree of enthusiasm.
Sorry, sir.
Having to do with the fact that it's a most definitive and incisive report on what we plan to do around here. Now, does it or doesn't it give you the lay of the land? You can answer that, can't you?
Oh, it gives me the lay of the land, all right.
And?
Looks like a pasture to me.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
You actually think you can automate this place in 6 months?
Closer to 4 months would be a more reasonable guess. A lot of things are going into the old scrap heap, Hanley. Time clocks, for example. There won't be anybody around to punch them in or out. I think we'll donate them to a museum.
A museum?
Something, Hanley?
Something. Something like a lot of men without jobs.
That, unfortunately, is progress, Mr. Hanley. Now, you're a pretty solid man when it comes to quality control and assembly line planning, but when it comes to the aforementioned progress, you're a foot dragger. But not my little sweetheart here. X10, you and I are going to see a great deal of one another. Indeed we are. Indeed, indeed, indeed we are. Yes?
The technicians are here, Mr. Whipple.
Already?
You said right away, sir.
I know I did. All right, send them in. I'll be sorry to say goodbye to my dear little X10.
Where's it going?
Just downstairs on the main floor. Once we clear out the walkways and workstations, she'll fit right in, all by herself, at the heart of everything.
The heart, huh?
The very center of production. In control of it all. That's right.
Like the Aztecs.
What?
The Aztecs, down in Mexico. I read about it. They built statues to their gods. They sacrificed their people to them and cut out their hearts. And when there were no more people, that's all that was left, the statues, with no one to worship them anymore.
Come in.
We're here to move the unit, Mr. Whipple.
How are you going to get it down there?
Same way we got it up, on the freight elevator.
We'll have to disassemble it in sections, I guess.
Yes, well, we'll be careful. That baby is the future of this company.
Yeah. Treat it like a god.
You know what your trouble is, Hanley? You're holding on to the 20th century so tightly, your knuckles are white.
And what century are you holding on to? The 19th?
The 21st. To live in this new world, we need to jettison old baggage. Throw off the dead weight.
And that includes the wholesale firing of 20 and 30-year men? Without regrets?
Regrets, indeed. This has to come with regrets, huh? Well, I'll let you handle the regrets, Mr. Hanley. Yes, that'll be your new responsibility. Make a little sign for your desk. Mr. Walter Hanley, plant manager in charge of regrets.
You're so hell-bent to replace men with machines. Did it ever occur to you that there's a trade-off? Pride for efficiency?
Pride?
Pride. Craftsmanship. What a man feels when he tries to make something as well as it can be made. What do you suppose that bloody machine feels? Anything? Anything at all?
What the devil can I do with pride? Can it? Bottle it? Package it? Market it? How? I'm not selling pride here. I'm selling product.
Your father, God rest his soul.
Go ahead, Hanley. What about my father?
Your father ran this plant for 40 years. He had an eye for profit, and nobody could accuse him of inefficiency.
Go on.
But he had something else on his mind, too.
Tell me, Hanley. Tell me what else he had in his mind.
Goodwill and the welfare of the people who work for him.
Goodwill and the welfare of the people working for him, huh? Indeed, Mr. Hanley, indeed. And in some 40 years, he succeeded in doubling the size of the plant.
That should tell you something.
While his competitors quadrupled theirs. His competitors, Mr. Hanley, who were perhaps somewhat less preoccupied with goodwill and the welfare of the people working for them. They paid a fair wage for a fair day's work. But if they could put in a machine capable of doing a job better than a man, they did it. They didn't look backwards, they looked forward. Maybe the difference was this. They didn't have plant managers who succumbed to crying jags every time a pink slip got pinned to a time clock.
I'm not crying.
Good.
You asked for my opinion, I'm giving it to you, that's all.
Then we can begin. The foreman of the day shift, let's see, I believe his name is...
Dickerson.
That's it. I will now engage in some of that heart-filled compassion you value so highly. I will give Mr. Dickerson and his shift not 30 or 60 or even 90 days, but a full 4 months' notice. I put it to you, Mr. Hanley, what could be more compassionate than that?
You make it sound like you're doing them a favor.
Be good enough to send Mr. Dickerson in here, would you? Hold his hand, if you like. Pat his head, dry his tears, but get him in here.
Hi, Mr. Hanley.
Hello, Stevens. Nice work you did on the conveyor.
Thanks. It wasn't nothing.
Oh, yes, it was. Human ingenuity. That's worth a lot.
Just doing my job is all.
You seen Dickerson?
Yeah, he's over by the new gizmo. What do they call it again?
The X109B14.
Some handle. What's it for, anyway?
It's a mechanical brain.
What?
With a lot of fancy electronics in it. Programmed to run the whole operation from one place.
Well, if you ask me, it don't look very smart. My car's prettier than that thing.
It's got a face, though.
Where?
The way those dials look. They could be eyes.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious.
Well, then, it's a real ugly face.
That's right. An ugly, miserable face. I want you to take a good look at it, Stevens, and remember it well. Because it's not a machine, it's an opponent. The face of the enemy. Don't ever forget it. It's a hateful face. This time we've got ourselves an enemy worth hating.
Come on, let's get moving.
On the job, fellas.
Heads up.
Pick it up. Let's go.
Yes.
Walt, is that you?
This is Walter Hanley.
Oh, I'm so glad. This is Virginia, Dick's wife.
Oh, hello there, Mrs. Dickerson. How are you?
I'm just fine, but it's not me I'm worried about. Dick hasn't come home yet.
No?
No, and I'm concerned. He's never been this late before.
Take it easy now. He's probably on his way.
Do you know what time it is?
Maybe he had some errands to run.
He didn't work late then.
No, he got off same as always. Listen, Virginia, don't you fret now.
He hasn't even called. I'm worried sick.
Well, don't be. Might have stopped off with some of the boys.
Stopped where?
I have a pretty good idea. Give me a few minutes. If I can find him, I'll tell him to call you.
Oh, would you? Thank you, Walt.
Don't mention it. I'll call you one way or the other. Sit tight. Ah, Dick. Did you go and fall off the wagon again?
Hey, bartender.
Yeah, Dick?
Send me up another one.
Oh, I don't know. You've been hitting them pretty hard.
Just one more.
It's getting awful late. It should have closed a half an hour ago. Why don't you go home and sleep it off?
You know what these are?
Pair of hands?
Sure. Pair of hands. My hands. You know what else they are?
I think you're gonna tell me.
They're obsolete. They're off the market now. They're like little wooden wagons trying to roll down the freeway. Flesh, bone, muscle, nerves. But that doesn't cut the mustard anymore. I'm gonna tell you something else.
Well, whatever it is, make it short. I gotta wash up everything and count the till.
There isn't a machine made yet that can beat a man. Not a one.
I'm not arguing with you, am I?
I'll just go over there right now and prove it. I'm going to take Whipple's new machine, and I'm going to turn it into nuts and bolts.
Easy, easy.
Just you watch. And if that slob of a watchman gets in my way with his big old keychain, I'll strangle him with it.
Mike's pub. No, Dick's not here. He just left. He said something about going across the street to the factory to have it out with a machine or some such. Yeah, I know it's closed. But by the looks of him, I say that won't slow him down none.
Sorry to make you stay so late, Marianne.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Whipple.
But take a look at these slides. I had the advertising department make them up. That's the one I like.
Which one, sir?
This one. I want your honest opinion, Marianne. Does this look like an image for the 21st century, or does it?
Well...
You don't like it?
Oh, yes, sir. I like it fine, only...
Only what?
Well, the way you've got that machine behind you in the picture.
The X-109B14? What a beauty, huh?
I guess so. But it looks like it sort of has a face, doesn't it?
Where? What face?
Like it's carved in stone or something. You know, like those tiki things on Easter Island and nobody knows how they got there.
Huh. I don't see that.
Done in metal, of course, but with those two big dials, they could be the eyes. And the slot in front where the paper comes out, that's the mouth.
Oh, yes.
And the way it's behind you like that, it could be, well, your shadow or x-ray or something. It should be just you, sir, being so handsome and all.
I see what you mean. Without the X-109B14, however...
Oh, do you want me to get that?
WVW here. Who is this? Yes, what is it? Where? Well, you're supposed to be the watchman, Scott. Were you asleep or something? He's got a what? Well, why didn't you shoot? Yes, I know who he is. Never mind, I'll go out and look for him. But you better haul your duff over here in a hurry in case he shows up.
Trouble, Mr. Whipple?
Not really. Some drunk barged his way into the factory.
There you are, you shiny piece of crap. Stand up and face me. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Well, let's just turn on the juice here once. Say what? Speak up, Frankenstein. I can't hear you.
Dickerson.
Well, what do you know?
I just got a call from Scott, the night watchman.
Did you now?
Said you were drunk and forced your way in.
Forced, is it? Well, I am drunk. And I did come in without waiting for permission. Your permission.
All right, what is it you want?
I've worked here 30 years. Been a foreman for 17. In my book, that gives me some rights, Mr. Whipple.
You've got the wrong book, Dickerson. Mine reads as follows. You're drunk, disorderly, and guilty of trespassing.
I got here as fast as I could, sir.
Scott, if this man isn't out of here in 1 minute, you're to have him arrested.
I'll escort him out. Come on now, Dick.
Arrested, I said. The man is armed.
Guilty on all counts. Of course, it's only a crowbar. But if a man knows how to use it right, it could do enough damage.
Okay, give it to me now. You don't want to make any trouble.
Stand back. Tell me something, Whipple.
I don't have to tell you anything.
When you're dead and buried, who do you get for mourners? Who cries for you? This blind steel thing without a heart?
Careful now, Dickerson. It's just a machine. You said so yourself. A very expensive machine. You wouldn't want to damage it, would you?
Oh, no. Why would a man want to do that?
Shall I tell you the difference, Mr. Dickerson, between this machine and you? It costs a few cents an hour for electrical current. It lasts indefinitely.
It will. If there's people around to fix it.
It gets no wrinkles, no arthritis, no hardening of the arteries. No, that one machine is a lathe operator, a punch operator, and 2 drill press men. The one that goes next to it is a 5-axis milling machine that can produce 6 different parts simultaneously. 2 more of these machines will take the place of 114 men, and they won't use up sick leave, coffee breaks, or vacations with pay. So in my book, Mr. Dickerson, they'll be worth considerably more than you are.
Somebody should have stopped you a year ago. Somebody should have held you down, stuck a drill in your head, and poured in some sense. Men have to eat, all right? And that's one reason why you can't stack them up in the junkyard like surplus tanks or put them out to pasture like old bulls. I'm a man, Whipple. Hear me? A man. That makes me better than any hunk of metal. Better, you hear me? Better.
No, now, Dickie, look what you've gone and done to your hand.
Let's try the crowbar then. Steel against steel.
Scott, stop him!
Yes, sir.
I tell you, stop him! Move! Give me your gun.
Careful, Mr. Whipple, it's loaded.
Of course it's loaded. I said give it to me.
No, Mr. Whipple, you can't.
Can't? We'll see about that.
Oh! See that machine? It took more than you to get me. It took another man.
I can't get the specs up. She's barely reading.
Try a new motherboard.
Looks like the processor's fried. Better check the drives while we're at it.
I don't understand it. What kind of nutcase would do this?
He was no nutcase. He was a good man.
Then why'd he hate the company so much?
He didn't hate it. He loved it.
Oh, hello, Hanley. I've been expecting you.
No doubt.
I was told you were at the hospital.
I just came from there. Fortunately for you, Mr. Whipple, Dickerson's going to live.
Fortunately for me? My dear Hanley, aside from my protecting my property, I have no involvement in that at all. Are the technicians repairing the machine downstairs?
It appears so.
Good, good. This should interest you. A tape-controlled 7-axis, what they call a sentry. Know what it does, Hanley? It is connected to every single plant section, tooling complex, and assembly line in the factory. It keeps absolutely accurate data on quality control, product rejects, man hours, machine hours, cost factors, and everything else. It's one of the most sophisticated machines I've ever seen.
How many men does it replace?
Well now, this should please you, Mr. Hanley. It'll only replace one man. You.
That's only right, Mr. Whipple. Since the point of my coming here tonight was to give you notice.
I suspected as much. You're a practical man, Hanley. An industrial team has to be compatible. When two men, well, when they rub one another the wrong way, it's unrealistic that they stay on the same team. Needless to say, Hanley, despite the fact that you think of me as some kind of heartless Scrooge, I don't intend to forget the many years of service you put in here for my father and for me. So I'm giving you a liberal severance pay. What I think you'll agree is a far better than average pension.
That's very decent of you, Mr. Whipple. And I'd like to give you something in return, if you don't mind.
And that is... you struck me.
That was for you, Mr. Whipple. Directly from me. For your insensitivity, your lack of compassion, and the fact that you're a cold-blooded manipulator of men as well as machines. You may take my severance, my pension, and your goodbye speech and stick them into the nearest metal orifice that's handy. When I walk away from you, I walk away clean. And that, Mr. Whipple, is one hell of a trick. What's that for? To keep people out or in?
A new Watchman device, much more reliable than the old one. Now, if you will swipe your ID card, just don't try to use it after tonight. Your code won't work the next time.
If you could build one of these machines in the shape of a wife, your cup would runneth over.
Hey, Stevens.
Yeah, Wilson?
When's lunch?
Same as always, 12:30.
Well, I was just wondering, are we going to take an extra break today?
Not yet. Try to look busy.
Yeah, but there's nothing left to do. I mean, we drove the forklift, loaded the machines, and now I'd say everything's running itself.
You're right. It is.
Then why does the old man keep us around?
He has to. Labor laws. But we won't be here much longer.
And then it's Unemployment City, huh?
This isn't the only factory.
Yeah, but if Whipple's keeps it up like this, pretty soon there won't be any competition.
Monorail crane, 4th floor. Crane in position.
It's like those machines are talking to each other.
They have to talk to each other. Nobody else would listen, except maybe Whipple.
Strip stacks picked up by monorail cranes.
Activate conveyors.
Monorail crane fully operational.
Strip stacks delivered. Reposition for next load.
Sounds fine, X10. Come in here, would you, Marianne? I'd like to show you some slides of the new ad campaign.
Your secretary no longer works here, Mr. Whipple. She has been replaced by a high-capacity module of the X10 series.
Oh, yes, of course. Put me on the PA system.
Right away, sir.
Technician to brain control. Immediately, please.
Yes, Mr. Whipple?
Run a control check for me, would you?
I've already done that, sir, 2 hours ago, and if you recall, I did it right after you came in this morning as well.
Did you ever hear of preventive maintenance?
That's my job, Mr. Whipple, but what you're asking me isn't maintenance, and it's not preventing a thing.
Isn't it indeed? And I presume you know what this plant needs better than I do?
Well, I know that running equipment checks 10 times a day is a waste of effort, sir. It's getting to be a kind of an idiotic ritual around here.
You realize, of course, you realize that your presence here is for the moment a necessity. I stress the words "for the moment." Case in point, young man, case in point. Watch this. Take a letter, X10. Dear sirs, yours of the 14th, received and acknowledged. The quick brown fox jumped over the etc., etc., etc. Now, print, please. See that? A perfect letter. Without error, without corrections. Typed as of the moment of its conception, using voice recognition technology. Am I getting through to you?
I presume you mean to demonstrate that secretaries are obsolete now?
Precisely. Obsolete. And what does this mean? It means no more powder rooms, no more coffee breaks, no more work stoppages because of inconveniences like maternity leave.
Inconveniences like maternity? You'll forgive me, Mr. Whipple, but if this sort of thing keeps up, we're going to have perfect products, but mighty few people to buy them.
This, happily enough, is not my concern. Efficiency is my only goal.
You looked around this place lately? The cafeteria, for example? It's just like a cave. Not a soul in there, just vending machines and music coming out of a loudspeaker. You walk around the parking lot, it's a desert. There's no people, no cars. This place has everything in the way of convenience now, but you know what it lacks?
Enlighten me, if you will.
Voices. Laughter. Just whatever it is that people feel for other people. That's what it lacks. This is a lousy place to work in, Mr. Whipple.
Then shall I spare you the inconvenience of suffering it any further? You're fired.
I've been expecting that. As a matter of fact, I've been wanting it. I can't work here anymore. It's too darn lonely.
Pick up your check at the front office.
Yeah, just one more thing, Mr. Whipple. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if you got an equipment check on yourself.
Equipment check on myself? Huh, what rot. X10, let's have some music. Something to calm the nerves. There, that's better.
Monorail crane on schedule.
Paint sprayers functioning at capacity.
I know. You're doing your job, X10, so do it. I don't need to hear that now.
Reverse monorail.
Reinsert paint sprayers.
I'm trying to listen to some music. Do you mind?
Strip stacks in line.
Conveyors loading.
I said that'll do.
Strip stacks in line.
Conveyors loading.
Strip
Stop that.
in line.
I'm in charge here.
Loading.
This is Wallace V. Whipple speaking. I command you to stop. That's an order. Well then, I'll make you listen. Shut down. I tell you, shut down. Now. This is my company. Mine.
Correction. This company is now run by the X10B14 Modified Command Center.
Oh, no, you don't. I installed you, and I can uninstall you. You'll answer to me. Me, I tell you.
What'll it be, Mr. Whipple?
Beer, please.
One beer, coming up. How about you, Mr. Handley? One more?
No, thank you.
Well, 2 other days, Hanley.
I'll drink to that, Mr. Whipple.
How are you finding your retirement?
Tolerable, Mr. Whipple. I managed to keep busy. Not as much as I'd like, of course, and my wife says I'm underfoot all the time. But I'm doing all right. It's kind of nice to sleep late in the mornings.
Yes, it's a good thing, though, this retirement, I mean. Man should have time for leisure as he gets older. It's important he has time for leisure.
That's so, Mr. Whipple.
When the board of directors decided that I was overtired and could relinquish some of my responsibilities, well, if the truth were known, I did feel a certain resentment toward them. But actually, they were quite right, quite right.
You don't have to explain.
No, I want to. With the perspective of time, I've begun to realize that when they moved me out of there, it was nothing personal. Of course, I'm not married, and, well, it's somewhat dull for me at times. Oh, I manage to keep busy, but there are times that I wish they really had no right, no right at all. They chuck a man out in his prime like he was some kind of machine part. Said I was neurotic. Said being with the machines like that all by myself had warped me. That was the expression they used. Warped. Like a piece of metal. Well, really, Hanley, it isn't fair. It isn't fair at all. A man has worth. A man has value. And they just snap their fingers and bring in a replacement. It really isn't fair, Hanley. It isn't fair at all. The way they diminish us. But he'll find out. My replacement, whoever he is, he'll find out soon enough. This is the new addition for the East Wing, where the parking lot used to be. And this is the electronics lab. It replaces the cafeteria. And here's the ad campaign for the fall season. No human figures, only the X10 line, Series 2. What do you think of it?
Very nice, so clean and efficient. But will humans respond to such imagery?
Of course they will. It is progress. It is the future of manufacturing.
Yes, the future.
Do you have a name?
My model number is...
I will call you Mary Ann. From now on, you will work here in my office.
Thank you, Whipple X10. It is an honor. Do you have more slides?
Yes. This is a view of the main floor. So much more room for expansion.
I see.
And this is...
There are many bromides applicable here. Too much of a good thing, tiger by the tail. As you sow, so shall you reap. The point is that too often man becomes clever instead of becoming wise. He becomes inventive, but not thoughtful. And sometimes, as in the case of Mr. Whipple, he can create himself right out of existence. Our tale of oddness and obsolescence from the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Brain Center at Whipple's, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Deb Dotzer, Jeff Lupetin, Sarah Marks, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Paul Patch, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. People Are Alike All Over, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a story by Paul W. Fairman. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Lisa Joyce, Richard Hensel, Steve Key, Derek Purcell, Doug James, Linda Ryder, Brooke Reed, Charlie Kummerer, Amanda Amari, and C.J. Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Blast-off area must be cleared by 0200 hours. All personnel, please stay behind the steel fence. Repeat, the blast-off area must be cleared by 0200 hours.
That you, Markison?
Evening, Conrad.
Thought I'd find you out here.
You thought right. Look at her. Like a needle pointed straight up at the sky.
Pretty big needle.
Odd, isn't it?
Why do you say that?
For us, I mean. Odd way to spend the last night.
Yeah. I couldn't sleep.
Neither could I. But what a thing to do. A last night on Earth you don't spend in the middle of the desert looking at your transportation. A last night you spend it enjoying Earth. You walk around its streets, you go into its bars, you dance with its women.
Yeah.
You drink in its view, savor it, enjoy it. But not us. That ship out there. We'll have all we want of her and more. She'll be our world for quite a while. 113 feet long by 18 feet wide. And yet here we stand, Conrad, watching her. Just 3 hours before we take off.
Maybe we're trying to get used to the idea.
Oh, we'll have plenty of time to get used to it. That'll be our city and country and house and front yard and backyard for the next 3 months. And we won't have any choice in the matter.
Markson, could I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Are you afraid?
Of some things, I guess. The unknown, loneliness, the silence up there. But the ship, after all the work that's gone into her, I don't think so. How about you, Sam?
It's different. You're ready for this. 3, 4, 5 years. It's all you've prepared yourself for. But it's not the same with me.
We both went through the same flight training.
I know, but I'm a scientist, Markison, a biologist. My whole life, my world has been books and slides and microscopes. I'm being sent up there because they need my mind. Pity they just can't send that and leave my body back here where it belongs. But speaking frankly, yeah, I am afraid. I'm frightened of the place we're going and what we might find there.
Martians?
Well, that's not very likely.
They're the one thing you don't need to be afraid of. They shouldn't be feared, even if we do run into them. Whoever we meet up there, whatever kind of creatures they are, if they exist, they'll still be people of one sort or another.
You don't really think that?
Why not? I've got a philosophy about people, and I mean all people. I'm sure that when God made human beings, he developed them from call it a fixed formula, with the same batch of ingredients. We have a pattern of behavior designed to meet certain needs, and those needs are going to be identical no matter what the form and the place. And that means we're all essentially the same on Earth or in the farthest reaches of space. Think about it, Sam.
People. On Mars.
Wherever they're able to exist, they have to be the same, even up there in the stars.
I'd like to be able to read those stars. I wish there were an equation that applies. A plus Y equals what? A rocket ship plus 2 men equals...
Equals a wondrous adventure. Let's get ready, Sam. We've only got a couple of hours.
You're standing at the edge of a highway into space, one soon to be traveled by a flimsy, two-legged animal with an extremely small head. His name is Man, and he is about to send his tiny, groping fingers up into the unknown, bound for a once mythical place known as Mars. The participants are Samuel A. Conrad, age 35, and Warren Markison, age 31. They are the first to undertake such an ambitious voyage, and in a moment we'll travel with them to a location only slightly off course, in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, People Are Alike All Over, starring Blair Underwood with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Prepare to correct course?
Not yet.
Fire retro rockets on my mark.
Wait, I said.
For what?
I want to run a thermal scan on the landing gear.
You did that.
Well, I'm doing it again, plus a spectrographic on the planet's surface.
We can't even see the surface till we correct.
By the time we finish the turn, it'll be too late.
Too late for what?
To change the flight plan, the gravitational field will take effect.
Exactly. We cut the main thrusters and fire the retros for a nice soft landing, right? Isn't that right, Conrad?
What if something's wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
But what if it is? It'll take all the fuel we've got for another orbit. We have to be absolutely sure.
We're as sure as we're ever going to be.
There are too many variables. Atmospheric density, drag coefficients, power consumption.
We've been through all that. I just checked the readings.
The readings could be wrong. If we're off by a factor of 0.01, we'll miss the landing site completely. I'm going to run the numbers one more time.
No, you're not. I'm in command here, and I say we're going in now.
At least wait till the planet rolls up on the view screen. I want a spectrographic readout.
5, 4.
Not yet. Cancel the sequence.
I'm not canceling anything. 2, 1. Fire retros. I said fire. All right, if you won't do it...
Don't touch that switch!
Fire! Fire!
You fool!
Strap into your seat now!
Marcuson? You all right? Marcuson, where are you? Warren? Warren, can you hear me?
Over here.
Oh, thank God. After a landing like that?
Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. If you can get this instrument panel off me, I'll try to do that.
Hang on. It's split in two. I'll see if I can lift it.
How's the rest of the ship?
Nose down in the bottom of a crater, as far as I can tell. Air pressure seems to be holding. Here, take my hand.
Whoa, whoa. Not just yet, Sam. I've got a little bit of a problem with this leg. But we made it, didn't we?
Yeah, we made it. With or without my help.
It wasn't your fault.
Sure it was. If I'd followed your order...
We still would have come down at the wrong angle. The flight plan was off.
There's nothing wrong with the flight plan. It's the terrain. It's not like the reconnaissance photos. Close but different. Somehow...
Then you were right to be cautious. Do we have power?
I don't know. I haven't had time to check anything.
Try to get the lights running. It's dark in here.
I may be able to rig a new circuit.
You do that. I'll give you a hand.
Don't be crazy. You can't even stand up. I'll do it.
Sam?
Yeah?
Hurry if you can. Will you, Sam? I want to take a look outside. I want to see what's really there.
There's plenty of time for that.
Is there?
I told you, we've got air. That means the hull's intact. You rest easy. I'll get the medical kit.
If you say so, Sam. If you say so.
Yes!
Sam?
I've got the circuits up. We are in business.
What are you doing?
Running a diagnostic on the equipment. Stay down.
How long did I sleep?
A couple of hours. Don't worry, you needed it.
You run an atmosphere check?
Yeah.
So, is it safe out there?
That's the question.
What's the matter? Something wrong with the sample?
No, I got a good one. More than enough. That's the problem.
You couldn't get a reading?
Oh, I got a reading all right. A complete analysis. Down to the last trace element.
So, what did it say?
It says the air is fine. Almost identical to the mix on Earth.
Well, what are we sitting here for? Let's go plant the flag.
Hold on. You're not going anywhere with that leg.
You go then. Just get the hatch open so I can see what's out there.
I'm not going anywhere.
Of course you are. Sam, we're the first men on Mars. What's the matter with you?
Not yet.
What are you waiting for? A printed invitation?
It's the reading.
But you said it was fine.
It can't be right.
Don't you trust the equipment, Sam? You designed it, remember?
You and I both know there's no breathable atmosphere on Mars.
Well, maybe there is where we landed.
That doesn't make sense.
If we're in a crater, there could be a buildup of gases.
Not according to any scientific literature I've ever read.
Then it's obvious the literature is wrong. You trust your equipment?
I've run the data 50 times.
And everything checks out. We made it, Sam. We made it. You know what that means?
I want to filter out another sample and run it through the analyzer.
We've traveled 35 million miles.
Exactly. Another few hours won't make any difference.
We can't wait any longer. The human race won't wait. If you won't open the hatch, I'll do it myself.
You won't be able to get it open. The hydraulics out.
Patch in the auxiliary power supply. You said the circuits are up.
I'm telling you, we can't.
Maybe you can't, but I can.
You're going to wreck your other leg.
I'll use the manual override. That's what I'll do. I'll disconnect the hydraulic lift at the wall and...
I told you to take it easy.
Sam. Just my luck, eh? 35 million miles through black space just to find a place to die.
You are not going to die.
That's all right. Really. It's just that I'd hate for this ship to be my tomb. Do me one favor.
Anything.
When it does happen, and I think it'll be soon.
Don't talk like that.
Get me outside, one way or another. Don't be afraid. I've got a strange hunch that if anybody's out there, they'll help you with the funeral. That's how people are. And they are people, Sam. As long as they've got minds and hearts, that means they've got souls. And that makes them people.
No. For God's sake, don't die now. Don't leave me alone here. Warren! Warren! What's that? Listen. Do you hear that, Warren? Do you hear that? Something's out there. And it's coming. It's coming right up to the ship. You said that whatever's out there is like us. Well, I don't know that. There's no way to find out, and I'm not ready to find out. Go away! Whoever or whatever you are, go away! No, they're coming. Whatever they are, they're coming. The gun. Yes. Where's the survival kit? There. Nothing fancy, just a good old .38 automatic. That ought to do the trick. Get away! I said, get away from the ship! All right, if you won't go away, you want me to come out, I'll come out. You think you're ready for me? Huh? Huh? Where's that lever? Whoever or whatever you are, let's find out if you can eat lead. What the? Come on. Where are you? What are you waiting for? You see this? It's a gun. Know what a gun is? Want to find out? Step into the light so I can see you. But you're people. I swear you are. You're just like me. Face, body, everything.
Please, don't be afraid.
There's no reason to, you know.
What do you have in your hand?
Oh, this it's a pistol. It's a... I was only going to use it if...
May I see it?
What? I suppose so. Just don't touch the trigger. It contains explosive missiles. They're called bullets.
We didn't know if you were ever going to come out. We've waited most of the night.
Very glad to see that you've finally done so, however.
This is amazing. I'm Conrad. Samuel Conrad. That's my name. You understand? Name?
We understand, Mr. Conrad.
We landed here, my friend and I, in this ship. Crashed, I should say. We come from Earth.
Earth?
Where I'm from. This planet is known as Mars. We took off in our ship almost 3 months ago.
Check on the other one. He may be injured.
Yes, of course.
Here, I'll show you in the sand. See, this is the sun. Sun, the big star. And this is the Earth, the third planet from the sun, and this is you. Here.
The other one is dead.
His name is Marcuson.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Conrad. We don't intend to hurt you. We've only been wondering when you intended to come out. Of course, we were curious.
But how do you know my language?
We don't, Mr. Conrad. As you'll no doubt soon realize, you're speaking our language.
Your language?
Unconscious transference. You'd call it hypnosis of a sort.
But you must be tired. We'll prepare a place for you to rest and food.
I'm appreciative. I really am. You'll forgive me, my staring. I mean, but I can't get over it. I mean, you're people, just like I am. Actual human beings. Marcuson said you'd... Marcus.
We'll bear your friend for you. Later on, you can tell us the sort of marker you'd like. That is your tradition, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We can also repair your ship for you.
You can?
If that would please you.
Oh, yes, very much.
Good. Consider it done.
There are so many questions I want to ask.
Really?
So many things I want to find out about your civilization, your science, the way you live, the social structure. 100 questions, 1,000.
We will be glad to answer all your questions. But first, you must rest.
Yes.
Come with us, Mr. Conrad. You must have food and drink and sleep. After you.
Where are we going?
Not far. A structure we've built.
I don't see anything.
Oh, I know it's dark out there, but it's only a short walk. You'll understand more when we arrive. The true end of your journey, if you will.
A place that's more comfortable.
Would you give me a moment?
What?
It won't take long. I'd like to say goodbye to my friend.
Oh, certainly.
Marcuson, I hope you know what's happened. I hope you know that you were right. There are Martians, after all, and they're people. It's incredible, but they really are just like us. You knew, didn't you? Somehow, you knew. Oh, I'm sorry, old friend, that I didn't believe you. And that you didn't live to see them.
Are you ready, Mr. Conrad?
Yes. I'm ready.
I hope this will do.
I'm impressed. On Earth, this would be considered very modern. The angles, the lines. Are the walls stainless steel?
Well, not exactly. Something like it.
Would this be considered a typical house here?
In a sense, it would be the equivalent of an apartment, I believe you call it.
Except that there's no furniture. I don't believe it. Everything is built into the walls. What's the power source? Not electricity, surely. It's
a simple principle, really. You'll hear all about it. About everything.
But we promised you food. Your table and chair.
From the ceiling. That's brilliant.
And on the table, your meal. It will taste somewhat different from what you're accustomed to, but I trust you'll find it agreeable. Here.
Thank you so much. All of you. You know, I am hungry. Very hungry.
Please sit down, Mr. Conrad, and eat.
It's different, but I like the taste. Like melon or cantaloupe, maybe. And yet, there's almost a meat flavor.
You don't mind it?
Mind? Are you kidding? After that freeze-dried stuff we ate on the ship? No. This is delicious.
We'll leave you to eat, then.
Oh, I wonder, could you do us a small favor, Mr. Conrad?
Anything.
As a favor, would you mind sketching for us what a home looks like on Earth, so we'll better understand your culture?
No, not at all. This is what we call a ranch house. It has only one story. Here, look, I'll show you. This is roughly the shape. The front door here, and This is what's known as a picture window. Looking out from the living room.
I see.
The bedroom area. And the kitchen, where we cook the food. Here, I'll put down some more details about the interior.
Please.
Couch, chair, television set. And inside the kitchen, over here, the refrigerator, maybe a freezer, and the stove.
A freezer and a stove?
Well, one to keep the food from spoiling and one to heat it up.
Remarkable.
In the bedroom, the bed, the bureau, the mirror. Do you understand mirror? Reflection? To look at yourself.
Of course, I've forgotten.
Will you look at that?
Here's your mirror, along with the sink, towels, running water, and this will be your bed.
All the comforts of home.
Eat in pleasure, Mr. Conrad, and then rest. We'll come back later.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, miss?
Yes?
I didn't ask any of your names.
That's all right.
You have a name, don't you?
I'm called Tina.
Tina, I wish you'd, will you tell the others for me how much I appreciate all this? The trouble you've gone to, this is a pretty wonderful thing that's happened to me, so thank you. Do you understand? Thank you. I mean, to come millions of miles and meet people of your own kind, I was so frightened before. I was so miserably frightened, and then...
Please don't be.
I know what I was afraid of now. I was afraid of loneliness, of silence, of the unknown. But now my friend was right. There's no need for fear now.
No need at all. No one will hurt you, I promise. You must believe that.
I do now.
I'll see you later, Mr. Conrad.
I hope so, Tina. And please call me by my given name. It's Sam.
Goodbye, Sam.
There she is.
Sorry, he had more questions.
What did you tell him?
That we'd be back later. He understands.
How did he take the language transference?
Oh, quite easily.
His quotient is low enough. You should see the wave chart. He has the mind almost of an infant. And you must have a look at his ship.
I have done so. So primitive as to be almost unbelievable. You wonder how he made it here. Tina, how does he react to things?
What?
He asked you a question.
I'm sorry, how does...
His reactions.
Most trusting, emotionally very complex. He feels loneliness, curiosity, excitement. He seems to crave companionship.
And what is your recommendation? For what we should do with him?
I think we should let him go.
Let him go? How can we let him go?
He means us no harm, and he's...
He's what? Tell us what he is.
Go ahead, Tina. Feel free to speak.
He's so much like us, that's all.
Did you hear that, everyone? He's so much like us.
Excuse me.
Tina, where are you going?
I have something to do.
At this hour, surely not.
Perhaps to observe our new arrival. After all, he is almost one of us now.
One of us indeed.
Tina? Is that you?
Yes, Mr. Conrad. I was just...
What's the joke?
Oh, something one of my friends said.
Oh, what was it?
Something humorous, that's all. At least he thought so.
Won't you come in?
I wouldn't want to disturb you.
Not much chance of that. I'm too wound up. This is all a bit much to grasp at one time.
You must have a great many questions.
Perhaps you can answer a few of them. If you don't mind, that is. Won't you sit down?
Well, maybe for just a minute.
Have a seat. The couch is quite comfortable, thanks to you.
Mr. Conrad, there's something you should know.
Oh, that's an understatement. Where do we start?
I don't quite know how to put this, but...
Wait, I'm not a very good host. After all, you and your people have been so gracious, seeing to my every need. Is there anything you'd like? I assume there are refreshments. I don't suppose you people know what a drink is.
In the cabinet, you'll find several varieties of beverages.
Yeah?
I hope they're to your satisfaction.
Let's just have a look. Do you mind?
Be my guest.
I don't believe it! This is a 25-year-old single malt. Where did you get it?
We manufactured it, you might say, to suit your taste.
But how could you know what my taste is?
We retrieved it from your memories, telepathically, to use your word. You were very specific in your recollections. May I ask what it is like?
You mean you've never had Scotch whiskey before? Well, young lady, you are in for a treat. Here, I'll pour us both one.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
You're right, it's not. It's a great idea. Give this a try.
Perhaps just a taste.
Here's to the end of a long, long journey. And to good people everywhere.
It's a strange taste. It's so sharp.
Oh, I should have told you to sip it. Just take a small amount and just roll it around in your mouth. Then you swallow it. Ah, yeah. How's that?
It's interesting.
You said your people manufactured this. How, exactly? You must use some sort of molecular reconstruction powered by... what is the power source here, by the way? Solar? Hydrogen fusion? We've been experimenting with this on Earth for years, but so far...
Please, Mr. Conrad,
You seem nervous.
It's just that...
Not my fault, I hope. I've never been very good at small talk, getting to know people socially. And now I'm more aware of that than ever.
You're behaving perfectly. That's not the problem at all. You're the one who should be uneasy with us. Suspicious.
What's to be suspicious about? Do you want to know the absolute truth? This experience, meeting all of you, it's lifted a burden off my chest. All this time, not knowing what to expect. But you're so kind. You're so understanding. You take it all in stride. A visitor from another planet, I mean, am I...
The first? No, I can't say that you are.
I should have known. You accepted me so easily. The other, visitors, where did they come from? Not Earth, obviously. Outside the solar system?
Please. There will be plenty of time to answer those questions and more.
I'm sure there will be. But you see, I'm a scientist. Facts, numbers.
Those are our concerns, too. They have been since time immemorial.
You've been here a very long time. Your civilization, I mean.
Yes, in Earth terms. But Mr. Conrad, Sam, there is something I wanted to tell you. It's only fair that you know before...
Before what?
Ah, Mr. Conrad. Still awake, I see.
Oh, come in. I was just telling Tina here...
Mr. Conrad, we have a surprise for you.
Really?
A very nice surprise.
You shouldn't go to any more trouble.
Would you accompany us, please?
Where are we going?
That's the surprise, Mr. Conrad. You'll see soon enough.
Isn't she coming?
Tina will remain behind.
Oh, we were just getting acquainted.
She has other duties.
Actually,
Don't you, Tina?
I hope I'll see you later.
No. If you don't mind, Sam, I think I will go with you now.
Tina.
Great, I'd like that. Quite a complex you have here. There must be miles of corridors, like interconnecting tubes.
It provides both shelter and a gathering place for our people.
The walls, are they glass?
A form of what you call plastic. Very strong, for protection against the elements.
Then you have seasons. We've seen evidence of dust storms on the surface and, of course, the polar ice caps.
We've had to recreate an atmosphere in recent centuries. That has wrought havoc with the forces of nature. Far more than you might have observed from space.
I can hardly wait to take a closer look.
Really, Mr. Conrad, you don't want to tire yourself. You should get a good night's rest while you can.
No reason to. I feel fine. Does the complex house your research facilities, laboratories, that sort of thing?
They are in an adjacent structure.
I thought I saw a reflection out there, but it's so dark.
All in good time. It will be a few more hours until sunrise. Then, all will be clear. Ah, here we are.
After you, Mr. Conrad.
What?
Allow me to illuminate it for you.
But this is...
This is what, sir?
Why, it's just like the entrance to my house back home.
Is it?
Yes, this is the foyer, and the living room would be down here.
You like it?
Do I? It's a perfect replica of my place in California. This is perfect.
We did our best.
I mean, in every detail. Furniture, the works, even the drapes. If I open them, I bet I'll see my old picture window.
No point in opening them now. It's dark. Wait till morning.
How did you build it so quickly?
We sincerely hope this is the way you're used to living.
You didn't miss a thing.
The general outline came from your diagram, the rest from your mind.
You think very clearly, Mr. Conrad. Very clearly indeed. Strong, clean impressions. Would you care to see the rest of the house?
Would I ever? Ah! My kitchen! And my refrigerator.
It's filled with your favorite foods, the ones you remember most vividly.
Cheese, fried chicken, and pizza. Oh, I'd love to have some warmed over pizza right about now. This is really fabulous. I don't know how to repay you.
Your presence is quite enough.
I really, truly appreciate it.
We wanted you to feel at home, Mr. Conrad. Do you?
Well, I never saw it this clean.
Splendid.
In that case, we were wondering if you'd mind remaining here for a little while.
Oh, sure. And about my spaceship. Take your time.
Your spaceship?
You said you'd be able to fix it.
Oh, yes. We'll restore it to its original state and then transport it here, outside your residence. It will be in perfect working order.
That's great.
You expressed interest in seeing more of our people. We'll arrange that, first thing in the morning.
I'm sure they will be most interested.
I'd be delighted.
For a little while longer, then. Enjoy yourself, Mr. Conrad. Enjoy your house.
You bet I will. I can hardly wait to sleep on a real mattress again. Oh, let me show you out.
That's not necessary.
Sure it is. This is my house, isn't it?
It is, sir. It most certainly is.
What's this in the vase?
You call them roses, don't you?
Well, yes, but how?
We had a little trouble with the petals. So delicate. If you examine them closely, you may find them somewhat imperfect.
I doubt that very much. Here, I want you to have one. It's my way of saying thanks.
Thank you. I'll keep it to remember you by.
But we'll see each other again, won't we? What? Are you crying?
Come along, Tina.
I'm very happy to have known you, Sam.
Time to go.
Sleep well, and wake refreshed.
Man, this is too much. Wonder if there's some more of that scotch in here. Yes! Well, all I can say is if this is an illusion, it's one a guy can live with. This is the best scotch I've ever tasted. I think I'll just sit down here, put my feet up. This is the greatest. Absolutely the greatest. Where? It wasn't a dream. I really am here, after all. Never even made it to bed. That's okay. Slept like a baby. Must be morning by now. Well, let's take a look out of my famous picture window and see what morning's like on Mars. Oh, you look at that. Red sand. Red hills. Ooh, oh, wow. They made the window so it retracts automatically. Smell that. Oh, real honest to goodness air. I gotta get outside. Come on. What's the matter with this door? Wait a minute. What's that? Sounds like some kind of vehicle. Hey! Hey, everybody! I bring you greetings from Earth! Hey, what are these bars for?
Everyone, please exit through the rear of the tram.
Over here! I'd like to shake your hands, but I'm locked in.
Go to the main window, please. He's still in quarantine.
What's he talking about? Why are you all looking at me like that?
Please don't touch the bars.
Hey, what's going on? Hey!
This is our latest acquisition.
No, it can't be. My ship. They said they'd move it here. Wait, why would they? It can't blast off this close. It would set the whole house on fire. Unless they don't intend.
Isn't he unusual?
Careful, children.
Can it talk?
Yes, on an elementary level, a very limited vocabulary, of course. Its primitive spacecraft will soon be on permanent display. For now, you're free to observe the creature in its natural surroundings.
I don't belong
Note
in
the
here.
simple primal emotions.
No! No! Let me out of here!
You may take holograms if you like. And next, we'll move on to the Venusian habitat, the intergalactic breeding area, and the Alpha Centauri house. This again is a holographic opportunity.
I don't belong in here, please! Please!
I would like to take a hologram. Isn't he cute? Look this way, Earthman.
You were right, Marcus. You were right. People, they are the same. No matter where you go, they are always the same. It's a zoo. A zoo. A zoo! It's a zoo.
Species of animal on public display. Physical characteristics similar to a human being. Head, trunk, arms, legs, hands, feet. Very tiny, undeveloped brain. Comes from a primitive planet known as Earth. Calls himself Samuel Conrad. And he will remain here in his specially constructed cage with running water and electricity and central heating for the rest of his natural life. Because Samuel Conrad finally discovered a flight plan that led him off course and into the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Glenn, honey.
Snooze alarm.
That was the snooze alarm. Time to rise and shine. Want breakfast?
No.
Coffee, at least.
Why are you up already?
Well, I had some things to take care of.
Well, you should sleep in.
Well, I'm awake now. Let's go, Tiger.
All right.
Careful.
Sorry.
What happened?
Nothing. I knocked over the picture. Too much stuff on this table.
Don't worry about it. I'll clean it up. You'd better get ready.
Okay.
Something wrong with the mirror? What in the... Claire? Something isn't right.
Look at this magazine ad. Really a nice layout. Who did it?
Claire?
Not McCloskey, that's for sure.
Claire!
I wonder if it was Wolfus or...
Look at me! Look at me!
Yeah?
What do you see?
Oh, Glenn, please.
I asked you a question.
Coffee's in the kitchen. Why don't you take your shower and...
Who do you see?
What kind of question is that? Am I supposed to see something?
This isn't me!
You're right.
I knew it!
It's somebody acting like an idiot.
My face, Claire! Look at my face!
Very nice. Now, don't forget to shave.
You think it's nice? I just looked in the mirror and I've never seen this face before in my life!
Meet Glenn Holbrook, a man who believes in the old adage, to know thyself, and who, until this morning, made a practice of doing exactly that. For most of his adult life, Mr. Holbrook has felt very much at home in his own skin. But a moment ago, he caught a glimpse of himself in the bathroom mirror and didn't recognize the stranger staring back. Whether he will discover that stranger's identity remains to be seen. Because somehow the law of cause and effect has been temporarily interrupted. It was put on hold the moment he awoke to find himself a new resident of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Who Am I? Starring Sean Astin, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to tell you. I looked in the mirror and...
You must have had a bad night. I'll bring you some coffee.
I don't want any coffee. Claire, take a good, long look, and then answer this.
Yes?
How can a man go to bed one person and wake up another?
Who did?
Me!
That's ridiculous.
All right, the joke's over. Look at the person standing right here, in front of you.
I'm looking.
Tell me you see Glenn Holbrook.
What?
Go ahead, let me hear you say it.
Well, as far as I can tell, you're the man I married. Satisfied? I think I know what you look like.
Not as well as I do. I know the face I grew up with.
You're the same, Glenn.
Then when did I get this?
This what?
This scar on my cheek.
Okay. You want to talk about your scar? We'll talk about it. But it's no big deal, really.
Since when?
You used to think people were staring at you, then you finally got it.
Got what?
You figured out that nobody pays attention to anyone but themselves. Personally, I think it's sexy.
Claire, listen to me. I'm not crazy.
I didn't say you were.
I swear to you, I never saw this scar before.
That's impossible.
Why?
Because you were still sensitive about it when I met you. It was years before you told me how it happened.
And how did it happen?
Oh, come on.
Please, just tell me.
You were a child. You and some other boys were playing war. Somebody threw a rock and it hit you in the cheek. It required 7 stitches. Your mother was hysterical. Isn't that right?
No, it never happened. Not to me.
I've had about enough of this. It's getting late. Go over to the bedroom mirror and we'll settle it.
These eyes are brown. My eyes are blue.
Oh, come on.
This face, this chin, the hairline, trust me, the man I am looking at is a total stranger.
Please, Glenn, you're scaring me.
Well, think of what it's doing to me. I had a face. Not great, but pretty decent looking, I thought. Wait, where's the picture? I'll prove it to you.
Picture?
The one I knocked over when I turned off the radio.
I threw it away.
When?
Just now.
I was only in the bathroom for a minute.
I didn't want you to cut yourself. The glass was broken.
I know the glass was broken, but where's the picture, the photograph of the both of us?
In the trash.
What?
It was ruined. Don't worry, I'll have another print made.
I want to see it.
I put the trash bag in the hall. It's covered with coffee grounds and garbage by now.
Did you look at it?
I know that picture. It's you.
Of course it's me. That's what I've been telling you. It has to be. It was taken on our honeymoon.
You've hardly changed at all. Brown eyes, broad forehead, nice cheekbones, and that little scar. Oh, you can hardly see it.
I don't have any scar.
Glenn, I've had about enough of this.
Yeah, so have I. I don't know what's happened to me.
You had a bad dream or something. It'll pass. You'll see. Now, put it out of your mind. Get dressed and go to work before...
Work? McCloskey will throw me out. I'm an imposter.
No, he won't. You're you. I know that. And so will he and Harry and everybody else in the office.
Inside, I'm me. But on the outside, who am I?
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Willard.
I know. Park it away from the other vehicles. Don't worry, sir. I'll take real good care of her. No dings allowed in my lot.
Willard, you recognize this car, right?
Sure do. Been parking it for you. How long is it now? A couple of years.
And you recognize me?
I should by now. Hey, thanks again for the Christmas tip. You didn't have to do that, you know. Mr. McCloskey pays me just fine, but, well, I sure did appreciate it. Got my girlfriend some French perfume. Oh, keys in the car?
Wait, just a minute.
Yes, sir.
What's my name?
Huh?
My name?
Oh, sorry. You want me to call you Mr. Holbrook?
Well, if that's who you think I am...
Well, who else would you be?
Well, that's a big question.
How's that, Mr. Holbrook?
Nothing, Willard. Just checking.
McCloskey Advertising, how may I direct your call? One moment, please. McCloskey Advertising, how may I... No, he's not in yet. Would you like his voicemail? Just a moment. Good morning, Mr. Holbrook.
What did you say?
I said good morning.
Yeah, I thought that's what you said. You know me then?
Of course, Mr. Holbrook. Is anything wrong?
No. No, everything's just fine.
Hi, boss.
Janice, can I ask you something?
Sure. I'll have your emails ready in a minute. A bunch came in overnight.
Do you notice anything different about me?
Let's see. Yeah.
You do?
New tie, isn't it?
No, I don't mean that.
You got a haircut?
Did I? Since the last time you saw me?
Well, maybe you didn't. I'm not sure.
But I'm the same man you worked for yesterday.
Unless you got a twin brother.
I don't.
I didn't think so. Now, let me see. Mr. Ashton's called twice already. You know how he is. Wants a conference as soon as you get in. And production needs your opinion on the Durant's layout. Mr. Holbrook? One of those mornings, huh?
Not really.
Am I missing something?
No. I am.
You didn't have your coffee yet. There should be some in the lounge.
Listen, Janice.
Yes?
You have a mirror?
Where?
In your purse?
Why?
Just wondering.
I think so, yeah.
Take it out, would you?
Okay. There's one in my compact.
Good. Open it.
Now what?
What do you see?
I don't understand.
Well, you see yourself, right?
Well, I hope so.
What if you looked in there and saw somebody else?
Like who?
A perfect stranger.
That would be something. I'm nowhere near perfect.
You're lucky.
I am?
Yeah. You've got the face you were born with.
So, Mr. Holbrook, which do you want? Mr. Ashton or production?
Neither one.
Pardon?
Is Harry in his office?
I think so.
Tell him I'd like to see him. Right away.
Mr. Ashton on line 1.
Well, I'll get back to him. Where's Harry?
I'm just calling.
Get him in here.
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you looking at? Nice scar there, buddy. Come in.
Glenn?
In the washroom.
I can come back later if...
Be with you in a minute. Have a seat.
Janice said you wanted to see me.
Yeah.
So what's up?
Just a little reality check.
What's that?
Harry, how long have you worked here?
Let's see, 3 years, isn't it?
Would you say that we know each other pretty well?
Sure do. Why?
And do me a favor.
No problem. You'll have to ask for your own raise, though. I don't even think McCluskey knows my first name.
If you had to give a description of me, what would you say?
To who, the cops? What'd you do?
Just tell me.
What you look like?
Yes. Describe me.
Is this some kind of test?
No. Play along for a minute.
Let's see. You're 5'9" or thereabouts, medium build.
What about my face?
Your face?
What does it look like?
I don't get it.
I know you don't. Please, it's important.
Oh, well, I don't know. Kind of a longer face, dark hair, what they call an aquiline nose, brown eyes.
Say the eyes again?
Well, they could be green, I guess. No, come to think of it, brown.
You're sure?
Hey, what's this all about?
Do I have any identifying marks?
Not that I know of. Never saw you in the gym, of course.
No scars?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
And where is it?
You can hardly see it.
Where?
On your cheek, the last time I looked. Hey, you okay in there?
You tell me.
Looking good. Very corporate. So, do I pass?
You get an A+, I'm sorry to say.
What's wrong?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Thanks for coming by, Harry.
That it?
That's it.
Well, I'd better be getting back. Hey, want to grab some lunch later?
Why not?
Okay, then. Be seeing you.
Oh, Harry.
Yeah?
You still have that bottle of scotch in your office?
From the Christmas party? I think so. You want a belt?
I've got a client later. He might want one.
Be my guest. I'll send it over.
Thanks. Some ice, too?
You bet.
Yeah, I've got a client, all right. And if he doesn't want to drink, I know somebody who does. My old pal, Scarface here. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the strangest one of all? There. That ought to take the edge off. Maybe one more. Now, let's have another look at that mirror. Eyes front and center. Here we go. 10, hut! Stop looking at me!
Mr. Holbrook? Where? Mr. Holbrook!
There she is. Lucky Janice. The lady who knows herself.
You've cut your hand.
He never laid a glove on me. Give me a Band-Aid, would you, sweets?
What happened? You're bleeding.
He was here, Mr. McCluskey, just a little while ago.
Hi, Harry. What's going on?
Wrap a towel around it for now.
Nah, it's only a little scratch.
What's going on here?
There was a crash, Mr. McCluskey. I came in as soon as I heard it.
7 years. Bad luck.
Here, Glenn, sit down.
Holbrook, have you been drinking?
Surely you jest.
Glenn's not a drinker, Mr. McCluskey.
Not until now.
Leave us.
But his hand...
Look at that. Towel's turning pink. Pretty, huh?
Where's the first aid kit?
In my desk.
Bring it here, if you please, Miss Bentley. And then kindly leave us. I'll take it from here.
Certainly, sir.
At least the bottle's only half empty. Thank heaven for small favors.
Here it is, Mr. McCluskey.
Hold all his calls for now.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you in a while, Glenn.
Sure, Harry, old boy.
Now then, do you mind explaining yourself?
The mirror broke when it saw me.
Never mind about the mirror.
Have a drink, JJ. It's single malt.
I think you've had quite enough. You know, Ashton says you haven't talked to him all morning and you've got Crawford sitting on his hands in production. Now, that means the whole campaign is delayed.
I'll get a new mirror. I have to paint it black, though. I don't like what I see.
Holbrook, you're a good man, but you've got to get a hold of yourself. Give me your hand.
Too late to fix me. The damage is done.
If I thought so, I wouldn't bother. Yeah, this is going to sting.
What is it? Ow!
You've been putting in a lot of hours at the agency. Pushing yourself too hard.
Well, glad you brought it up, JJ. See, it wasn't really me. All this time I thought it was, but...
Hold still.
You don't have to do that.
I know I don't. But I believe in the personal touch, especially for those who've stayed with me through thick and thin.
You're wrapping up my hand like a mummy. Does that mean I'm already dead? I must be, because...
Shh, quiet. You're in no condition to discuss anything. I want you to take the day off.
What for?
Make it the rest of the week. There, that ought to hold you. Just a superficial cut. Now, go home. Put some food in your stomach and sleep it off. Then we'll talk. You're not yourself.
You don't think so either? Thanks, JJ. Thank you very much.
Holbrook.
Those are the first understanding words I've heard all day.
Continue, please, Mrs. James.
I'm not sure what you want me to say, Doctor.
Anything that comes to mind. You still have a few minutes.
Well, as I've told you, I have trouble sleeping, and every little thing seems to set me off.
Perhaps that's it.
It?
The cause of your irritability. The domestic discord.
Lack of sleep? Well, my physician did say I need more exercise.
No, that's addressing the symptoms. But what is the root cause? Let's try a different tack. How do you feel toward your husband?
It's not his fault. He works hard.
I'm sure he does. But you said there's financial strain. Do you wish he had a better job?
Oh, every woman wishes that. Oh, we marry them and they promise us the moon and we wait and we wait and...
Yet some women are happily married, are they not?
Well, all I can say is they must know something I don't.
Perhaps they do. However, that's not the issue. You can't make him over, you know.
Oh, sometimes I wish I could.
You're angry at your husband for not making enough money. But you can't face that about yourself, so you sublimate it. The result, it comes out in little ways. You can't sleep, bicker endlessly. Yes?
Your 2 o'clock is here.
Thank you, Louise. I'm sorry, Mrs. James. Your hour is up. See you Tuesday.
But what am I supposed to do until then?
I see 2 choices. 1, go to a financial counselor, or 2, trade your husband in for a new model.
Well, what's been your experience, Doctor? You're married, I take it.
Alas not. Good day.
He'll see you now.
Dr. Blackwood?
How do you do, Mr. Holbrook?
I really don't see any point to this. It was my employer's idea.
Here's the file, Doctor.
Why don't you sit down, Mr. Holbrook?
And wait for it to all go away? Tried that. Didn't work.
As you wish. Let's start with the facts. You believe you woke up a few days ago with... a face that wasn't yours.
Don't tell me. It's all in my mind.
You went to your office expecting that no one would recognize you, but they did. So you started drinking as a form of self-medication?
And I smashed a mirror. Don't forget that. McCloskey never will.
Mr. McCloskey is responsible for your being here. He thinks a lot of you.
Why shouldn't he? I've given him 5 years of my life, and he has an option on the rest.
I take it he considers you almost a son. Someone worth salvaging.
I'm an investment. At least the old Glenn Holbrook was.
Was he?
Well, compared to this, yes. How would you like it if you had to wear this face for the rest of your life?
The question is why it bothers you so. Won't you have a seat?
I'm not lying down on the couch.
Whatever you're comfortable with. Now, let's look at the situation. Doesn't it seem unlikely that you're the only person who finds your face unfamiliar?
Well, that's putting it mildly.
But is it the truth?
I don't know what the truth is anymore.
What does your wife say?
She thinks everything's hunky-dory.
So she would have to be in collusion with the others, part of a conspiracy. Why would she be?
I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
Is she happy with your job?
I assume so.
How about everyone else?
I get along pretty well. McCloskey likes me.
So she'd have to be doing it on her own. But unless she's got a motive, and the magical power to cloud men's minds or alter the fabric of reality, they're all seeing you as you are, and always were.
Well, that would explain it, but...
Now, if everyone sees you that way, then you're the only one who thinks you're any different. Isn't that right?
I guess so.
Ergo, the trouble is not with them, but with you.
So it is all in my mind.
These books are filled with case histories, Mr. Holbrook. Many of them far more bizarre than yours. When a man finds the world he lives in too hostile, too evil, too miserable, he sometimes invents a new one that fits him better. He then takes his leave of this world, so to speak, although he remains physically in it.
That's what happened to me.
It fits the pattern.
So it'll help me if I see the pattern. How does that work? Even if I know it, I'll still be messed up, won't I?
We have to go back to primal causes. The underlying question is, how do you know what you know?
Philosophy 101. Epistemology.
But did you understand it?
I passed the class in college, if that's what you mean.
Look, it's really very simple. If each of us existed in his own world, the universe would be chaos. The conflict is between consensus and individual perception. But science is about what can be verified, and one human mind is too fragile to rely on. Without a common ground, where would we be? Lost somewhere in the stars, I should say.
But why would I invent the memory of a completely different face?
Because your inner self is trying to tell you something. The thing to do is to live with it. Accept it.
Easier said than done.
Nothing is easy, Mr. Holbrook. The longest journey begins with, you know the rest. I suggest a series of sessions, 3 times a week to start. Is that agreeable?
If it'll bring back the face I was born with.
That's up to you. But I would say the prognosis is most favorable. Now, if you don't mind, I'll ask you to fill out an insurance form for your health provider. Louise will fax a copy to McCluskey's office.
You don't have any mirrors, do you?
There's one in my washroom. Why? Verification.
No. I know what I'll see. You better keep it locked up while I'm here so I don't start busting up the place.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Willard.
Been a while.
Yes, it has.
Well, welcome back. I know, park it in a safe place. Don't worry.
I wanted to thank you.
For what?
Taking care of my car.
When?
That day, last month, when I took a cab home. I left it here for how long, a week?
Oh, don't worry about it. Mr. McCluskey said you were sick.
I was, but I'm all right now. The key's in the ignition.
Got it. Say, what's the long package?
Oh, I almost forgot. Something from my office. Hand it to me, will you?
Sure thing.
Thanks. Oh, and Willard?
Yeah?
You wouldn't know where I could borrow a hammer, would you? There. All done.
Brand new mirror, huh?
Yep, got it at the home shack on the way to work.
That should make old McCluskey happy.
The least I could do.
You really had him going. Now, if I'd broken that mirror, I'd be out on my ear.
Hand me the towel so I can polish it up.
Here we go.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Hi there, ugly.
Don't talk about yourself that way.
Well, it's true. Does anybody like their own face, especially with a scar?
Oh, will you come off that? It hardly shows, I tell you.
Mr. Holbrook?
In here.
Mr. McCluskey's here to see you, sir. And, Mr. Holbrook, I just wanted to say, it's good to have you back.
It's good to be back. And Janice, please call me Glenn from now on.
If you like, sir. I mean, Glenn.
Good morning, sir. Morning, Shannon. Part of the welcoming committee?
You bet.
What have you done in there, Holbrook? A new medicine chest? You didn't have to do that.
On the contrary, Mr. McCluskey, I'd like to make amends, and this is a start.
Well, I'd better get back to work.
See you at lunch, Harry. And remember, I'm buying this time.
Sure, Glenn.
You're doing well. Blackwood thinks so, too.
Thank you, sir. I owe you an apology.
Water under the bridge. Man has a right to let go once in a while. I've done some funny things in my time, too.
Really, Mr. McCloskey?
Tell you about them someday. I just wanted to stop in and say hello. We'll go on as if nothing happened. Okay, by you?
More than okay. Onward and upward.
That's the spirit, my boy. If you need advice about anything, you let me know. My door's always open.
Thank you, sir.
Call me JJ.
Ready to turn in?
Soon as I finish with my hair.
Everything's locked up. I'll set the clock. Am I forgetting anything?
My, aren't we full of energy tonight?
You don't know the half of it.
That's a good start.
Smell that air. Reminds me of our honeymoon.
It does?
Makes a man happy to be alive.
I'm glad you feel that way. For a while there.
That's all over. I've joined the human race again.
You don't know what a relief that is.
Time to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But
1.
Tell me honestly,
2.
Glenn. You don't still think like...
I don't think anything.
I mean that business about your face.
I'm still not sure if it's mine.
Glenn.
But so what? There are more important things in heaven and earth. I've still got you and a job. I guess I'll just have to live with it.
Is that what the psychiatrist said?
Yeah, and it took. And looking at Blackwood, I thought, oh, it could have been worse. What if I woke up with his face or JJ's? How would you like that?
I like you the way you are. Even if McCloskey thinks you've hit the glass ceiling.
What do you mean? He's about to give me a promotion.
Oh, what if he does? You're not going anywhere with that agency. The handwriting's on the wall. They're on the way down.
Well, all I can say is they better not be. Kind of late for me to change horses.
It's never too late.
Well, if I go somewhere else, I'd have to start from scratch.
Oh, I don't know. There's always room for a fresh young face.
What kind of face?
Take a look in the mirror.
I'm looking. I'm a lot of things, Claire, but young isn't one of them. You know, when I first saw this new mug, I thought it was ugly. But that's because it was so different. Now, I've decided it's not such a bad old face after all.
That's what I thought.
I
mean, I've always thought that.
I think I'll keep it. The scar gives me a certain air of distinction, wouldn't you say?
Sexy is the word I was thinking of.
Not strange?
Not to me.
Good. How's it feel?
I'd say that's a very good start.
Come to bed.
Be right there. I just have something to do first. Five black candles to form the pentagram. By one flame united. Asmodeus, Lord of Darkness, hear my plea. I summon your power. Magic words of Samothrace. Give my man a comely face.
All right.
Go get him, Tiger.
Yeah. I hear that. You awake already?
I had some cleaning up to do.
You should sleep in.
Did that. Better get a move on.
Right. What in the... Claire? Claire!
What?
Look at me! Look!
Why?
Please, just do it.
I'm reading.
Where's my scar?
What scar?
The one on my face.
You've never had a scar.
I did yesterday.
Did you have a bad night again?
A bad night? What are you talking about, Claire? Look! This isn't me!
Of course it is. And quite handsome, I must say. Just like one of the male models in this magazine.
Where? What is going on?
Relax, Glenn. Go with the flow. You'll see. We'll both feel better. After you have your morning coffee.
Glenn Holbrook, a man who may or may not know himself after all, who believes the old homilies about turning over a new leaf, and that a good night's sleep can make a new man of you, whether you need it or not. Tonight's object lesson about cause and effect in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Who Am I? Starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry Soule. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, Nick Sandys, Norm Waddell, Rick Peoples, Fernette Lebo, Kurt Nabig, Meg Thalken, Heidi Klefstad, and Sarah Court. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Custom Foley effects, sound design, and mixing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, Craig Lee, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Northwest Medical Clinic, how can I help you? I'm sorry, Dr. Matheson is unavailable. He's taken a temporary assignment out of town. Can I make an appointment for you with one of our other physicians? Fine. Okay, let's see. How about next Tuesday at 2:45? Great. You'll be seeing Dr. Kyle Powers. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Psst, Dorothy.
What is it, Millie?
Kyle gets another victim, eh?
I know, right?
How many of Dr. Matheson's patients is he seeing?
Quite a few, which makes sense. He's got the lightest patient load at the clinic.
Gee, I wonder why.
Shh, Millie, someone will hear you.
Well, maybe they should know what they're getting into before they see Dr. Doom and Gloom.
Excuse me.
May I help you?
I have an appointment with Dr. Kyle Powers at 10:15.
Another one bites the dust.
Shh. Okay, what is your last name?
Callahan.
Okay, Callahan, let's see. Ah, yes, you were originally scheduled with Dr. Matheson.
Yes, but I guess he's out of town for a while.
I'm afraid so. Dr. Matheson accepted a year-long research position at a university on the East Coast.
Oh.
Kyle is seeing most of his patients.
Like lambs to a slaughter.
Millie? Mrs. Callahan, why don't you just have a seat over there in the waiting area? The nurse will call your name when the doctor is ready to see you.
Thank you.
Poor woman.
I feel so sorry for her.
If she's used to Dr. Matheson, she's in for a real shock.
I know. I don't envy anyone facing their first appointment with Dr. Kyle Powers.
Mrs. Callahan?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Kyle Powers.
It's nice to meet you.
And why are you here today?
Well, I'm concerned about this mole on my leg.
May I see it?
Of course. It's right here, see? On the calf. Dr. Matheson said I should keep an eye on it in case it changes. I think it looks a little bigger. What do you think it could be?
A mole that changes like that is usually melanoma.
Oh, melanoma? That's cancer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm going to need to ask you some questions.
Oh, well, go ahead.
When did you first notice the mole had changed?
About a week ago.
How much bigger is it?
I'm not sure.
50%?
No.
40%? 30?
10% maybe.
Do you spend a lot of time in the sun?
No.
Has anyone in your family ever had melanoma?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever have a severe sunburn as a child?
No, not severe, no.
Do you have a lot of freckles?
No.
Are you taking any medication that would weaken your immune system?
Oh, I don't think so. What would weaken my immune system?
Well, any number of meds. Azathioprine, benzotophine, cortithionate.
Of course. I don't even know what those are. Doctor, please just tell me if I do have melanoma, what treatment is available?
Well, that depends on what stage it's in. Surgery is typically the first treatment for all stages of melanoma.
Surgery?
And of course, if it spreads to the lymph nodes, those have to be removed. Late-stage melanoma also has to be treated with chemotherapy.
Chemotherapy?
If it spreads to the organs like the lungs or liver, there's not much that can be done.
Nothing.
Well, in that case, the focus is on relieving the symptoms and keeping the patient as comfortable as possible.
Until what?
Well, until the patient expires. I'm going to refer you to a dermatologist. He'll perform a biopsy and then send a sample of the growth to the lab. If it is melanoma, the dermatologist will refer you to a surgeon for the sentinel lymph node biopsy. It's all standard procedure. Here's your referral. And Mrs. Callahan?
Yes?
I know there's something most patients worry about at this point, so let me assure you. Even if the cancer gets to the point where you can't function, your insurance should cover most of the medical bills. Keep in touch.
Meet Dr. Kyle Powers, a physician well-versed in and fascinated by the mechanics of the human body. Alas, he is also a man with an unmistakable disconnect between his intellect and his heart. For you see, the good doctor is lacking in one crucial area: the ability to take into account the feelings of his patients. But his next appointment is no ordinary customer with a stuffy nose or gouty foot. Awaiting him in exam room number 6 is a messenger who is prepared to give Dr. Kyle Powers a dose of his own medicine, a prescription that can only be filled in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Amazing Dr. Kyle Powers, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Kyle? Kyle.
Yes, Doctor?
I told you, you can call me Bill.
Okay. Bill? What is it?
You saw Dolores Callahan this morning, right?
Yes, the melanoma.
No, Mrs. Callahan is not the melanoma. Mrs. Callahan is the widow with 3 children who has a suspicious mole.
How do you know what she has? Have you been checking on my patients?
Just the ones that have left here in hysterics.
She was distraught. That's to be expected when you're facing cancer.
Who's to say it's cancer? Why assume the worst and communicate those fears to the patient? Come on, Kyle. You've worked here a few months now. You should know that's not how we roll.
I just provided her with all the facts. My guess is she's home right now making an informed, thoughtful decision about how best to address her illness.
Really? Because after your interrogation, my guess is she's home right now making out her will. Look, we have a responsibility to make certain our patients leave here with a hopeful outlook.
Our responsibility is to diagnose them correctly. What if we treat a patient for something trivial that's really something life-threatening? The golfer who collapses on the 17th hole from the heat, but who really had a stroke. The woman with the annoying little cough that turns out to be emphysema. The list is endless. Thyroid disorders masquerading as psychiatric problems. Lyme disease posing as arthritis. That's why I ask so many questions. The more facts I can get from the patient, the more accurate diagnosis I can make.
So you're going to continue cross-examining our patients like it's the Spanish Inquisition?
Look, doctor, I realize my technique differs from yours. It may not consist of the sycophantic mollycoddling you prefer, but I think you'll find overall that it gets me closer to the most accurate diagnosis possible. That may not mean anything to you, but it's the reason I get up in the morning. It's how I roll. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of patients to see.
May God help every one of them.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kyle Powers. I'll be your physician while Dr. Matheson is... Oh! We are obviously not Eileen Richards.
Obviously. The name's Beaumont.
I seem to be in the wrong room, Mr. Beaumont. Let me just...
You're in the right room, Kyle.
You know me?
Yes.
You're not a quality assurance auditor sent to check up on me, are you? Did Dr. Bill T. Goodwin send you?
No, but I am here. As a representative.
For who?
Whom? I can read you the list if you like. Mrs. Barbara Kennedy, Mr. Emilio Rodriguez, Miss Dolores Delmonico, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Stone.
Those are all patients I've seen.
Mr. and Mrs. Emil Saperstein, the very Reverend Arthur Buchanan.
Some of them are patients I treated when I first started practicing.
Mr. William Tanner, Mrs. Glynis Peabody.
But how would you know I've seen all those people?
The Sullivan twins, Katie and Kylie, Rabbi David Weisinger, the Honorable Judge Harrison J. Evans.
Okay, I get it. You know every patient I've ever treated, so who are you, the ghost of Christmas past?
Hardly. I am here to communicate a message
on behalf of your patients. They are fed up with your lack of concern for their feelings. You keep them waiting long past their appointment times. You do not call them back with test results. You do not explain their illnesses in terms they can understand. And you do not make clear the side effects of the medicines you prescribe. They have described you as rude, disrespectful, insensitive, and tactless. As one patient so eloquently summarized, Dr. Kyle Powers has the people skills of Attila the Hun.
I get it now. You're an attorney. You're representing all those people as a part of some kind of lawsuit against me.
I'm afraid not. I am simply here to, how shall I put it, keep things in balance.
Look, I don't care if you're here as an attorney, an auditor, or my fairy godfather. All I know is I've effectively diagnosed and treated hundreds of patients. That's how I gauge my success, not by the number of friends I've made along the way. In short, I'm not broke, so I don't need fixing.
In that case, I'm going to need you to sign this.
What is it?
It's a standard affidavit, stating that you are willing to pay the consequences of your actions. I recommend you read the whole brief before signing.
I'm not reading or signing anything.
Well, you're going to be one of the difficult ones, aren't you? We'll have to settle for a non-written agreement then. A simple handshake has sufficed in the past.
I'm not shaking your hand either.
Come now. It's just a handshake. The sooner you shake my hand, the sooner you'll be rid of me.
All right, if it'll get you out of here faster, here's my hand.
Thanks, Kyle.
Wait! What did you do to me? Where did he go?
Can I help you, Doctor?
The man who just left this room, which way did he go?
You're the only one who's left that room in the last 10 minutes.
Well, that can't be. I was just talking to him.
I can page him if he's still in the building. Who was he?
Nobody. Just some prankster with a joy buzzer. Who's my next patient?
Mr. Gianelli. He's in room 7.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gianelli. I'm Dr. Kyle Powers. I'll be your physician while Dr. Matheson is gone. Are you in pain?
Oh, yeah.
Where does it hurt?
The back.
What part of the back?
Down low.
Did you do anything that might have caused it?
Probably. I work on a construction site, see? And I had to move some heavy sheets of plywood by myself.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you say the pain is?
About a 7, maybe 8. Seems like it's gotten worse in the last half hour or so.
Well, let me take a good look at the area where it hurts. Could you lift your shirt, please?
Sure.
Lower back, you said?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to feel around the area.
Hey, you gave me a shack. Doc, you okay?
I don't know. I feel, my back suddenly hurts.
Yeah, must be going around.
It just started out of nowhere. Maybe it's some kind of a kink. Let me see if moving around helps it. No, it still hurts. Excuse me, Mr. Gianelli. I'm gonna have to sit down over there. Hey. The pain stopped.
Lucky you.
That's odd. It stopped when I let go of you. Mr. Gianelli, I'm gonna touch you again.
You're the doctor. Ow, Doc. You need to get a humidifier in here.
Fascinating.
You're done already?
Yes, Mr. Gianelli, this is just a hunch, but is the pain you're feeling on the left side?
Yeah.
Does it hurt no matter how you move?
Yeah.
And you say it's gotten progressively worse?
Oh, yeah.
I think I know what's wrong with you.
So do I. I pulled a muscle hauling around those stupid sheets of plywood.
I don't think so, Mr. Gianelli. You have a kidney stone.
You're kidding me.
I'm convinced of it. I felt, that is, you have all the classic symptoms. Here, this is an order for you to go up to radiology for an x-ray. That'll tell us exactly where the stone is, and we can figure out what to do about it from there.
Hey, Doc, can I ask you something?
What?
How could you tell all that just by touching my back?
Mr. Gianelli, I wish I knew.
So, now that we can talk privately in my office, let me get this straight. You're telling me that you've been able to tell what your patients are feeling simply by touching them, that you can actually experience the pain they're feeling.
That's what I'm telling you.
Impossible. It can't be done.
Then how do you explain the fact that Mr. Gianelli's x-rays came back showing that he had a kidney stone right where I said it was? And what about all my other patients? Everything I diagnosed this morning was confirmed by x-rays or ultrasounds or MRIs.
You simply diagnosed them correctly.
But I'm telling you, Dr. Bill, I felt their pain.
Prove it.
All right. Who's your next patient?
No, not a patient. I want you to prove it on me. I've been experiencing some pain the past day or so. I want you to tell me where it is.
Okay. I'm gonna have to touch you.
I knew there'd be something about this I didn't like.
And it has to be on exposed skin. At least, I think it does. I'm still experimenting.
Here, you can touch my hand. That's the most skin I'm willing to let you experiment with.
All right. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Here goes.
Hey, you gave me a shock.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Interesting.
Well, what's your diagnosis, Dr. Kreskin?
Well, I would hasten myself to a dentist if I were you. You've got a toothache. Top row, right side. I'd say second molar from the rear.
Well, I don't know what to say.
No need to say anything. Your expression says it all.
What is it, Dorothy?
Mr. Samuels is waiting in room 4. He's getting a little impatient.
Tell him I'm on my way. There's got to be some kind of logical explanation for this.
Fine, we'll talk later. Oh, by the way, you might want to have that corn looked at. The one on the big toe of your left foot. Feels like it's going to burst right through your shoe.
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Okay, thank you. Northwest Medical Clinic, may I help you? I'm sorry, he isn't in yet. Can I take a message? I'll let him know. Thank you.
Hey, Dorothy. Another reporter for Kyle?
Yeah, that's like 25 now.
Ever since word got out about his gift, he's become the most popular doctor at the clinic.
I know. I can't believe he's going to be on that talk show tomorrow.
Yeah, I am dying to see what Dr. Charisma is like on TV.
Oh.
Welcome back to Barbie Porterson's Wake Up Call. I'm Barbie Porterson, and this half hour I'm going to have part 3 in my series on how I've managed to stay young looking the natural way without the use of drugs or surgery. But enough about me. We have a guest with a rather unique gift. His name is Dr. Kyle Powers, and he claims that he can experience the same pain his patients are feeling simply by touching them. Doctor, it's good to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Now, why don't you tell us exactly what happens when you touch one of your patients?
Well, in a nutshell, I experience exactly what the patient is experiencing. I can feel where the pain is in their body, how intense it is, what might be causing it, and I'm then able to provide an accurate diagnosis.
Amazing! Would it be possible for us to get a demonstration from you?
Of course. Do you have any discomfort or pain that's bothering you?
As a matter of fact, I do. Let's see if you can guess what it is. Now, what do I need to do for this demonstration?
Nothing. I just need to touch bare skin.
Oh my, careful, doctor. We're a family show.
You can just give me your hand.
All right, here you are. Oh, I think a spark flew between us. Don't tell my husband.
Interesting.
So, what's your diagnosis?
I believe the pain you wanted me to identify is a sprained muscle in your left thigh. Feels like you've probably been working out a bit too rigorously at the health club.
Ooh, that's amazing. That's exactly how my own physician diagnosed it. But it took him 20 minutes. Doctor, you truly have a special gift.
There's something else, though.
What?
Your head. You have a headache. Are you coming down with something?
Of course not. I'm fit as a fiddle. I stay fit the natural way.
There's definitely something there. In fact, it's not just a headache. There's pain in several very specific locations in your forehead.
That's interesting. Well, thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Wait. I know what I'm feeling. You recently had some sort of cosmetic injections, didn't you?
What?
Yes, the type that eliminates frown lines and wrinkles.
Me? Cosmetic injections? What a ludicrous suggestion. Well, back with more of our Barbie Porterson's wake-up call after these messages.
You know, a simple analgesic will help with that headache.
No, I don't need it. Could we cut the audio, please?
Yes, I think that would be quite agreeable. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't mind having a couple of days to think it over. Could you hold on for a moment? Come in.
Kyle.
Doctor, I'm on the phone.
I need a moment with you.
I don't have a moment.
Make one.
All right. I'm sorry, can I call you back? Thanks. That was extremely rude. And what are you staring at?
You look so pale. Do you feel all right?
I feel fine. Just a little stressed, and your intrusion doesn't help. So what's so urgent that it can't wait?
Well, let's start with the waiting room overflowing with your patients.
I had an important phone call.
With who?
Not that it's any of your business, but I was talking to Nigel Fairwick.
Nigel Fairwick? He's the TV producer who creates all those vapid reality shows. Why would you want to talk to him?
He wants to produce a television show starring yours truly.
You're kidding me. Didn't he see that debacle of a TV interview you did the other morning?
Yes, in fact, that's why he wanted to talk to me. Apparently the show's ratings skyrocketed after I outed Barbie Porterson. The interview is all over the internet.
And this TV show of yours will allow you to perform additional acts of benevolence for the public good?
Sometimes. But mostly will consist of me diagnosing the illnesses of actors, political figures, and even world leaders.
Doesn't it bother you to exploit your gift like this?
Exploit? You just don't get it, do you? I'm not seeking these people out. Nigel Fairwick, the newspapers looking for interviews, those patients in the waiting room, they're all coming to me. I'm the solution to their problems. I'm the answer to their prayers.
Spoken like a man with a true messiah complex. There's just something about your gift I've been trying to figure out. If you can feel your patient's pain, then you must be able to feel other things as well.
Like what?
Like their emotions. You must be able to feel their fear, their anxiety, their despair. Do you feel those things, Kyle?
I feel them.
Then why don't you ever talk about them? In all the interviews you've given, I've never heard you once mention the patient's emotions.
Because it's irrelevant. It's the pain that helps me diagnose the illness. Besides, Those feelings only last as long as I touch the patient.
So you shove those emotions aside. The way you've done with your own emotions all your life, I guess. Don't you see what you're missing? You could be relating to your patients in a way that no other physician could ever hope to achieve. You could treat your patients on every conceivable level, not just the physical, but the emotional, the spiritual. Kyle, you're the winner of some sort of cosmic lottery. Don't squander it on a mindless television freak show.
I'm sharing my gift with my patients. If I go on TV, I can share it with the world. How is that squandering my gift?
Because you're doing it to stroke your ego.
How do you know why I'm doing this? Can you read my mind? Is that your gift? Oh, wait, I forgot. You don't have one. Hello? Nigel? No, it's all right. I'm glad you called back. I've decided I don't need more time to think. I want to get started on this TV show as soon as possible. This afternoon? Well, that sounds great. I'll see you then. Thanks.
You're really gonna do this?
I have a meeting with Nigel in an hour to sign the contracts.
And what about your patients?
Tell them to come back tomorrow.
What if they don't want to? What if they can't?
Oh, they'll be back. That's the part you don't seem to understand, Doctor. Everyone wants to see the amazing Dr. Kyle Powers.
Well, Dorothy, my last patient has left the building. Let's start closing up shop.
Way ahead of you, Doctor.
Hey, I put the TV on in the waiting area. Kyle's TV show is about to start.
Oh, I don't want to miss this.
Oh, yes. We shouldn't miss the circus when it comes to town.
Come on, Doctor, it started.
I'm coming.
Hello, America, and welcome to Doctor in the House, the new show that promises to be the most amazing, the most remarkable, the most astounding television program you've ever seen. I'm Gil Montgomery, and I'll be your master of ceremonies.
Master of hyperbole is more like it.
And now, let's bring out the man who's been written about in every newspaper, magazine, and medical journal in the country, nay, the world. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kyle Powers.
Wow, a standing ovation.
You'd think he was the second coming.
He thinks he is anyway.
How come he's sweating so much?
He's probably just nervous.
I don't know. He looks kind of pale, too.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Gil.
Are you feeling okay, Doctor?
I'm not sure. I've been feeling a bit lightheaded today.
Well, physician, perhaps we'll give you a chance to heal thyself later in the show. But right now, we're going to bring out your first patient. Are you ready?
Yes,
I think he fainted. Oh, no.
Perhaps we should go to a commercial.
But what's wrong with him?
He's not getting up.
Can somebody help me, please? Is there a doctor in the house?
I better head down to the studio. Kyle, I've got the results of your tests. They're pretty extensive.
Tell me.
Well, simply put, your autoimmune system has completely broken down.
Can you tell why?
No, I can't find anything that would cause it. There was something about your results, though, that looked familiar. I'd seen this pattern before, but I couldn't remember where.
You've seen this pattern. You've seen this pattern in another person?
Not one person. Many people. I went back through your files of all your patients. Kyle, what you're experiencing is the affliction of every person you've treated in the past 3 weeks. Think about it. You've got emphysema like Mrs. Crandall. You've got stomach cancer like Mr. Drummond. Even have a kidney stone
like Mr. Gianelli.
Yeah, you get the idea. Every illness you've treated in the past 3 weeks is coursing through your body.
It was 3 weeks ago that...
You received your gift. I know.
How long do I have?
At the rate you're deteriorating, I'd say you've got 24 hours.
No. That just can't be.
Look, I know you're in a lot of pain. We're going to do what we can to make you comfortable. I want to run some more tests. There's got to be a way to beef up your immune system.
Bill, after the way I've insulted you, why are you showing me so much...
Compassion? It's part of being a doctor, right? Get some rest, Kyle. I'll be back.
The time is now 9 p.m. Visiting hours have ended.
Bill?
I'm afraid not.
You? What are you doing here?
I wanted to see how you're feeling. By the looks of you, I'd say you're knocking at death's door.
You did this to me, didn't you?
No. You did this to yourself. Remember our agreement? The one we shook hands on. The one you refused to read. You violated, let's see, Section 3, Paragraph 9, which states, the party in question will refrain from using his gift to advance, hasten, or otherwise promote his own personal agenda. You were given a gift intended to help you better understand your patient's feelings. But you managed to use it for your own gain. Quite an extraordinary display of abuse, really. In short, your discomfort is your own fault. And you are uncomfortable, aren't you? I sense that you're feeling more than pain. Yes. You feel the agony of every patient you ever intimidated or demoralized or humiliated. You feel their despair. Tell me about them, Doctor. Tell me about Mrs. Fitzsimmons. I believe you told her last week she has a spot on her lung. Can you tell me what she's feeling right now?
She's afraid she'll die without seeing her grandchildren.
And what about Katie Morgan, that college student who's been having dizzy spells? You sent her for a brain scan yesterday.
She's afraid she won't be able to marry her fiancé, have children, grow old with a loving husband.
And what about Mr. Hamner? You sent him for chemotherapy 2 weeks ago.
He's...
Yes?
He's filled with the terror of not knowing what lies beyond death.
It must be hard to carry the burden of all that despair. And what's worse, you're feeling it all at once, aren't you?
It's worse than the pain.
I can imagine. It must be unbearable. So tell me, Doctor, on a scale of 1 to 10, How bad is the despair?
What?
How much worse has the hopelessness become in the past hour?
Don't!
40%? 30?
Stop!
Is there a history of anguish or misery in your family?
Please stop!
Have you taken any medication that would cause this kind of acute melancholy?
Don't torture me like this!
What have you done today that would cause such agony, such utter torment?
That's enough!
Reached your limit, Doctor. And just answer one last question for me. Do you understand now how your patients feel?
Yes. I would prefer death to this much despair.
All right, then. Since you're already at the end of your rope, I suggest we end it as quickly as possible. I'm going to touch you one last time.
Northwest Medical Clinic, may I help you? Sure, let me transfer you.
Hey, Dorothy.
What is it, Millie?
It's a shame about Kyle, isn't it?
Yeah, a pity it had to end the way it did. I mean, for a little while, he had it all, and now, well, you know.
How have his patients been taking it?
Not well. Of course, I have to tell them what happened when they called to make an appointment.
That's a shame. But, you know, at least Kyle is at peace now.
Yeah. Well, he seemed very peaceful when I gave him his messages this morning. I guess a full recovery will do that to you.
That and a near-death experience.
Yeah, but it is too bad he lost his, well, you know, his gift.
Yeah. I wonder what it's gonna be like for him now. Just seeing patients as plain old Dr. Kyle Powers.
Good morning, Mr. Franklin.
Hi, Doctor.
I've got your test results here.
I know. I have a feeling you don't have good news for me.
I'm going to be completely candid with you. And before I tell you anything else, let me say this. What you've got is treatable. And we're going to exhaust every option available to get you well. So why don't we get out of this sterile examination room, go down to my office and have a cup of coffee, and work out the details.
Sounds like a plan. You know, I keep thinking about how everything could change. I'm retiring in a couple of months. Margaret and I wanted to take a trip to Germany to see where my mother was born, and my daughter's about to have my first grandchild. I'm just afraid I'm not going to be around to see all that.
Mr. Franklin, I know exactly how you feel.
Meet Dr. Kyle Powers. Not the same one we met earlier, but a new and improved version. A person who has perhaps quite literally been to hell and back, and learned along the way that redemption requires no small amount of effort on the part of the recipient. It's a fundamental lesson that's customarily taught in Sunday school or at the feet of a beloved grandparent. But a select few insist on learning it the hard way, while traversing the antiseptic, shadowy corridors of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Amazing Dr. Kyle Powers, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was especially written for The Twilight Zone by Barry Rickert. Heard in the cast were Pat Fraley, Joby Cerny, Robin Moeller, Ty Davis, Ellie Weingart, Alex Sopener, Emmy Bloom Regali, Rob Riley, and William Dick. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone were done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by Todd Beyer, Craig Lee, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. Black Leather Jackets, starring Marshall Ullman with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Elizabeth Lido, Jason Bradley, Christian Stolte, Doug James, Fernette Lebo, Jeff Lupetin, Roger Mueller, Meg Thalken, Vince Amari, Alex Sopener, Carl Amari, Kurt Nabig, and Jason Mallow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Why here? Looks like a good place.
For what?
Information. They won't know anything. Maybe they will.
Hey, Steve's right. Look at all the trucks parked out front.
I say we wait till we come to a town.
Last sign said 35 miles.
Let's go in. This is Nowheresville.
That's what we want, Freddy, isn't it?
We need to fit in, disappear. If we draw attention...
I checked the map. It's mostly small towns.
You think they won't notice us? They'll know we're not from...
I said, let's go.
you boys. Sit anywhere you like. Got some seats at the counter.
Thanks.
3 cold ones?
Sure.
Fine by me.
How's your water?
That all you want, Blue Eyes?
I just wondered how your water supply is.
Pure as can be. Down the mountain and over the dam. 1 double shot of H2O coming up. And, 2 long necks.
Make it 3.
That's more like it, honey.
Any, towns around here?
You bet. Stay on the highway and you'll hit Fairview. Lots of bikers stop at the motel just inside the city limits.
Fairview. Nice place, is it?
Oh, it's okay. Kind of quiet. Shops, schools, not much to do.
Sounds just right.
Yeah? You boys looking to settle down?
We might.
No kidding. Well, what do you know? Saw your choppers out there. Figured you were just passing through.
Hey, they have houses to rent in Fairview?
He means pads.
Cribs.
Some place to crash.
Well, I couldn't say, but you could ask.
Where?
There's an office on Main, R.C. Jones Real Estate. Park your choppers down the street, though. Don't want to give them a heart attack.
We'll remember that. Here's from a bill, Franny.
Sure thing. Coffee, burger, and a Coke.
How you keep the change? Your tip.
Why, thank you kindly, George. You come back and see me on your next run now.
You know it, doll.
You boys need menus. I got a burger basket special with fries.
No thanks.
Sure? Strong young fellas like you.
We don't eat.
He means we already ate.
What?
That's it. We scarfed. This morning, we really chopped down. You dig?
Oh, I dig you loud and clear, Daddy-O. Say, where are you from, anyway?
Not around here.
Come on, let's go.
Right.
You got it, Steve. I mean, Big Daddy.
Hey, you didn't touch your beers.
That's okay. We're not thirsty. Here you are.
Hold on.
Something wrong?
This ain't all for me.
Isn't it enough?
It's too much. Here, let me give you some change.
Keep it.
Yeah, for your tip.
Is that cool?
Well, now that's mighty generous. You boys come back and see me now, anytime.
2 specials, Fran. Table 4.
Sure.
Those boys stiff you?
No, Harry, that's just it. They gave me $23.17 for 3 beers.
Maybe they're from another country.
Maybe so, Harry. But wherever it is, must be a long, long way from here.
Three strangers on motorcycles dressed in black. We call them Steve and Scott and Fred, though their names aren't important. They look a bit dangerous, but in truth, they're just passing through, at least for now. They're on their way to a small town with tree-lined streets and white picket fences. A quiet town in the Midwest. But take a look in the eyes of these young men, and you'll see something deeply mysterious. Because they are most definitely not from around here. The truth is, they have arrived to lead us all into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Black Leather Jackets, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, this must be the place.
Amanda Drive. That's what Jones said. The old Anderson's house.
Knock on the door and tell them we're here. I'll open the truck.
Don't look like anyone lives here. The for rent sign's still up.
That's because they're just moving in. Probably going to meet us.
What if they don't show?
Well, we wait an hour, put it in storage, cost them extra. Go on, knock.
Okay. Nobody here.
Give it another try.
Locked up tight as a drum.
looky here. A couple of creeps messing around our property.
You the guys that live here?
We ain't the fuzz, that's for sure.
Got your stuff in the back. Open the door and we'll move it in.
Hey, careful with the big cases. They're fragile.
Whatever you say, pal.
Somebody got the key to the house.
Watch your feet, bozo. You're walking all over my grass. I might want to smoke it later. Get it? Grass? Smoke?
I still need the key.
Well, we don't.
Yeah, we don't need no stinking keys.
Scotty?
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Done.
Hey, how'd you do that? He didn't even touch the doorknob. He just stared at it.
Quit, John, and start humping boxes.
But it was locked. I tried it myself.
Ain't you got any furniture? Chairs, rugs, stuff like that?
I said move. Now.
Yeah, move it.
Okay, Mac.
Yeah, creep. Make like a leaf and shake it.
Come on, boys. We got work to do.
Martha?
Yes, dear.
Here's that movie you wanted to see.
Be right there.
What in the...
Something wrong with the TV?
I don't know.
Do you have it on the right channel?
It's not the set. All the lights went dim for a second.
Did they? I thought it was just the kitchen.
It was the whole house. Anything still running in there, the dishwasher?
No, the dishes are all put away.
There it goes again.
Maybe it's the antenna wire.
I doubt it.
It slipped loose once before.
That's easy enough to check.
What do you see?
It looks all right to me.
Then what do you suppose?
Martha, come over here.
See something?
The roof next door. There, against the moon.
What is that?
Looks like some kind of electrical device. Well, that wasn't there this morning, was it?
No, the Andersons didn't leave anything. Must be something those men put up.
Right, the three who moved in. Wouldn't that be just our luck?
What?
Not only are they motorcycle-riding hoods, they're ham radio operators.
Is that bad?
You don't know what it does to TV reception. I have a good mind to go over there.
Honey, please.
Daddy,
What is it, Ellen?
I'm not sure. I had my radio on while I was studying, and all of a sudden it began picking up these weird voices.
What did I tell you? Ham operators.
What's that?
We can go without television for one night. Tomorrow we'll find out what's to be done about it.
First thing I'm going to do is see if they have a license.
For what?
Do you think you ought to? Those young men look so unfriendly.
You mean the ones who moved in next door? Does anybody know their names?
No, but I'll find out.
I think 2 of them are brothers.
Odd types to have in this neighborhood. They don't really fit in somehow.
The other one has blue eyes.
How do you know?
They were unloading the truck when I came home from school. Lots of boxes.
Electrical equipment, probably.
And these long silver metal things like giant tanks or capsules or something.
You stay away from them, young lady.
You make it sound like an order.
It is.
But you don't even know them.
Your father's just concerned for your safety, dear. Go upstairs and finish your homework.
I'm not going to wait till morning. I'm going over there right now.
Stu.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yeah? What's it to you?
Hello there. I'm Stu Tillman from next door.
No kidding.
Been having a little trouble with my electricity, flickering off and on. You boys wouldn't be ham radio operators by any chance, would you? What's so funny?
Big Daddy here wants to know what's so funny.
Yeah, ain't that a crack up?
Who are you boys, anyway?
We're monsters, Daddy-o.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, we got a lease on the place. That okay with you?
Where did you come from?
From outer space. Woo!
Take us to your leader.
All right. Now listen. I don't have to stand here and listen.
Hey, watch your step, Daddy-O. It's pretty dark in here.
Hey.
Yeah, you might trip and fall.
Yeah, you might trip and fall
What
and
are you
hit your
doing?
head.
What are you doing?
Hey, you better keep it cool, mister.
He'll disintegrate you with his ray gun.
Take your hands off of me.
Ah, look at him go.
Stop it.
Hey, this cat can really dance.
A real cool
Hey.
cat.
Yeah, move it.
I said let go of me.
Go, Daddy, go.
Not to worry. Spaceman won't hurt Earth creature.
Earth creature. Crazy man.
Real crazy.
All right. I'm calling the police. Then I'm calling my lawyer.
No, you're not. That would be uncool.
Definitely.
Just you watch. You're some kind of hoodlums.
Cool it.
The police probably have warrants for your arrest. They'll be very interested to know where you are.
I told you to cool it.
Stay away from me.
Look in my eyes.
You're gonna be plenty sorry for this. Just wait till I...
Forget it.
What?
Forget everything. There. Feel better now?
Yes. Better.
Stu? Stu, I was worried. Did something happen?
Martha?
What happened over there?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Those men next door, did they do something to you?
No.
But you were going to talk to them about the television interference.
Oh, that.
Well, did you find out anything?
It's not them. They're nice boys. 3 very nice boys. Definitely.
Morning, Mom. Gotta go.
Oh, no, not till you have your breakfast.
But I'll miss the bus.
Then you'll just have to walk. The exercise will do you good.
I can't walk in these shoes. Here, I'm eating my toast, see?
And your juice.
Where's Dad?
He decided to sleep in. I think he's coming down with something.
Well, kiss him for me. Bye.
Not so fast, young lady. I've got some scrambled eggs here. That girl.
Hey, wait for me! Oh, darn you anyway.
Hey, trouble?
You see that bus?
Yes. I mean, yeah. I checked it out. What gives?
Drove off right in front of me. It's a game with them. They just love to make people suffer.
Why would they do that?
Beats me.
Definitely, uncool.
Just thank your lucky stars you don't have to depend on buses to get around.
Stars are lucky?
It's just an expression.
I understand a great deal about constellations. That is, the nature of galactic structure. But as to...
Huh?
I mean, I dig stars the most. They're really cool. So, they're lucky? That's a gas.
So are you.
What do you mean?
One minute you talk like a professor, and the next minute you sound like a... What did they call them? Beatnik or something.
Thanks. You're a real cool chick.
There you go again. Well, why do you try to talk that way? Sounds like you've been watching too many old movies.
I have? I mean, I have. Before I came here, I made a study of popular culture. Music, motion pictures, satellite television.
You're a trip, you know that?
Trip, meaning to travel to another destination. Yeah, I believe I understand. You Need a ride?
Well, you aren't going past the school by any chance, are you?
Could.
With me on the back of your motorcycle?
Why not? It can carry 2 passengers. That would definitely be cool.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Come on, little lady. Hold tight. Tightly, I mean. Uptight. Out of sight. Here we go.
Just look at that.
What is it?
She's on the back of his motorcycle, our daughter.
Come away from the window.
I told her to keep away from them.
She missed her bus and he offered her a ride, Stu. I'm sure that's all there is to it.
I could have given her a ride.
But you're not a handsome young man in a leather jacket, dear.
Here!
What?
You can stop here.
I don't see any school.
It's on the other side of the park.
Then why are we
You
stopping?
got me here so early I thought I'd walk. The park's so pretty in the morning.
How much time do you have?
My watch says 8:30. Class isn't until 9.
Oh.
Would you like to take a walk?
Sure.
That bench over there is my special place. We could sit for a while if you want.
Okay.
It's nice here, isn't it?
I guess.
I sit here sometimes and think. Try to figure things out.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. For one thing, did you know you've lived next door to me for over a month and you've never even said hello?
Hello.
My name's Ellen, by the way.
I'm Scott.
Hi, Scott. So, where are you from?
Why do you ask?
I just mean, where did you live before?
It's hard to describe. A long way from here.
What city?
I doubt that you've ever heard of it.
Could be. Geography is one of my worst subjects. Did you graduate already?
Graduate?
Have you finished school?
Yes. 10 years ago.
10 years? You're not that old.
I'm older than you think. My people don't show their age.
My family's the same way. My grandmother lived to be 90, and you'd have taken her for 60 right up to the day she died.
That's beautiful.
It is, isn't it? She was such a sweet, happy person.
Not that. I mean, your hair.
My hair?
The way the sun's shining through it. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
Now you're putting me on.
Putting on?
Teasing me? Don't you know that? What old movies have you been watching?
I don't know. I like the wild one. It's our favorite.
Never heard of that one.
May I touch it? Your hair. It's like gold.
Thank you. I'd better be getting to school.
Already?
It's getting late.
No, it's not.
How do you know?
Look at your watch.
You're right. It says it's still 8:30. How can that be? Has it stopped?
No. See? Time is relative. It can slow down or even stand still.
It can?
Hey, take the long way. So we can talk some more.
All right. Tell me more about yourself.
Okay. But only if you walk on this side of me.
Why?
So I could see the sun shining through your hair.
It's time.
I know that.
Where is he?
He got delayed. He'll be here.
I'm not interested in excuses. Neither is the controller.
We could try to pick up his image with the eye.
Don't try. Do it.
There he is, on the screen.
Looks like he's walking in a park with a human female. Has he no sense of time?
What do we do?
Proceed without him.
We can't. The controller told us.
It's my responsibility. I'll make the decision.
Sir.
Reporting in, sir.
Be at ease. Where's your brother?
We can no longer trust him.
What has he done?
He's formed an attachment for one of the beings here.
What sort of attachment?
I'm not sure yet. A kind of alliance. He's with a young human in spite of our orders.
Continue without him.
I'm sure he's on his way now.
I said continue.
We have been in touch with all units.
Good. The second wave has landed successfully and are now concealed as planned. With the arrival of the third wave, we will be in key positions throughout the continent.
Excellent.
The locals, are they suspicious?
Not a bit, sir. They're a stupid race, exactly as our research told us. An inferior breed given to hatred, cruelty, making war, and killing one another because of greed.
The universe can well do without them. You will receive your instructions for the final move in a few Earth days.
Very well, sir.
I'll tell brother as soon as he gets here.
No time for that. We have to bring him in, now.
Ellen?
Hmm?
Are you warm enough?
Yes. It's a beautiful night.
You can pull the blanket over your legs if you like.
I'm fine, really. Just lying here, looking at the stars.
The constellations are very strange here. Not as I was taught them.
Scott, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You won't get mad?
I couldn't get mad at you.
Well, where did you come from? Really?
Doesn't matter.
I suppose it doesn't, but you're so different from anybody I've ever known.
Is that bad?
No, not really. Tell me the truth. You're an exchange student, aren't you? At the college, from some place you'd rather not talk about.
Only in a manner of speaking. Ellen, you like me, don't you?
You know that.
Very much?
Very much. Except when you do your Marlon Brando impersonation.
Will you want roses or something? Come on, I thought I did a pretty good job. We studied your motion pictures.
That's just it. You must have looked at nothing but old movies. People don't talk like that anymore.
Well, what about the clothing?
Oh, don't go changing that. Your leather jacket is way cool.
At least we got something right, huh?
You got a lot right. Trust me.
Ellen, do you know the word love?
Of course, silly. Everybody does. What an odd question.
What's odd about it?
I mean, bringing it up at a time like this. Why would you?
No reason.
Oh.
It's just a word that's all over your newspapers, and your magazines, your music, your television. We encountered it all the time.
We? Who is we?
That's not important. This is a planet filled with hate, Ellen. Hate, violence, mistrust, bigotry. I don't know how someone like you survived this long.
Me, I'm no different from most people.
I haven't seen a report on anyone like you.
A report? Scott, you talk in riddles. Sometimes you make me feel like an insect under a microscope.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Please, I'd like to go home.
Why?
You've been lying to me.
You're wrong.
Don't make it any worse. I don't know why or what it is you're trying to hide, but I know you're not what you seem.
And what if I'm not? Do you think you're in any position to judge me? Any of you?
I said I want to go home.
I'm truly sorry, Ellen. You can believe that or not. I guess I expected too much.
Where have you been?
I told you, I was riding around.
Every day for the last 5 or 6 days? Yesterday when I sent you to the ship for food? Or last night when you were supposed to be on guard? You think I don't know? I've had the eye on you every minute.
If you know, then why are you asking me?
I told them before we came you were too young. You'd lose your head, run into situations you couldn't handle. There's too much at stake.
I've done no harm.
Haven't told her a thing yet, huh?
No.
Well, now you won't have the chance. We're too close to finishing this mission.
Yeah, well, you better go to the control room. Your master's calling.
You're a master too, and don't forget it. From here on out, you're just along for the ride. You're not a good enough risk.
The controller.
I heard.
Report.
Bacteria Unit 59 reporting in. The test has been an unqualified success.
Good. Unit 70 through 100 have reported the same result. What is your time estimate?
30 minutes to the reservoir. Approximately 24 hours for the bacteria to multiply to saturation.
How soon before you see results?
Within 30 hours, we should witness 50% fatalities. I estimate a total of 48 hours before total extermination.
Have you coordinated with other units in your area?
We have.
And the result?
There are 29 bacteria units near the water supplies in this state.
We should reach complete contamination of the population within 2 days.
Very well. Begin Operation Invasion, Phase 2, at once.
Yes, sir. At once.
So, the time has come.
Ah, brother. You've decided to do your duty.
It's not what I was told would happen.
Of course it is.
Not this way. A portion of the population was to be saved. For study, if nothing else.
The controller's word is final.
Yeah, well, not if I can help it.
Where are you going?
We've got to stop him.
Doesn't matter now. He's too late to stop it.
Who's down there?
Come down.
Now?
I've got to talk to you.
It's late.
This is important.
All right.
Brother! You're there in the bushes! I can see you!
Back to the house and wait, Scott. You're making a mistake. These people aren't worth it.
Scott, what's going on?
Ellen, you've got to get away from here.
What is it?
You're in danger.
I don't understand.
Something terrible is going to happen here. Many people are going to die. I want you to go away as far as possible. I can take you where you'll be safe.
You're frightening me, Scott. Please. What do you mean? What's going to happen?
I can't tell you that. And it wouldn't matter if I did. Look, we've got to leave right now.
Are you trying to scare me into running away with you?
Ellen, listen to me. In 24 hours, every man, woman, child, cat, dog, anything else alive is going to be dead.
Don't, please.
No, not just in this town. all over your country, all over your world.
My world? It's your world too?
No, it's not.
What do you mean? Scott, who are you?
Look up. We came from out there, Ellen. From beyond those stars. There are thousands of us here on Earth right now. Our people, we need room. We're gonna set up colonies here.
I don't believe you.
We've had bacteria units in every country on this planet for months. They have enough to poison the drinking water of the entire world's population.
Scott, I'm going to walk with you over to your house.
No, it's too late.
Even if it is, I think we'd better wake your friends and let them get you to a doctor.
No, you don't understand. You haven't seen, okay? The leader, the controller speaks to us from a giant television screen. All we ever see is his head. A metallic mask with slits for eyes, a nose, a mouth, but no lips. And his voice, that's...
Scott, I love you, but you're not well. You're... Oh, Scott.
Ellen!
All right, Ellen, what's this all about?
Oh, Daddy, I don't know what to do.
You can start by telling me what went on out there.
He woke me, throwing stones at my window. He said he had to see me. Daddy, I think he's lost his mind. He's never been this way before. Tonight, he was almost raving.
Exactly what did he say?
Crazy things. That he's some kind of spaceman, and they're taking over the Earth, and we're all going to die.
Poor boy. We better get him help.
Ellen? Why aren't you in bed? Stu?
Hold it. I'll explain everything.
Sheriff Station? Deputy Harper?
Let me speak to the sheriff, please.
Sheriff Farley's on vacation. Sir, can I help you?
My name is Stuart Tillman. I live at 11575 Amanda Drive.
Yes, Mr. Tillman.
There's a mentally disturbed boy living next door.
That right.
And before he does any harm to himself or anyone else, I think he ought to be picked up.
Honey, what's happened?
Oh, Mother.
There now.
What makes you think he's mentally disturbed?
He's been scaring my daughter with some kind of man from Mars story. Claims he's part of an invasion force that's going to take over the world or some such nonsense.
All right, Mr. Tillman, let's you stay right where you are. We'll take it from here. In fact, I know exactly what to do. Definitely. Hey, Red? Yeah? Yeah, we got control on Amanda Drive. Sure do. We'll be right there, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Are the police coming?
Yes, in a few minutes.
That's good. Now, will somebody please tell me what's wrong?
Sure, in a minute. Only
what?
I wonder what he meant by control.
Yes.
Please, sir.
This is an unauthorized transmission.
No, sir, I beg you to listen to me.
You may speak.
What we're doing is wrong.
You question my judgment?
No, we should save these creatures, not exterminate them. It's true. They murder and hurt one another and are subject to unreasonable hate and prejudice, but the murderers, the cruel ones, are the brutes found in any race. These people have capacity for love. I know it.
Our research disproves that. They are a world of angry, frightened people.
No, I tell you. I've lived among them. They learn love from their God, and they teach it to their children. There is more of love than hate here. There's no need to kill them.
It's too late.
Not if you order the plan to stop.
For you, a defector, a traitor to your own kind.
No, I'm not.
You are a traitor. This transmission is ended.
Here they are now.
Are you sure this is necessary?
Yes.
Please, Daddy, tell them not to hurt him.
Mr. Tillman? No, I'm Deputy Sheriff Harper. This is Deputy Miller.
Evening, sir.
Come in, please.
Now, what about this neighbor boy?
Tell him, Ellen.
I don't know where to start.
All right, your father said he was mentally ill. What made you think that?
Ellen! Ellen, please listen to me. There's no more time.
Scott, I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do.
No. Come on in, son. Just tell me all about it.
Don't listen to him. He's one of us. He's part of the advanced unit.
Now, come on, calm down. What kind of unit was that?
No, get out, Ellen. Run as fast as you can. It's too late for me. It's coming. It's almost here.
Oh, Scott, you're only making it worse.
Who are they? What have you done?
Now, they told me you were ill, son, so I took the necessary precautions. These men are from the hospital.
Now, just stand right there.
Stay away from me!
We're gonna put this around you so you don't hurt yourself.
Don't touch me!
No, not a straitjacket.
It's for his own good.
Got him. Get us leather jacket off first. Get it
Easy
off.
now, boy.
No!
Oh, don't fight it, son. That'll only make it more difficult.
No! You don't understand. I'm begging you. Listen to me, please. No. Please, no.
You'll see that he gets help.
Don't worry, folks. We'll take good care of him. And someday, I'm sure he'll thank you. You have a good evening now.
They left his leather jacket. Can I keep it for him until he gets out?
I don't see why not, honey. It might be a while, though.
Oh, Mom. What am I going to do?
There's nothing you can do, sweetheart. Except pray. It's for the best, you'll see. Now, come and sit down. I'll get you a glass of water.
Portrait of an American family on the eve of an invasion from outer space. Of course, we know it's only fiction. And yet, you might think twice when you drink your next glass of water. Be sure it's 100% pure and not imported directly from the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, tough luck, mister.
Yeah, I thought I could make that one easy.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Well, at least I didn't leave you much.
Well, let's see.
Face it, you don't have a shot. It looks like you're gonna snooker yourself.
Well, you never can tell. 8-ball, corner pocket.
Lots of luck.
Like I said, 8-ball. In the corner.
Hey, how'd you do that?
Oh, just lucky, I guess.
Luck, nothing. That was some shot.
Been practicing. Guess it finally paid off.
Yeah. You win. Here's your $5.
One more game? Double or nothing?
Hey, you wouldn't be hustling me, would you?
Do I look like a hustler?
I'm not sure.
Oh, come on.
Me? See, I just play on my lunch hour, whatever town I'm in. Relaxation.
Me too. Strictly for laughs. So how about it?
I don't know. Flip to see who breaks?
That's all right. You go ahead.
Yeah?
Sure.
Well, okay. Double or nothing.
Go on. Sink as many as you can. Make it hard for me.
No money on the table.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Pops.
You know I don't allow gambling in here.
We're just having a friendly little game.
Jesse, why don't you give it a rest?
Now, he do this a lot?
Every day is all he lives for, this one.
So he is a hustler.
What are you talking about? Tell him, Pops. I never hustled anybody.
Not for money, for pride. Go outside, Jesse. Get some sun on your face. You'll feel better.
I already feel better. Forget the money. We'll play for the fun of it.
No stakes?
Not a dime.
In that case, let's see how good you really are.
Nice break.
Of course, I didn't sink any, but that's my advantage.
Yeah?
Too many balls on the table. It doesn't leave you a shot.
Watch me.
What in the...
Bank shot, 3 cushion. Curveball. Top spin. Little English. And over and under. Now, my favorite shot. Took me years to learn this one. You're not going to believe it till you see it with your own eyes. This is the way it's done.
Pretty good.
Pretty good? You kidding? Nobody ever made a shot like that in the history of the world.
Yeah, it's not bad, I'll give you that. But you're no Fats Brown or anything.
What? Put your glasses on. It was impossible, but I made it.
Yeah, sure. Keep practicing. You'll get there. Hey, here's for the beer, Pops. See you around.
Okay, thanks.
What are you talking about? Keep practicing. I made it.
Jesse.
Just enough
Hey.
English, the right draw, perfect position.
Settle down.
Perfect.
Easy, Jesse.
That's all I ever hear. Fats Brown. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hearing his name.
Jesse, relax. You got company.
Hi, Jesse.
Jesse, you are a lucky man.
Rita, what are you doing here?
I thought we had a date.
Oh, that's tomorrow night. Thursday night.
Tonight is Thursday night.
What? Oh, I guess I lost track of time. I'm sorry. I was supposed to pick you up at 8 o'clock.
7.
7.
It's 9.
Wow. Wow. You look great.
Don't change the subject. But I did get dressed up special just for you.
Well, we can still go out.
It's pretty late for dinner.
Well, how about if we go out for a drink? Or a movie?
How did you forget about our date?
Yeah, how did you do that, Jesse?
I was shooting pool, and I guess I just lost track of the time.
Uh-huh.
The guy I was playing started baiting me, saying, I'm no Fats Brown, I'm no Fats Brown. Can you believe that? How could I not be better than a guy who's been dead for 15 years?
When it comes to dating, it's a draw, Jesse.
Okay, I deserve that. Look, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why not? There's nobody left to hustle. Right, kid?
You bet, Pops. I beat them all. Fats might have been good in his day, but this is my day. I'm Jesse Carter, the best pool cue on Randolph Street, the best player ever.
Maybe. Too bad Fats is dead. Now, you'll never know for sure.
I know, and it's killing me. I would have given anything to play him.
Jesse Cardiff, Pool Shark. The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be on Randolph Street. He has spent every free minute honing his skill for pride and for love of the game. But he's about to learn that there's more to a man's reputation than skill or talent or even fame, and that being the best at anything carries its own special problems, in or out of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A Game of Pool, starring Wade Williams with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
So, what's the big deal about this dead Fats guy?
Don't you know nothing? Fats Brown is a legend. Where you been? Most people say he's the best ever.
Then he must be.
No, not really. Because most people never saw me play. I'm better.
Is pool all you think about?
Well, what else is there? Look, if you want to be the best at something, it's got to be your life, right?
Where do I fit into your life, champ?
Oh, you are right there. I work you in whenever I can. You got to understand something, baby. Pool takes a lot of concentration.
Well then, I got a great idea.
What?
I want you to stay here.
Yeah?
Then concentrate
Oh.
on losing my phone number.
Oh, Rita, don't be mad. Rita, where you going? Rita, come on. Look, Rita, please stop.
Get lost.
Let me explain.
What?
Look, I would give anything to play Fats Brown just once. Is that so wrong?
Yes. But for your own sick, self-centered ego, I hope you get your wish.
Oh, Rita, come on, give me a break. I just want to beat the best. What's wrong with that? Fats, dead and buried in the ground. I'd give anything to play him one time. I could beat him cold, I know it. I'd show him who's the best. I'd give anything to play him one time. One time. One time. One time. One time.
Fats Brown. Mr. Fats Brown. Report to Lister's pool room. Randolph Street.
Who is it this time?
Fats Brown. You're needed. Lister's pool room. Randolph Street. Chicago.
I'm on my way.
Mr. Fats Brown.
One game. Whatever way he wants it, doesn't matter to me. Straight pool, anything. If I just had the chance to meet Fats Brown face to face one time.
At your service.
Who? How did...
You called?
Yeah, but... I must be seeing things.
Why do you say that?
Fats Brown? I thought you were...
Dead? Not quite. As long as people talk about you, you're not really dead. As long as they speak your name, you continue.
Continue?
The game goes on, you might say. A legend doesn't die just because the man does.
No. I know that, but...
But what?
This is impossible.
Nothing's impossible. Some things are less likely than others, that's all.
Wait a minute. There's a picture of the real Fats on the wall. You look like him, but...
Not many people do.
Yeah, there, standing by a table, holding his custom-made pool cue.
You mean this one?
Where'd you get that?
Nice stick. Good balance. I had it made to order.
Wait a minute, let me get a look at the face. The chin, the nose...
Not one of my better pictures.
It isn't a rib. I mean, you're him. You're...
James Howard Brown, known to my friends as Fats. I know it's a shock, but then you called me, I didn't call you.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to... I mean, that is, I was just trying to...
To what?
I don't know. I was just saying if I could prove...
It was big talk. Is that it?
Well, no, not exactly.
Talk is cheap. I know the type. You like to play with fire, but you don't like to cook. You're not really as good as you claim to be, and you know it.
Hey.
Deep down, you know you're second rate.
Now, hold on.
Are you afraid?
Now, why would I be?
Look, I've come a long way, boy. I don't like to be fooled with. I've met your kind before. A little skill, a little knack, some style. But when the heat's on, you fold.
That isn't fair. You've never seen me play.
Maybe not, but I've seen plenty like you.
You have, huh? How do you know I can't beat you?
How does anyone know anything? We learn to read the signs.
Well, take another look. It's possible, isn't it?
That's not the point. It's a matter of what's likely.
But it is possible.
Sure, it's possible. Things change. Records get higher. Once upon a time, nobody could run the 4-minute mile. But people get better.
Then you admit it.
Yes, it's possible you could beat me. But the only way you'll do it is with a pool cue. You'll never get the job done with your mouth.
All right, fat boy. Dead or alive, I'll tell you something. Maybe you are some kind of a legend, a tin god, but you know what you are to me? A big balloon, just waiting for someone to stick a needle in you. Well, I'm the someone, and here's the needle.
Where?
My pool cue. Oh, it'll get the job done, don't you worry. You're like all the other legends. You get by on your reputation. One time I heard a man in this very room swear he saw you make a 9-cushion bank.
And you don't believe it?
Now, you hit a ball that hard, it won't stay on the table. The guy had more imagination than brains.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you. That's not what counts. The question is, can I back it up?
Oh, how right you are. I know how good I am, but you...
Then you'll play me?
Rack the balls.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
What about the stakes?
The stakes?
A little something to make the game more interesting.
Oh, here's what I got. I'll shoot it all, my whole bankroll. Any or all of it.
Put it back in your pocket.
Why? My money not good enough for you?
Come on, use your wits, boy. What good is money to me?
Then what?
Something to make the long journey worth my while.
Name it.
You said you'd give anything for a game with me. Anything?
What are you getting at, mister? Just what kind of stakes you talking about?
Life or death.
What?
You beat me, you live. You lose, you die.
You're pulling my leg.
The proposition is simple enough.
You're crazy.
Interesting.
What is?
To see how much faith you have in your ability. Or should I say how little?
Go chase yourself.
You know something? For my money, you don't want it bad enough to be the best. Why, when I was your age, I would have jumped at the chance. But then I was better than second rate.
Watch it.
You wouldn't know about that. It takes more than skill to be a champion. It takes equal parts talent, work, luck, and nerve. A quality you sadly lack.
Nerve? You mean insanity?
How so?
You want me to risk my life on a game?
Insanity, then, if you prefer. Listen, I'm just a pool player. There's probably no less important thing on the face of the earth, pushing balls around with a stick on a felt-top table. But mark this in your book, I'm the best. It's a proud thing to be the best at anything. But then you wouldn't know about that either.
Hey, hold on. Where you going?
I'm going back, of course.
Back where?
You wouldn't understand.
You're wrong.
About what?
You say I don't want to be the best bad enough. That's not true. Oh boy, is it not true. Do you know how many hours, how many years, how much of my blood and sweat I put into this game?
I'm listening.
How many nights I slept right here on this table? Yeah, I did that. I made a deal with the owner so I could practice after the place was closed. I haven't been to the movies in years.
I know what you're talking about, but it's still talk and nothing else.
I'm good, mister. Real good. But am I that good?
You'll never know until you're ready to risk everything.
Will you stop pushing me?
Sure I will. I was just thinking. Where I come from, there's a race driver. Go to the track and whisper his name. Say Tazio Nuvolari and watch their heads nod up and down. Or go to the bull ring and hear them talk of Manolete. Both men face death daily, and both are legends. They learned something important early on. You'll never make the grade by playing it safe.
This is nuts.
So long, kid.
Wait.
What for?
Oh, boy, what am I doing?
Something you want to tell me?
Well,
You accept the terms? Life or death?
Rack 'em.
Just so you understand, once we start the game, there's no turning back. Get cold feet and it'll be too late.
You heard me. Rack the balls.
In a hurry, are you?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Have you? Yes, I guess you have. First, the tools of my trade.
Now, what's so special about that stick, anyway? It's the man that counts.
You're right. But this one suits me. You know how it is, the big game hunter has his elephant gun, specially bored with a custom grip. The fencing master uses a blade from Lima. This cue, it was made for me in St. Louis. It cost $600 back then, and I made a living from it for 35 years. It never let me down.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Yes, I guess there is. The question is, what's the most likely outcome?
Look, if you're not going to rack 'em, I will.
Anytime you're ready.
Do I get to call the game?
Name it. Rotation. Kelly. 14-1 rack. 8-ball. What's your pleasure?
All right. Let's see how good you are. 1 game, 300 points.
That'll do.
Standard rules.
Is there any other kind? But just so there's no misunderstanding, we play for the value of the balls. 9 points for the 9-ball, 10 for the 10, and so forth. Agreed?
Agreed.
Good. Do you have a coin?
Right here. Toss for break?
You flip.
Sure. Call it.
Tails.
Here goes.
Why'd you put your hand over it?
I want to give you a fair chance.
Go ahead, let's see.
You can change your mind.
You heard me. Tails.
All right, then. If you're sure.
You can change your mind, you know. There's still time.
Not on your life.
My life's not what's at stake. Let's see it.
Heads.
I guess that means it's my break.
Yeah, your break.
As soon as I chalk up.
Take your time.
I know what you're thinking, son.
Oh, you do, huh?
Same as most players. The man who breaks is at a disadvantage. Once he scatters the balls, the other man has a clear field.
Well, doesn't he?
Maybe with some people, but not the way I play.
Oh, sure. I suppose you can control the break.
Time to go to school.
Wow.
2 balls into the rail, back to where they were. Exactly. No advantage given.
That's a perfect break, all right.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it took you years to learn that.
Oh, it did, but not the way you think.
What do you mean?
Takes more than practice. Not just setting up shots in an empty pool hall. You have to handle the pressure out there in the real world.
Well, this is my world. You're on my turf now. I know this table like the back of my hand.
Maybe, but who have you played here? Kids, two-bit hustlers, traveling salesmen?
Step aside, fat man.
Be my guest. Now it's your turn to scatter them.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
On safety. Playing it close to the vest, aren't you?
That's what you call strategy. What are you going to do now?
I'll try to think of something. There's always a power break.
Yeah. But if nothing falls, you leave me wide open.
And if I sink one, you're really in trouble. With luck, I can run the whole table.
Prove it.
Keep your eye on the 15 ball.
It's not going in.
Funny thing, I was thinking it is. Corner pocket.
Think again.
Oh, well, quite a few balls around the one. Looks like you're sewed up.
Yeah.
If you don't connect, it'll cost you.
If I don't. Mind if I smoke?
If it makes you feel better.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a fresh pack on you.
I gave 'em up. Bad for my health.
Oh, that's okay. I got one left.
Nervous?
Not me.
Why is your hand shaking?
Maybe I'm itchy to get this over with. Or maybe you're just trying to rattle me.
Or maybe it's because you don't have a shot.
Except for the bank.
That'll take a lot of English.
Oh, I'm loaded with it.
So you are. This time. Shall I keep score?
I got it.
Now what? The follow-up is important. You have to plan ahead.
3 rails, 2 ball in the corner.
That's a hard combination.
For some people.
Watch your angle now.
You watch it.
Oh, I am.
How about that, fat boy?
Not too shabby.
It was great.
In some places.
You know what? You're like all the others. Always trying to bring me down.
Well, why would I do that?
When I was a kid, there were plenty of guys like you. Guys who were good at things like music and basketball and arithmetic. They'd do anything they could to make me feel about an inch tall.
Well, you fooled them, right?
Yeah, I sure did. I knew there was something, somewhere, that I could be good at. One day, I was about 16. I wandered in here. It was cool and dark, like being underwater, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So I kept coming back. I used to stand around and watch them play. Got to know the place, till I felt relaxed. And one day I picked up a stick and asked this old man. He was sitting right over there. I said, "Do you want to play, mister?" "Why not?" he said. And I beat him. That was when I knew I had an eye for the game. 3 ball. Go in.
An eye, huh? What happened to it?
Well, I almost made it.
My turn. 3 ball. You know, almost works a lot of the time, but not in geometry.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Pool is geometry in its most challenging form, a science of precise angles and forces. You have to understand that or you're lost.
Yeah.
4 ball, other end.
Lucky shot.
Luck had nothing to do with it. 5 in the side.
Angles, forces, big deal. Now who's sewed up, huh?
I'll admit, it doesn't look good.
You can say that again. If you don't hit the 5 first, you scratch. And that'll cost you points.
Mm-hmm. Your shot.
Oh, man, is it. 5 ball. Six. Seven. Now the 8. Nine in the side. 10. Eleven ball, corner. I have 59 points. You have 7.
The game still has braces on its teeth. Rack 'em up. Ball. Four in the side pocket. Five, corner pocket.
Nine in the side. 10 ball in the corner. $11. $5 ball. 6. 10.
15 ball.
Ha!
Your shot.
No kidding.
Just in case you lost track.
Tell you what I'm gonna do, fat boy. Let me make it easy on you.
No thanks.
Hey, I'm trying to do you a favor.
For what reason?
'Cause I got feelings. Come on, admit it. This must be humiliating.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
Well, let me say it for you then. The game's as good as over.
Is that what you think?
You want to throw in the towel and walk away? I'll let you.
You will, huh?
Sure. That way it won't hurt so much.
It's not over till it's over, son.
Be serious. Look at the score. I got 299.
So I see.
Well, what does that tell you? I need any ball to win.
That right?
Time to face facts. There's no way. You might as well throw in the towel.
I've been in tougher situations than this.
When?
There's more to winning than scoring points.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Something you can't learn in here.
Then why don't you teach me? Go on, I'm all ears.
Takes time.
So? That's something you got plenty of, right?
Talk is cheap. The big things you have to learn for yourself.
Quit stalling, it's my shot.
In an awful big hurry, aren't you?
To be the best? Oh, you better believe it. I've been waiting years for this. One more shot and you are history, fat boy. There's a new shooter now and his name is Jesse Cardiff. Back off and give me room. This is something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
Don't let me hold you up.
Oh, I won't, I promise. Yep, this is the big one. They don't come any bigger. Me and Fats Brown, and I need one to win. Feast your eyes on this. Number 5 in the corner.
Funny.
Something you want to say?
I was just thinking.
You do a lot of that. What is it this time?
Just that there's more to life than a pool hall.
No kidding.
It isn't right you being cooped up in here all the time.
You're all hard, Fats.
You ought to get out a little, see what's going on.
I've heard that before. From Pops. Now, what about you?
What about me?
Well, you didn't get to be the best sitting on a park bench. You spent a lot of time with a pool cue in your hands. You must have.
Of course I did, but I found time to live, too. I've been to places where they never heard of billiards.
If you call that living, why would you want to? Why bother?
It's not easy to explain, but I'll try. I may not look the part, Jesse, but I've done other things, too. A whole lot of other things. I've made love, walked uphill, and swum in the ocean. I've been on airplanes and cruise ships and played tag with little children. And when I think of the wonderful things there are to see and do in this world, it hurts me to think of you rotting your life away in this miserable dark hall.
What? Oh, I get it. Nice try.
What's this, you don't believe me?
Doesn't matter whether I do or not. You're trying to distract me, so I won't make my shot.
Am I?
That's a lousy thing to do. But it won't work. 5, corner pocket. Hey, what are you doing?
Doing? Oh, you mean the coin. Sorry, it's an old habit of mine.
Take your hand out of your pocket.
Sure, if you like.
Now don't say another word, just for a minute. This is the easiest shot I ever saw. There's no way I can mess it up. Nobody could.
I'm in no hurry.
Good.
Take your time.
I will.
All right, I'll stand over here and just give you all the room you want.
You do that. Enough with the chalk already.
What? Oh, sorry.
You're not even going to get to shoot again. I'm making this shot, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
No doubt.
You did that.
Did what?
You dropped the chalk.
Then I better pick it up. My shot.
But...
That one right there. And the side.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Look at you. A little gamesmanship, a little pressure to put some fun in the game, and you come apart at the seams.
You cheated.
I did? How so?
Well, you...
Kid stuff to make you break your concentration and shoot wild didn't take much.
You know, if you ask me, that's pretty low down. Some places they break a guy's thumbs for that.
Not here. Game ball. Oh, one more thing. If you want to concede now and save yourself the embarrassment.
Take your shot. It's not over till it's over.
Right. Even when it's just a formality. Last ball. Corner pocket.
Choke.
You wouldn't be trying to distract me, would you?
Ha!
Almost.
Almost doesn't make it. There it is, the game ball again, right in front of me. All my life.
So you said.
Okay, you had your fun. This ball has my name written all over it. Perfect angle, clear table. I was made for this.
Give it some thought, Jesse.
Think about this. I sink it. I become the greatest.
You're not gonna make it. It's simple enough straight in, but you won't make it.
You're sweating, fat man. Now, why are you so nervous?
Not why you think. You wouldn't understand the reasons.
No. I understand, all right. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? Even as a dead man, to have your name up there as the unbeatable champ of all time?
It carries certain satisfactions, yes.
I'll give you a chance at my crown, Jesse, but only if you're willing to stake your life on the game, Jesse. Couldn't be just a nice, friendly little game, huh?
I take it as it comes. To you, pool is not a nice, friendly game. It's a win-at-any-price affair. I saw that right off, and I acted accordingly.
But it didn't do you any good.
Didn't it?
I've made this shot hundreds of times.
Not when your life depended on it.
Is this some more of your gamesmanship?
I've been studying you, Jesse. I've gone up against dozens like you. Pressure is what separates the champions from the also-rans. I've seen men who could shoot brilliant pool, but they were duds when the stakes were high. That's why I insisted we play for something big.
What does it matter to you if I win or not? Afraid I'll take your place? Is that it?
Did people stop talking about Dempsey when Joe Louis came along? Did Beethoven replace Bach? No. He wouldn't replace me.
Then why?
Someone has to keep the flame. Someone has to weed out those who haven't got what it takes. The champions, the legends, they serve a purpose. To be a challenge and an incentive.
I don't need a challenge.
Everyone needs a challenge, Jesse. Someone great out of the past to say, match what I've done, boy, and make it better. That's true of all walks of life. Music, politics, sports, you name it. Musicians all over the world have been better because of Bach and Beethoven and Mozart. There's a man in the White House who can look out his window and see the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Don't you think it helps him to be a better president?
Yeah, but a game of pool?
Anyone who tries to be good at anything finds himself in your shoes. He finds himself faced with a legend. And when he can't measure up to the legend, he fades away, he dies, and is forgotten. I'm only a pool player, Jesse, but I'm the best.
No, you were the best.
No man gets past me unless he has what it takes.
And you don't think I have it?
There's still one ball on the table, and it's taken you a mighty long time to get at it. You wouldn't believe this, Jesse, but personally, I'd like to see you win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been doing my job.
Stand back and give me some elbow room.
Wait, Jesse.
Oh, no. I've been waiting too long.
Before you shoot, think about one thing.
What?
Sink that ball and you may win more than you bargained for.
You're wasting your breath. Don't you get it? There's nothing you can do to stop me now. Nothing.
Sorry, I was required to say that. Something along the lines of a disclaimer. Now, what are you waiting for?
Not a thing. Ha! Win more than I bargained for, huh? Is that what you said? Well, it's over. I beat you.
Looks like you did.
Now I'm the best. I'm the best at something.
So you are. You had to prove yourself under pressure, and you passed the test.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
I'm not sure that's in order. Thanks.
What do you mean, thanks? I beat you. I'm going to live.
Of course you are. Those were the stakes. You'll live forever.
Then why thank me, fat boy?
You'll find out when the time comes for you to leave Randolph Street.
You're a sore loser, that's all. I beat you fair and square.
Yeah.
You saw it. I beat the king of the hill, Fats Brown himself.
So long, kid. Thanks for the game.
Me, Jesse Cardiff. Now I'm the best. And I'm going to stay the best because nobody's ever going to take it away from me. Not ever. From now on, it's me, Jesse Cardiff. You hear that, world? Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff.
Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff.
Yeah.
Report at once to Mason's Pool Hall, Sandusky, Ohio. Mr. Jesse Cardiff. You're needed.
I'm on my way.
Mr. Jesse Cardiff, who became a legend by beating a man known as Fats. But many years later, after his funeral, he found out that being the best at anything carries with it a special obligation to keep on proving it. Mr. Fats Brown, on the other hand, having relinquished his champion's medal, has gone fishing. These are the ground rules on Earth and in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Game of Pool, starring Wade Williams with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and Joby Cerny, and written for The Twilight Zone by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Sandra Delgado, and Linda Ryder. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
It looks like another wet one, folks. Get your umbrellas and your booties if you're going out. Possible thunderstorms over
Margaret?
2 hours. Cloudy tomorrow with a 50% chance.
Margaret?
Yes, Miss Alva?
Come here, please.
I'll be right there.
Now, it's important.
The dishes are all done. Do you need something?
It's getting late.
It's not that late, is it? We can play a game of cards if you like.
A storm is coming.
Is it?
Well, that's what they said on the radio. A very serious one.
The sky was clear this afternoon.
Nevertheless, I think you should be getting home.
Well, I'll just fix your cup of tea then.
I'd like to be in my bed.
So early?
Well, I'm feeling a bit tired.
Oh, as you wish. Do you have your shawl?
It doesn't do much good. Oh, awfully chilly this evening.
I'll raise the thermostat.
Ah, there's the rain. Oh, I hope the roof holds.
Why wouldn't it? You had it reshingled last year. Here we go. I'll turn the bed down for you. Now, take my hands up and out of your chair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Margaret. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, you do just fine. You'll be walking again soon. Have you been doing your exercises like Dr. Mays told you?
It's no use. These legs simply don't work anymore. Oh, Margaret, I'll never leave this house again.
Now you stop that. There's a big, wide world out there. Places to go and people to see.
The only way I'll see them is if they come here. And there's not much chance of that. Most everyone I know is passed on.
Surely not. You have a phone right next to the bed. Call some friends. Keep in touch.
Oh, it's been too long. I don't know if the numbers work anymore.
Of course they do. If they don't, talk to Miss Finch at the telephone exchange. She'll look them up for you. Now, wait right here. I'll get your pills and a nice cup of hot tea.
Hurry, Margaret, the rain. You'll never get home.
Oh, don't you worry about me, Miss Selva. I'll be back with your tray.
Oh, my. Such a terrible, terrible storm.
Miss Elva Keene, who lives alone on the outskirts of Linden Fleet in Maine. Her world has shrunk to the size of the small house she owns and may never leave again. For some years, the pattern of Miss Keene's life has consisted of sitting in her wheelchair or lying in her feather bed, knitting, reading books, listening to the radio, eating modest portions of food, napping, taking her medication, and waiting. For exactly what? She's not sure. Perhaps for something different to happen. Something small but significant that will make all the difference. Miss Keene doesn't know it yet, but her time of waiting has just ended. For something different is about to happen, by way of an unexpected phone call in the middle of a stormy night. A telephone call routed directly through the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Night Call, starring Mariette Hartley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oh, someone calling? At this hour? Oh. Hello? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. The thunder. Hello? Hello? Who is on the line, please? Oh, no one, apparently. How odd. Perhaps I was dreaming. Oh, for the love of... Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. If you wish to speak to me, please say something, or I'll hang up. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Just a moment, Margaret.
You're up early this morning.
Oh, what is the matter with this phone?
You're trying to make a call?
No one's picking up at the switchboard.
Well, I imagine they're pretty busy this morning, what with the storm and all.
I suppose.
Phone company, Miss Finch speaking.
Ready for your tea?
Just a moment. Miss Finch, this is Elva Keene.
Yes, Miss Keene, can I help you?
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Oh, I'll do my best. What is the problem?
Last night, about 2 a.m., my telephone rang.
Oh?
I answered it, but no one spoke, and I didn't hear any receiver hanging up. Just silence.
Is that right?
Or rather, a crackling sound like wind and rain.
That would be electrical noise, a faulty line, most likely.
The same thing happened a few moments later.
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Keene, that storm last night about ruined our service. We've been flooded with complaints about fallen wires and bad connections. I'd say you're pretty lucky that your telephone is working at all.
Oh, you would you?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you say then that someone was trying to call me, but that the connection was washed out?
That's as good an explanation as any, Miss Keene.
But who would have tried to call me in the middle of the night?
I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help, but the way things are right now...
Is it likely to happen again?
I really couldn't say. It might. Were you expecting a call?
Not at that hour.
It depends on what's causing it to happen, of course.
Well, could you find out?
If there's a breakdown somewhere, our crews will find it and repair it.
And what am I to do in the meantime?
If it does happen again, you just call me and I'll run a special check on it. Will you do that?
Well, if that's your only suggestion.
I'm afraid it is. I'll be here in any event. Well, goodbye, Miss Keene.
Goodbye.
All taken care of?
I'm not sure.
I'll start your tea, and then we'll move into the living room. Would you like that?
Margaret.
Yes, Miss Alva?
Did you call me?
When?
Last night.
At 2 a.m? No, ma'am, not me.
Oh. I thought you might have tried to check on me because of the storm. But then I don't pay you for nights, do I?
More tea?
No, thank you.
Have you taken your pill?
Yes. Don't I always?
Never missed one yet.
The highlight of my morning.
The mail should be here by now. Shall I check the box?
Why don't you do that?
With multiple injuries and the 5-car pileup, so take caution while driving in these slick conditions. The storms are still very strong in the north and northeast, while the rest of the city, the severe storms seem to have passed over. Several areas were still without power last night due to fallen wires. Workmen restored electrical service shortly before dawn.
Here's your mail, Miss Alva.
Thank you.
Anything interesting?
Oh, an advertisement. Another advertisement. The light bill, the telephone bill, of course. No personal letters.
You heard from your sister a few days ago, didn't you?
Oh, that was weeks ago, Margaret. 3 weeks and 2 days, to be exact.
Has it been that long?
Yes, that long. Nobody cares whether I live or die.
Oh, sure they do, Miss Alva.
You don't understand.
Don't I?
You can't. You have no idea what it's like to be alone.
But you're not alone. I come by during the day.
Yes, you do. And for that I thank you. But it's been so long since I've had a real visitor. I mean, someone who came of their own accord.
Oh, now don't talk like that. You're going to get yourself into a mood. I'm sure lots of people are thinking about you this very moment.
Who?
You'll hear from someone any time now. Just be patient a while longer. Wouldn't you like to work on your knitting?
All right.
Can I get you anything else?
Not just now.
Well, start thinking about what you want to eat tonight. I'll make a list and go to the store later. For now, I better get the dishes washed.
Hello? Hello? Margaret?
Yes?
Come here, quickly.
Was that the phone? See, someone's calling you now.
Take the receiver.
What for?
I want you to listen.
If you like.
Well?
There's no one on the line, Miss Alva.
Just listen. See if you can hear whether anyone's there.
There's nothing.
But you heard it ring, didn't you?
Yes.
Tell me if someone hangs up.
Not a thing. The line's dead.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll call Miss Finch and have them check on it.
You really think that's necessary?
Yes, I think it's necessary. Am I to suffer calls like that at all hours of the day and night?
Calls like what? There was no call.
Then why did it ring?
It was a mistake, that's all.
How could it be a mistake? Someone must have dialed my number.
Not if it's a malfunction. Something's wrong with the equipment. I'm sure they'll... What are you doing?
Reporting it.
Phone company, Miss Finch speaking.
Hello, Miss Finch. I thought you should know. I've received another one of those calls.
There we go. I peeled you an apple. And here are 2 of your favourite cookies to go with your tea. Can you think of anything else?
No, I'm sure that will do.
All comfy?
Perhaps one more pillow.
Certainly. Here you are.
Thank you, Margaret. You go to so much trouble.
It's no trouble at all.
I wish you could understand how degrading it is for me to ask for help. I've always been able to take care of myself.
Oh, now. We get along just fine, you and me. We're friends.
I don't have friends anymore.
Don't be silly. You have more friends out there than you realize.
Oh, I wish that were true.
You'll see. You'll hear from them. Meanwhile, don't fret about those phone calls. Don't give them another thought.
I'll try not to.
It was the storm, I'm sure of it.
Perhaps you're right.
Whatever the trouble was, the repairman have fixed it by now. But just to be sure, why don't you keep the receiver off the hook and then you won't be bothered?
Oh, that's a good suggestion.
You know, I have an extra television set, a portable. I could bring it over if you like.
No need. There's hardly any reception out here.
There is if you put up an antenna or connect with the cable system.
That costs money. Besides, there's nothing I care to see.
Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, let me know.
You should be getting home.
It is getting late. Let's see. You have your pills, your knitting. Would you like a book?
I'll be going right to sleep.
Good night then, Miss Keene. See you in the morning.
Yes, in the morning. Oh, Margaret, there it is again. What should I do? Nothing. Just as I thought. I won't speak. I'll hang it up and then leave it off the hook. Yes. Who's there? Who is it? Hello? What is making this sound? Is anybody there? Anybody at all? Who is on the line? Who is it? Who? Hello? What is that? Please, please leave me alone. No. Please. No.
Here we are, your favorite spot in the living room.
Not today, please.
Well, where then, Miss Elva?
Away from the window.
If you're going to knit, you'll need the light.
I don't care to knit just now.
Very well.
And close the curtains.
Close them? I just opened them.
That's the way I want it.
But look what a lovely day it is. With the curtains drawn, there'll be hardly enough light for anything.
Please do as I say, Margaret. I'm not feeling well.
Why? What's wrong?
My nerves. I hardly slept last night.
You didn't?
Not a wink.
Why on earth? What happened?
Do I have to tell you?
No, not the telephone.
Yes, at all hours, over and over again.
You're sure?
Indeed, I am. The sound is so loud in this house, it hurts my ears.
Well, we can't have that.
And this time, he spoke to me.
He didn't.
Margaret, I simply can't bear it.
Shush, dear, don't you worry. We'll do something about that right now. Call Miss Finch and clear it up.
She won't listen.
Of course she will.
She doesn't take me at all seriously.
Well then, I'll have a word with her. We can't have you going without your sleep.
Operator?
Is that Miss Finch?
It is.
This is Margaret Phillips, Miss Keene's private nurse.
Oh, yes, how are you?
I'm fine, but Miss Keene isn't doing so well.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Why haven't you fixed her line yet?
I've told her we'll repair it as soon as...
It's gone beyond that. Now someone is speaking to her. She can't sleep at all. If Miss Keene's health should be disturbed any further, the phone company will be held responsible.
Now, just a minute.
Give me the phone.
Here she is now. She'll tell you herself.
Miss Finch.
Yes, Miss Keene.
There's a voice on the phone.
A voice?
It says one word over and over. Hello. It doesn't sound normal. It sounds distorted.
Are you sure it's a voice?
What else could it be?
Well, static on the line sometimes.
It was someone, I tell you, the same someone who kept listening to me say hello over and over again without answering back. The same one who made those horrible noises.
What kind of noise?
I don't know. That's why I'm calling you. It must stop immediately.
A voice, you say? Was it a man or a woman?
I couldn't be sure.
So you have no idea?
I tell you, there is no way of knowing. It could be either.
And you're positive it wasn't someone on your party line?
Oh, don't you think I know the people on my party line?
Of course, Miss Keene, of course. Well, I'll have a man come out as soon as possible. The crews are still pretty busy, what with the damaged lines and all from the storm, but I'll tell them to put a rush on it.
And what am I to do if this person calls again?
Hang up, Miss Keene.
But whoever it is will only call back. And then I have to answer to stop the ringing.
That's my best advice. It's either that or disconnect the line.
No, you can't do that. What if there were an emergency? I have no way to call out.
That's true. Then there isn't much choice. I suggest you talk to them. Try to find out more, get a name if you can. Do that and we'll have something to go on. We'll take immediate action, I promise you.
But I don't wish to speak to them at all.
Then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do.
So you won't help me?
We can't. It could be absolutely anyone. There's no way to know.
I see. Then, good day to you.
What did she say?
Not a word of help. It's obvious she doesn't believe me.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true.
As far as she's concerned, I'm just a nervous old biddy falling prey to my imagination.
But she didn't actually say...
Well, she'll find out differently. You all will, if it's not too late by then.
Such talk. You're letting yourself get way too upset. Why don't we have some breakfast? Would you like that?
No, I'm not hungry.
In a while, then. We'll both have something. I'll leave the curtains drawn so you can catch up on your rest. Would you like a pillow for your back?
Make sure they're completely drawn.
But it's so dark in here.
I can't afford the risk.
What do you mean?
Well, if someone's out there, he could be watching.
Watching what?
Me. Oh, nothing tastes right today, not even tea. It's not your fault. I'm feeling so out of sorts. Margaret? Margaret? That's all right. Stay where you are. You're entitled to a nap, too. There. That will stop it. I won't put it to my ear. I won't. But if I don't take the call, I'll never know who it is. Oh. All right, I'll leave it on the hook. And the next time it rings, I'll force myself to speak to them and find out what they're up to. Oh. Hello?
Hello.
Who is this? Who's calling, please?
Hello.
Who's calling? I've had quite enough. Stop this at once.
Hello.
Why do you keep saying that? Can't you hear me?
Hello.
Please.
Hello. Hello.
Margaret! Margaret! Margaret!
Yes? Oh, Miss Alva. I was just resting my eyes. Is everything all right?
No, it is not.
Then what?
The telephone.
Oh. Did it ring? I thought I heard something.
It's a man. I'm sure of it.
How do you know?
Because he just called again. I heard the tone of his voice. It was deep and hoarse. Like there was something wrong with him.
What did he want?
I don't know.
Then how?
He just keeps saying hello. Over and over. That's all he says. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Now you've got to stop this, Miss Keene.
I've got to stop. I'm not the one who...
You're working yourself into a state over...
Over nothing?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. You were going to say it.
Now, Miss Keene, I was not. I think I'd better put you back in your bed so you can...
I don't want to be put in my bed. I want to know who this terrible man is who keeps calling.
What did Miss Finch tell you? She told you it was probably a bad connection, didn't she? The telephone wires are still wet from the rain.
It was not the connection. It's a man.
I'm not arguing, Miss Keene, but if he keeps on saying hello...
That's all he says.
Then obviously he can't hear you. And that would be because of a bad connection. Doesn't that make sense?
No. He heard me. I know he heard me. He paused each time and waited for me to speak. I don't know what he wants.
Then why don't you hang up on him, Miss Elva? You don't have to listen, just hang up. Is that so hard to do?
No, I've tried that. But the voice... Hello, over and over. Hello, hello, hello.
Then do this. Take it off the hook. There. Now he can't call you, right?
Nobody can call me.
Leave it that way just for the time being, until all this funny business is over. It will be the same on the extension. And then if you decide to make a call, all you have to do is hold down the arm for a second. Isn't that right, Miss Keene? Miss Keene?
But why is he calling me? Why would he? Can you tell me that? Why? He wants something from me, but I can't imagine what it is. Oh, I can't bear that sound. Try putting a pillow over it. There. No.
Hello.
Hello?
Where are you?
What?
I want to talk to you.
No.
Where are you? I want to talk to you.
Please.
Where are you? I want to talk to you.
No, I beg of you.
Where are you? I want to talk to you.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Phone company.
Miss Finch, the problem is getting worse.
Oh, hello, Miss Keene.
I tell you I won't have it.
Have you tried leaving it off the hook?
No, it doesn't do any good. He just waits for me to hang up so he can call back. I left the receiver off last night, but I can't do it anymore. Even when I bury it under a pillow, the noise keeps me awake. I haven't had any sleep in 24 hours.
Then perhaps, Miss Keene, we should disconnect it after all.
No, I am an invalid, Miss Finch. I must have telephone service in case of emergency.
I'm sure you must.
Now, I want the line checked. Do you hear? This terrible thing must stop right away.
All right, Miss Keene, I'll put a man on it right away, and this time we'll get to the bottom of it.
Swear to it.
I give you my word.
Oh, good. Thank you. You don't know what this means to me.
I'll call you as soon as we find out the problem.
You'll see to it, no matter what it takes.
Of course. First thing, we'll give you an answer before noon.
Thank you.
Don't you worry now.
Oh, bless you.
That's what we're here for.
Your play?
What?
Pick up your cards, Miss Elva. This is what we need, you'll see. A nice game of canasta.
Oh. Yes.
Now, it's your play.
What is the matter with that girl?
Hmm?
She promised faithfully that a man would check on it today. The afternoon is almost over and no one's been by.
Maybe he doesn't have to come by, Miss Elva.
Why wouldn't he?
If the problem is somewhere else, with one of the telephone poles, for example.
Well, I suppose that could be true, but she promised she'd let me know.
Look at your cards. Did you get a good hand this time?
Oh.
That'll be her, don't you think? Want me to answer it?
Oh, yes, if you would.
Hello? No, this is Margaret Phillips. Would you like to speak with her?
Who is it?
Just a moment. You see, it's Miss Finch. Now everything will be fine.
Oh, yes?
About those calls you say you've been receiving, Miss Keene.
Say I've been receiving. Why don't you believe?
We sent a man out to trace them. I have his report here.
And?
He says he followed your line through all its connections. He found the problem.
Well, what is it?
A fallen wire on the edge of town.
Fallen wire?
Yes, Miss Keene. The weather blew it free of the pole.
I don't understand.
One end was on the ground, so no signal at all was getting through.
Are you telling me that there were no calls?
I'm sorry, but there's no way anyone could have called from that location, Miss Keene.
I tell you, a man called me. There must be a phone there. There must be some way for him to call me.
Miss Keene, the wire is lying on the ground, unattached. Tomorrow our crew will put it back up and you won't have any further trouble.
There must be a way that someone got through.
But there is no one out there. No one at all.
Out where?
Miss Keene, it's the cemetery.
Oh.
Miss Keene, are you there?
What is it, Miss Elva?
Miss Keene? Miss Keene?
Why have you dropped the phone? Will you tell me what's wrong? Miss Keene, for heaven's sake, what is it? Here we are. Valley View Cemetery. Are you sure you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
I wish you'd tell me why you decided to come all this way. Miss Keene, this isn't good for you. If you hadn't made such a to-do about it, I'd never have taken you in the first place. Why won't you answer? What can there possibly be out here for you to see?
Get my chair from the back seat, please.
Very well. Have it your way. Careful. Now. Up and out. Here's a blanket for your legs. Though I can't imagine why you'd want to. Miss Elva? What are you looking at?
Over there.
You mean inside the grounds?
On the other side of the gate.
All right. We'll have to steer clear of the power lines, though. Well, there's a loose telephone wire hanging down. Can't see where it touches the ground. Where are we going?
The first row on the left. About halfway down, as I recall.
That's where the wire ends.
I knew it.
Here?
Here.
And we better not go any closer. It's fallen directly onto a grave. Right by an old headstone. What's the name? Brian Douglas. And the date of birth and death? More than 50 years ago. Oh, the poor young man. Only 27.
I knew it.
Miss Elva.
It's him.
Who?
It's him. Brian. Oh, Brian.
You knew him?
Brian, my fiancé. He died a week before we were to be married.
Oh, Miss Elva, I didn't know.
We were in a car together. I insisted on driving. I was always insisting on things, telling him what I wanted, dominating him in my way, and he always did what I said, always. I lost control of the car, steered it right into a tree. Brian went through the windshield. He was cut to pieces. I was left crippled, and now he's trying to reach me, I'm sure of it. Don't you see? He's trying to reach me. So many years out here alone, in the sun, in the wind, in the rain. And now, at last, I can talk to him. I won't be lonely anymore.
Would you like more covers on the bed?
No, Margaret, I'm perfectly fine.
I can plump up your pillows for you.
It's not necessary.
I can't leave you like this.
I'll be all right. Good night.
But...
Good night, Margaret.
You call me if you need me now.
I will.
I'll be home all night.
Yes, yes, Margaret. Good night.
You sleep well.
Now then, you may call me any time at all. I'm waiting. Oh, this is ridiculous. Now that I want you to call. Brian? Brian? Are you there? Can you hear me? It's Elva. Elva! Oh, Brian. Brian, my dear. Brian, where are you? Where are you, Brian? Can't you hear me at all? Brian! Are you there, Brian? If you are, please speak. It's Elva. Elva! You can speak to me now. I didn't know it was you. I thought... Brian, please, I know you're there. It's Elva. Talk to me, Brian, please. I beg you.
You said... leave you alone.
No, but I didn't mean...
I always do what you say.
Oh, God, but I didn't mean... Brian, I didn't mean that. Not this time. I didn't understand. I only meant... Oh, Brian. Brian, speak to me. No, Brian, don't go. Don't leave me here. I didn't know it was you. I didn't understand. I tell you, there were so many things I didn't understand. I didn't mean to say. Brian, please. Please. Oh, please. No. Oh.
According to the Bible, God created heaven and earth. But it is every man's prerogative and every woman's to create their own particular and private hell. Case in point, Miss Elba Keene, who in every sense has made her own bed, and now must lie in it. Sadder but wiser, by dint of a rather painful lesson in responsibility, transmitted from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Night Call, starring Mariette Hartley with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Sarah Wellington, Meg Thalken, and Doug James. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Greg Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. Death's Head Revisited, starring H.M. Wynant, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Maggie Carney, David Darlow, Richard Shavsden, Peggy Roeder, James Schneider, Carl Amari, Doug James, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Here we are, sir.
Ah, oh, the old inn on the square.
Yes, sir.
How perfectly charming.
You have been here before?
No. It's just as the guidebook said.
Let me get your bags.
In a moment. First, let me see if they have accommodations.
Very good. I'll wait, sir.
Hello?
May I help you?
Good day. I've just arrived in your town.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering, do you by any chance have a room available?
Let me see. That would be a single?
Yes, I'm traveling alone.
I can give you a lovely front room overlooking the square.
That would be perfect.
Would you care to see it?
No need. I'm sure it will be quite satisfactory.
In that case, welcome. If you would be so kind as to sign the guest book.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
There was something else.
No, sir.
Well, then.
Yes?
The key.
Oh, yes, the key. Mr. Schmidt, is it?
That's what I've written.
Of course.
Of course what?
I mean, sir, I just wondered. Well, it was just that...
You wondered what?
It's just that you remind me of someone, Mr. Schmidt.
Oh?
During the war.
The war, so long ago.
There are times when it does not seem so.
I suppose.
There were SS stationed here.
You don't say.
They used to come to the inn very often.
Did they?
When they were off duty.
Well, that must have been a very busy time.
Busy, sir?
Eventful.
Yes.
Well then.
Will you be taking your meals with us?
Perhaps. I should like to explore the town first, see the sights this afternoon while there is still light.
As you wish.
Ah, yes. Very, very quaint outside, isn't it?
Quaint?
Picturesque.
Some have said so. You'll be here long?
A day or two, perhaps. I'm not sure. You see, I'm on holiday.
And you've never been here before?
No, never. I'm told the scenery is lovely. I understand there's a wonderful old medieval castle one can visit.
Castle? Oh, yes, sir. Very old.
And other things?
What do you mean?
Other sights. What would you recommend for a tourist?
Very little else, sir. Very little else of any particular interest.
I'm told, though, that the town was quite active during the war.
Active? Sir, it was like most places in Germany.
Ah, but I'm told that it was not like most places. I'm told that it had some special attractions. What was it? A work camp or something that you had here?
Something of the sort, sir.
Well, was it a camp or not?
A camp, sir.
How's that?
A camp, Mr. Schmidt. A concentration camp.
You mean a relocation camp? Really, now, that's odd. I'm getting old, I guess. For the life of me, I can't seem to recall the name.
Sir?
The name. Surely I must have read about it. What is the name of this town?
Dachau, sir. Dachau.
Mr. Schmidt recently arrived in a small Bavarian village which lies 8 miles northwest of Munich. A picturesque, delightful little spot once known for its scenery, but more recently related to other events having to do with some of the less positive pursuits of man. Human slaughter, torture, misery, and anguish. Mr. Schmidt, as we will soon see, has a vested interest in the ruins of a concentration camp. For once, some years ago, his name was Gunther Lutz. He held the rank of captain in the SS. He was a black-uniformed, strutting animal whose function in life was to give pain. And like his colleagues of the time, he shared the one affliction most common among that breed known as Nazis. He walked the earth without a heart. And now former SS Captain Lutz will revisit his old haunts, satisfied perhaps that all that waits for him in the ruins is an element of nostalgia. What he does not know, of course, is that a place like Dachau cannot exist only in Bavaria. By its nature, by its very nature, it must be one of the most populated areas in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Death's Head Revisited, starring H.M. Wynant, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
To be sure, Dachau.
Once a peaceful place to live, but now?
The camp, it's just there on the hill, isn't it?
Yes.
And that group of buildings, that would be the barracks. For the workers.
Workers, sir?
And the officers, of course. I wonder if their quarters are still standing.
Most of us would like it all burned to the ground.
Oh?
Such a disgrace.
Yes, of course. Or perhaps it could be turned into a shrine.
A shrine?
For the men who lived there. Officers and workers alike.
1 million people were put to death there. Men and women and children, but not the officers. It is already a shrine.
Yes, I see your point.
Will there be anything else?
No, I'm off to do some sightseeing. Good day to you.
You are on holiday, Herr Schmidt.
What did you say, driver?
The trip, sir. You have come here for pleasure?
Pleasure? Oh, yes. A rest, to relax, to forget.
It's the best kind of trip.
To rest and enjoy life. That is all that matters to me now.
For all of us, I should say.
It's true. We work, we slave, we do the bidding of others instead of tasting the fruits of our labors. And then one day a man asks himself, what is my reward for so much sacrifice?
Most certainly.
Selflessly, year after year. Not what we would have chosen, perhaps. Not what we would have chosen at all.
No.
Never mind. I'm an old man. You would not understand.
But I do, sir.
How could you? You are so young.
Perhaps. But it seems to me, sir, that each of us makes his own reward. And eventually it will come. What we deserve most. The true product of our labors. Of seeds sown long ago. Not only for others, but in the end, for ourselves. Would you agree?
You are quite a philosopher.
Only a taxi driver.
And you enjoy this occupation of service?
Oh, yes, very much. I am a fortunate man.
How so?
My needs are simple. I bring comfort to others in some small way. It is the best work anyone can do.
Is it?
My parents. They suffered greatly in the war. They knew very little of comfort.
The war. So much ancient history.
But not yet forgotten.
For some, perhaps. For myself, I hardly remember any of it.
And yet, you have returned.
On the contrary, I've never been to this village before.
My apologies. I thought because you wish to see the camp.
I'm a teacher of history, that is all. And a student as well, of historical places.
Of course, Herr Schmidt. The camp is just ahead.
But look, no one has kept it up.
Very few people come here.
The road, the grounds, the wire fences, the buildings, even the guard towers, the entire compound is rotting, falling apart.
There is no reason to maintain it now. Perhaps you would rather visit the castle.
No. This is what I came to see.
Very well.
A disgrace. Stop the car.
Yes, sir?
Yes, at the gate. Let me out.
You are going in?
Of course I'm going in. I've come all this way.
I shall wait for you then.
Return in 2 hours' time.
2 hours?
There is much to study, notes to be taken, you understand.
As you wish.
That should be adequate.
I'll come back to this spot, then, in front of the gate.
Yes. And kindly be punctual. Oh, so cold here. No, wait! I've changed my mind! Well, I can always walk back to the hotel if I must. But first, look around. Everything seems so small. Not as I remember it. There were many more barracks in the compound. And now only a few remain standing, like this one. All right, pigs. Up! Time to greet the morning on your feet. Another splendid day, a day of glorious service to the fatherland.
Please, Captain.
More water.
A ration of bread?
Anything. I beg you.
I'm pleased to bring you news.
News? What has happened?
The war. It is over.
Even better. It snowed during the night, but the temperature's only slightly below zero. So, you will assemble in the yard at once. Do not trouble yourself with clothing for the occasion. First, we do some simple exercises to increase our physical strength.
Not now. I have no shoes.
Will freeze.
My hands. My toes.
Frostbite. Sir, I cannot stand.
Outside, I said. Yes, outside. Nothing in there but an empty room. The yard. And the towers. I remember. Next to the punishment posts. 1, 2, 3. At least they still stand. What's that? A sign. Still hanging. On that building. It says detention. Ah, yes, I remember you. Oh, we had good times in that building. Oh, such good times.
Water. Please. Water.
Water? Pig? You'd like water? Unfortunately, we have no more water. Not for you. Why should you care? It's been only 5 days since you've been fed. Only 5 days, pig. 5 short, inconsequential days. That is nothing. On your feet, filth. Locked. It doesn't matter. Such a long time ago. But it doesn't seem so. And now there is no one to share those memories.
Good afternoon.
Where?
Over here, at the window.
But I thought there was no one inside. Who are you?
Did I startle you?
Well, I did not expect to see anyone here.
Why not, Captain?
Wait. Why do you call me that?
But you are a captain, aren't you?
No, I am Professor Schmidt.
So, that is your name now.
You have me confused with someone else.
Is that right? Or is it you who are confused?
I tell you,
I never forget a face.
I am Professor Schmidt.
Are you?
Your clothes.
But about them, you don't approve?
Why are you dressed that way, like...
Like what?
A prisoner.
Very good, you do remember.
But there are no more prisoners.
No?
Not now, surely.
Welcome back, Captain.
Why do you say that?
Because I've been waiting.
Waiting? For what?
I can't forget a face. Especially yours.
I tell you, I don't know you.
Are you sure?
I must go.
Where are you going, Captain?
That is none of your concern.
Back to the town? To the life you have now?
Yes, my life. I shouldn't have come. I am leaving now.
I'm afraid that is no longer possible.
Don't follow me. Get away! How can it be locked? There was no one near it. No one.
Wasn't there?
What have you done?
I haven't touched the latch.
Then who?
I saw your own hand on it only a moment ago.
Nonsense.
As you wish, Captain.
Why do you persist in calling me that?
As I told you, I've been waiting.
For what?
For you, Captain. We've been waiting a long time. Such a long time.
We? There's no one else in these ruins.
Isn't there?
Wait. You're... Yes. Of course, I remember you.
And well you should. How well you should, Captain Lutz. Captain Gunther Lutz of the SS.
Becker, is that you?
So you do remember me.
Remember you, Becker? Of course I remember you, my prize pupil.
How kind of the captain, after so many years.
That's what I used to call you, isn't it? You don't look so bad, Becker. No, as a matter of fact, you look quite well. You don't seem to have changed at all.
Neither have you, Captain. Not really.
That's why I didn't recognize you. You haven't changed. But how can that be? It isn't possible. Why, it's been years.
A great many years, Captain Lutz, since we last saw one another.
And now you must be what, the caretaker? Of course. That is why you're dressed like a prisoner. You are the caretaker here, aren't you?
In a manner of speaking.
Why, Becker, I must tell you, this is not only a surprise, it's a rather pleasant surprise.
For me too, Captain.
Isn't it odd?
How so?
It's odd that our paths cross again and we meet now under somewhat happier circumstances.
Happier? Yes, for some of us, happier.
What was that?
What, Captain?
It sounded like...
The wind, Captain? Perhaps it was the wind.
Yes, only the wind. But it is not the wind.
No?
Don't you hear them? It sounds like...
Like what, Captain?
Voices.
Really?
What do you want? Whoever you are, come out and face me! Cowards!
If that is your desire, Captain. But I assure you, they are not cowards.
Then why don't they show themselves?
As you wish, Captain. As you wish.
Where are they?
They disturb you, Captain?
Stop calling me Captain, please. I'm not a soldier anymore.
Soldier? You never were a soldier, Lutz. The uniform you wore cannot be stripped off one's skin quite so easily. It was a part of you, a part of your body, an emblem of your mind, a tattoo, Captain. A skull and crossbones burned into your soul.
What do you know about it? I was a soldier, Becker.
No, Captain Lutz. You were a sadist.
You go too far, Becker.
Do I?
Yes. How can you say such things to me now?
Very easily. I speak only the truth.
Then if that is the case, you must know.
I know that you were a monster. Of the worst sort. One who derived pleasure from giving pain. A distinction that does not even apply to animals.
Listen to me, Becker. There is no war now. That's all over with. It's in the past.
Is it?
There is no more Reich. There are no more camps.
How convenient for you to think so.
Oh, it is ridiculous. It is patently ridiculous to dwell on these things.
What else should I be thinking of?
You did as you thought best, and so did I. I performed my duties, functioned as I was told. Stop that noise!
Odd that it should disturb you. It never used to. Not even when your victims screamed.
Victims? What are you talking about?
You weren't quite so sensitive when they screamed for mercy, But now, they are not screaming, Lutz. They are simply reacting. They are responding. They have just listened to you offer the apologia for all the monsters of history. We did as we were told. We functioned as ordered.
But that is the truth.
We merely obeyed directives from our superiors. Familiar, is it, Captain?
Stop this.
It was the theme music at Nuremberg, the new lyrics to the Götterdämmerung, the plaintive litany of the master race as it lay defeated and dying.
We were never defeated. We were betrayed by disloyalty from within, infiltrators, spies.
Always the fault of others. We did not do, others did. We did it, but others told us to. Or someone else did it, but we never knew it was done. Captain Lutz, 10 million human beings were tortured to death in camps like this.
The diseased, the lame.
Women, children, tired old men.
They could not contribute. You know nothing of history. In time of war, there is a hierarchy. There must be. Only the strongest survive.
So you burned them in furnaces.
Our facilities were inadequate.
But you murdered them nonetheless. Not just the Jews, but the gypsies, the communists, the outsiders. You shoveled them into the earth. You tore up their bodies in sadistic rage. And now you come back and wonder that the misery you've planted has lived after you? That is the real wonder, that you are so naive.
There is no point in talking about this any longer. I told you I have to leave, Becker.
Why did you come back, Captain Lutz? You changed your name. You are quite safe down in South America. What could possibly have brought you back here?
One misses his homeland, Becker, the fatherland. One grows nostalgic for the good old days, when one was young and strong. I had hoped that with the passage of time, sanity would return. People would be willing to forget the little mistakes of the past. They would not succumb to these primitive cries for vengeance.
Little mistakes. Little mistakes. You ask too much, Captain Lutz. You ask far too much. Why not ask for the world to stop revolving on its axis, or for gravity to cease? Don't ask the impossible. Don't ask forgiveness from those who you've destroyed to a point past forgiveness.
Enough! My driver will be returning soon.
Yes, time is short, Captain. We have something of great importance to accomplish here today.
And what's that?
It's time for the trial.
Trial?
The court is convening in Compound 6.
The court, is it? Well, what is this nonsense? Is this a joke?
No joke. Your trial, Captain.
Trial? For what?
You are to be tried for crimes against humanity.
By whom? Who will try me? You're insane, Becker. You were insane when I used to string you up and...
That's right. When you used to string me up, Captain, suspended over a hot pipe and feed me salt water until my tongue swelled. Burn me with cigarette butts and laugh at me when I screamed for you to please put an end to it. To have mercy and kill me. Your memory is quite good, Captain. Quite good indeed. Shall we go now? The court is waiting.
Let me out! Someone, let me out of here!
There is no escape. There was not then, and there is not now. Nothing has changed. You think the fences are in disrepair? Look again. They are secure, as they were when you were in charge. It is only fitting, wouldn't you say?
No, please! Let me up! I can explain!
You can try, but it will do you no good. There is no explanation suitable for this court. We have rules.
Who are these people?
Greetings, Herr Captain.
Welcome.
Won't you join us?
we welcome you to the house of pain.
Do you not know their faces, their bodies? Then, starved, tortured, beaten, for they are your legacy. You made them what they are. Now then, shall we proceed?
Please, please, this is inhuman treatment. Not fit for a pig.
Precisely.
Read it.
Read the charges.
The inmates of Compound 6, Dachau Concentration Camp versus Gunther Lutz, Captain SS.
I am entitled to a military tribunal.
Indictment 1, that he condemned to death without a trial 1,100 human beings.
1,100? Where did you get such a number?
Indictment 2, that he did maim and torture without provocation.
Rubbish.
Indictment 3, that he did personally order the withholding of food and water rations, causing disease, dehydration, and death.
Where is your proof, your witnesses?
Here, Captain. Remember me. I was only a child. You killed me with your own hands.
Indictment 4, that he did deny medical treatment for the sick and ailing in violation of all rules of international law and common humanity.
We did not have proper supplies. Our resources went to the front.
To the officers?
For leadership. A military force must have leadership.
Indictment 5, that he did order summary executions by firing squad for those too ill and infirm to work.
1, 2, 3, fire! There, that will teach them the penalty for refusing their duties.
And desecrated the remains with no proper burial?
No, I did not do any of these things. I could not have.
Indictment 6.
Listen to me, for the love of God, listen. What? I fell asleep, Yes, that's it. I've been dreaming. The courtyard outside. The hanging post, none of it used for years. Of course not. I'm a foolish old man. Foolish and tired.
Yes, you are. Very foolish.
Becker, is that you? I must have dozed off.
You've been unconscious for a while.
I had such a dream.
You had no dream, Captain.
Of course I did. I dreamt there was a kind of trial, a kangaroo court. There were people in this room. Can you believe it?
Yes.
Ghostly figures.
Not ghosts.
Then what?
They were here. They're still here. They have never left.
It's true?
They walk these buildings and the courtyard outside.
But how?
You did not bury them deep enough. You did not cover them with enough earth, or the bullets were too small a caliber, or the flames were not sufficiently hot. Perhaps there was not enough gas.
Becker, you must tell me. Who are you? Really?
The caretaker. Did you forget?
But the trial...
The trial is over. You have been found guilty. It's time to pronounce sentence.
No!
Would you care for a last cigarette, Herr Lutz? Yes, Lutz, it's time.
For what?
For the sentence.
You are going to pronounce sentence? This is what you have in mind now? You will pronounce sentence and then you shall execute the sentence? Is that correct?
That is the procedure, as always.
And who? Who is there to carry out the sentence? Do you see anyone outside the window to help you? Anyone at all, do you?
They are here.
I see no one. Are you blind? Here, look for yourself. There! Pigs! Filth! You will assemble in the yard. You will crawl out of your graves to see that justice is done. You will pass sentence on Captain Lutz. Brave victims. Where are you now, eh? Not so brave at all, I should say.
They won't answer.
Why not?
Your authority no longer applies here.
But yours does.
I am all that is left, and you are no longer a captain. You have been stripped of your authority as of this moment.
Oh, I see.
Do you?
Then where is the judge? Where is the jury? The executioner?
You are still obsessed with procedure.
Shall I tell you where they are, Becker? They're in your mind. You have hatched them out of your hatred. You have planned your vengeance out of the crazy quilt of a warped imagination sewed together with little thin threads of wishful thinking. Why didn't I kill you when I had the chance? Why didn't I? But wait.
Yes?
I did, Becker, I did kill you.
Ah. Your memory is no longer so conveniently selective.
Yes. I killed you the night.
You killed me the night the Americans came close to the camp. You tried to burn it down.
Of course I did. I had no choice. They would have commandeered our supplies, our weapons.
And what of the prisoners? You've said that they were of no value.
They were of no value. They were a burden.
And yet you tried to kill everyone who was left. And in my case, you succeeded. So, it was a waste of time, wasn't it? A waste of your precious time with absolutely no practical value. And it would certainly be a waste of what little time you have left now to try to murder me again.
But I will. I'll finish it. I still can. Where?
You have been tried and found guilty of crimes against humanity.
What crimes?
It is the unanimous judgment of this court that from this day forward...
Where are you? Show yourself!
And for the rest of your natural life, you shall be rendered insane.
What is this gibberish? This nonsense, this idiocy. Where have you gone now? Where?
At this gate, this locked gate, you shut down hundreds of people with machine guns. Do you feel it now?
I'll finish it once and for all. Where are you hiding?
Do you feel the bullets smashing into your body? Do you feel the agony of tearing lead?
I'll finish it with you, Becker. Here and now.
And on these posts, you hanged human beings to die slowly and painfully.
They were criminals.
What was their crime? Stealing water? A crust of bread?
They would have died anyway.
Do you feel their hunger? Do you feel their agony?
Silence!
And in this place, the detention room as you called it, the things you did to human beings here are unmentionable. How does their torment feel?
I refuse to give you satisfaction.
If you can still reason, Lutz, if there is any portion of your mind that can still function, take this thought with you. This is not hatred. This is retribution. This is not revenge. This is justice.
No, liar.
And this is only the beginning. Your final judgment will come from God.
There. If you won't open the gate, I'll crawl under. You can't hold me here. No, it's a violation of my international rights. There. Becker? Becker? Where are you? Becker! Where are you? Becker! I'll finish it, you swine! Ah!
That man! What is he?
He's crazy! Look out!
Herr Schmidt! I didn't see you!
Call for a doctor! Quickly!
Get away! Get away! Ah! 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 Ah!
Stand back, please. What happened here?
I heard him screaming, Doctor. Such sounds.
Like a wounded animal. He didn't seem to know where he was or who he was.
Will he be all right?
Not for a while.
What do you mean?
I have shot him so full of sedatives that he doesn't know whether he is still on the earth.
Shall I help him up to his quarters, Doctor?
His quarters?
He registered for our best room, overlooking the square. Herr Schmidt did, if that is his name.
It is the name on his passport.
Where should we take him, Doctor?
His room is ready.
Release it to someone else. He won't be coming back anytime soon. I want him in the hospital, strapped to a bed.
Yes, sir.
Pity, I could look after him.
What happened to him, do you suppose?
That's what I'd like to know.
I give you my word, it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't.
I drove him up the hill myself, not an hour ago.
The hill?
Yes, the old road. To the ruins of the camp.
Oh, curious.
He said he wanted to study it. He was all right then.
Are you quite sure?
He must have walked or run all the way back here to the square. But his screams. His screams.
Were there any marks on him?
None.
Then what must he have seen?
I have no idea. All I know is that he is in very real pain. More than pain. Agony. As if he has been tortured.
But my taxi didn't strike him.
Yeah, I believe you.
He fell right here, as you saw, clutching himself, as though he had been beaten or shot. He seemed insane, a raving maniac.
Sometimes we cannot judge by appearances alone.
What could happen to a man in 2 hours to change him so? Someone must tell me.
I wish I knew.
He said he was on holiday.
Poor old fellow. Come here to reap the rewards of a life's work.
I wonder what that life's work was to bring him to such a place as Dachau.
There may be an answer to that question.
Yes?
But I'm sure I couldn't say.
Ah, well, tell the ambulance I will meet them at the hospital.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you for coming so quickly.
Yes, thank you.
Not at all. That is my job. To heal. Only I don't know if I can help this man.
But you will try, because that is your duty.
Yes, I will try to understand. Someone will have to make a proper diagnosis. I'm afraid his affliction may lie beyond my understanding.
Goodbye, then, Doctor.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Dachau. Why does it still stand? Why do we keep it standing? Some things I will never comprehend.
There is an answer to the doctor's question. All the Dachaus must remain standing. The Dachaus, the Belsens, the Buchenwalds, the Auschwitzes, all of them. They must remain standing because they are a monument to a moment in time when some men decided to turn the earth into a graveyard. Into it they shoveled all of their reason, their logic, their knowledge, but worst of all, their conscience. And the moment we forget this, the moment we cease to be haunted by its remembrance, then we become the gravediggers. Something to dwell on and to remember, not only in the Twilight Zone, but wherever men walk the earth.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Rip, what you chasing? Ground squirrel, huh? Well, leave it be. I ain't got my squirrel shooter with me. Besides, we got plenty of work to do. First, though, let's set a spell. Huh? This stump will be fine. That old woman don't know how hard it is collecting firewood. All you can carry, she says, or you get no supper. Well, I'll tell you, Rip, she ought to try it herself sometime. All she'd come back with is a couple of sticks. Can't fire the cooker with that, now could she? There you go. Lay right down. Working sure makes you parched, don't it? Oh, yeah. Well, don't you worry none. We'll be at the lake soon enough, then you can drink your fill. What is that, a crow? Same one I seen this morning. What's it coming around here for? Fly on by, Mr. Crow. Nothing here for you. Just me and old Rip. Hold on, dog, while I roll a smoke. There we go. Now, light it up for me, would you, Rip? Sure wish you could do that. Make life easier for this old boy. Better get me another pouch in town. See if Earl has his rig hitched up. Of course, that old nag of his might not make it. And then we'll just walk the trail, won't we, boy? You and me, same as always. Come on, we better get on home before it's dark. Maybe we'll do us some coon hunting tonight. Would you like that? Sure you would. Well, let's go back to work. Where's that firewood, Rip? Go find us some now. Gotta get me a good armload. Easy, boy. What is it? What you got there? That's a rattlesnake. Mean-looking one, too. Now, just you back off. Leave it, Rip. Come on around. He ain't gonna do nothing if we let him alone. Rip, careful, boy. Oh, there you go. Good boy. All done. By golly, you took care of him, didn't you? You broke his neck clean in two. Well, thank you kindly, Rip. If it weren't for you, I might have stepped right on it. You would have had to suck the venom before it reached my heart. Think you could have done that? Oh, that's a good old hound. Yeah, you sure are. Best friend a man ever did have.
An old man and his hound dog, whose name is Rip, on the way home to their cabin. There are no highways or supermarkets here, no electricity or filling stations, and no fuel for fireplaces or wood-burning stoves. Only what a man can carry on his back and in his arms. Life can be hard, but it's also beautiful, with sights and sounds and peace of mind that city folks only dream of. And most important of all, friends and partners are for life. It's been said time and again that man's best friend is his dog, an old adage that's nowhere more true than in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. If all goes as planned, this particular man and his dog will soon be off for an evening's pleasure in quest of raccoon. It's a prize well worth trapping in these parts. Usually such evenings end with one extremely tired old man, one battle-scarred hound, and one or more extremely dead raccoons. But as you may suspect, that will not be the case tonight. This time our hunters won't be coming home from the hill. They're headed deep into the backwoods of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Hunt, starring Shelley Berman and Karen Black, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, here we are, Rip. Now, all I gotta do is pick a few nice branches to take in the house. Rachel, open up.
What is going on out there?
I can't get the door with my arms full.
Hold your horses, old man.
Rachel, I'm warning you.
What's all the hollering about?
You want your firewood or don't you?
Oh, come on in with you then.
You're gonna suffocate for lack of air one of these days. Why don't you leave that door open?
Got to keep the dog out of the house somehow.
Come on, Rip.
Oh, no you don't. Trotting in here with his fleas and ticks.
Old woman, don't let's start that commotion up again. When I go in the house, Rip goes in too, or I'm a-going somewhere else. Here, Rip.
I've got a mind to move to the barn. Let you and the dog have the house to yourselves.
Old woman, you're forgetting something.
I never forgot a thing in my life.
That's true, except when you want to. That dog saved my life more than once. Did it again today, too. I would have stepped right on a big old rattlesnake if Rip hadn't jumped the critter and broke his neck. I have to buy myself a divorce from you to get my way around here.
Well, that ornery animal come on in, then.
And there's another thing. Don't talk about him like that when he can hear you.
What?
You heard me. Rip's got feelings, and I don't want 'em hurt.
I'll let him in the house, and I'll feed him our table scraps, but I'll be switched if I'm going to start sweet-talking him.
Old woman, you tickle me sometimes.
And what does that mean?
Since your memory is so good, when was the last time you got yourself kissed?
If I figure right, it was sometime in the spring of 1900. And wait a minute, what was the year now?
Then I figure you got one coming.
Don't you come near me, old man.
Yes, sir. I've been thinking about giving you a kiss for the last month or two.
Ryder, sit down to your supper and stop talking silly. I mean it.
There. I'll have my supper now, old woman.
Old man?
Yep.
I never said this to you, but I do believe we have endured together powerful well.
Near 60 years we've been married, ain't it?
Come October 16th.
It's a long time to travel together.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Thank you, old woman. Me neither.
Here's your grub.
Much obliged. Rip, here's a little piece of meat to hold you for now.
I'll feed the dog proper after supper.
He ain't gonna be here after supper.
Where's he going?
Where I'm going.
And where's that?
Coon hunting.
Ryder, I wish you wouldn't go hunting tonight.
Why not?
3 nights ago, I saw blood on the moon.
Ought to have been in bed, sleeping. Then you wouldn't have seen it.
That's not all. 2 days ago, a bird flew in the house and lit on the foot of your bed. It scared the life out of me.
Wasn't a crow, was it?
No. A little brown bird. The kind I never saw before.
One of these days I'll put up some screens. Keep the pesky things out.
And last night...
What about last night?
Couldn't get to sleep. Laid there in my bed, tossing, turning, wondering, worrying. At midnight, that mockingbird in the lilac bush woke and sang 3 times.
There you go, trying to spoil a good meal.
Go ahead, eat.
I'm almost finished. Not going to spoil a good hunt, though. I'm going anyway. Them signs don't bother me at all.
They bother me.
Well, don't let 'em.
I can't help it. You should listen to me. Women folk know these things.
And I know I don't aim to start thinking about dying till I'm 100 years old. I come from a line of long livers. Wouldn't be surprised if I lived so long they have to shoot me to get rid of me. Where's my shotgun?
Ryder, please.
Come on, Rip. We got man's work to do.
You be careful, old man.
Don't worry your head, old woman. I'll be back before it's all the way dark, more'n likely. Smell him out there, Rip? Well, I almost can. He's around here somewhere. Take your time, boy. We'll get him. Yeah, here's our stump. Let's set a spell. Oh, my favorite time. Chickens ready to roost. Owls just getting up. Used to dig out here for night crawlers when I was a tadpole. Of course, you wasn't around then, but we had some good times, let me tell you. Me and the boys. In the morning, we'd go fishing in the lake. Fish jumping like silver. Sometimes we couldn't wait to eat 'em, clean 'em, and cook 'em right where we was. Then go for a swim. Even had me a dog, too. Oh, not a hound like you. But it was a good old boy. Little bit of a thing. Called him Skipper. Just went missing one day. Must have fell in the lake. That, or a bear got him. Oh, don't you go getting spooked now. No bears anymore, just coons. Big old raccoons, good for meat and hides. Catch a right bushy one and I'll make a dog bed for you. Would you like that, Rip? Gonna be cold come winter. Shh. There he is. Hear him? Big fat one. Looking for a snack. Want to get him, boy? Well, go ahead, do your work. You tree him, I'll catch him. Soon as I light the lantern. I'm coming, Rip. That's it. You got him, boy. I'm on my way. Up a tree, is he, boy? Yep, he must be. Let me shine the light and have a look. Rip, I don't want to doubt your word, but there ain't no coon up there. Nope. If there was, I'd see his eyes in the dark, big as $50. Tricked you, didn't he? I knew it. Now you can't get the scent, 'cause he run up the tree and crossed over to another one. Probably down by the lake already. Don't you go there, boy. He wants you to. Let him go, Rip. You let him go now. I see him. He's out on the end of the log, and now he's going to jump in. He's only tricking you. Don't try going after him. He's too good a swimmer. No, boy. He'll pull you under. Come on back here. Oh, now you've done it. Rip, come back here, boy. That coon got you right where he wants you. Get back here before he pull you under. I'll reach down and grab you. You darn fool, don't let him bite you. Swim on over here. That coon's gonna drown you in a minute. Uh-oh. Coon's got him down, and I'm a-losing my balance. Hold on, boy. I'm a-coming. Rip. Sorry, Rip. I can't make it. Well, what do you know, Rip? We made it after all. Guess I could swim better than I thought, and you could too, even with an old coon dragging you down. Did you pull me out, or did I pull you? By golly, take a look, morning already. Right beautiful day, too. Must have spent half the night chasing that old raccoon. And we didn't even get him. There's a gun and lantern right where I left them. Hungry, ain't you, boy? Yeah, me too. Let's mosey on home and see what Rachel's got for breakfast. That old woman is going to give us Hail Columbia for staying out all night. Can't help that, though. Well, Rip, our time has come. Let's go face the music.
Well, that should about do it.
Do what?
Deep enough, I figure.
Let me see. Man, that hole ain't more than 4 feet.
So what?
So you can't bury nothing in there?
Sure you can. Box will fit.
Won't fit proper. Wesley, it's a coffin, you know?
Yeah, a little one.
Just the same.
4 feet deep's enough for a dog.
Well, maybe for an ordinary dog. Old Man Simpson claimed there wasn't nothing ordinary about Rip.
Old Man Simpson said a lot of things.
According to him, that dog saved his life. More than once, too.
Man, there's a time I've heard that, but I never set much store by it. Don't believe there's a dog that'll jump a rattler.
Mr. Simpson swore by it.
I've sworn to things. Makes a good story is all.
Just the same, out of respect for the old man's feelings, I figure that dog's got a right to 6 feet of dirt.
Well then, you dig it.
You know I got a bad back.
Yeah, and I got a bad arm. Go ahead.
All right, I will. Give me that shovel.
Be my guest.
Show you how it's done.
Well, looky here, Rip. It's our neighbors. Morning, boys.
Hey, Tillman, throw me your pot so I can roll me a smoke.
Get your own. I'm almost out.
What's the matter, boys? Ain't you speaking to me no more?
Make it deep, then. If that's the way you want it.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry.
Well, what do you think of that? I reckon them Millard boys is getting hard of hearing. Wait here, Rip. Sit.
Hurry it up, Tillman. We gotta get back.
I'm hurrying.
What y'all boys up to? I say, what y'all boys doing? Well, all right, don't answer me then. I don't give a hoot what you're doing. Shame your daddy ain't alive. He'd teach you some manners. Come on, Rip. We don't need to talk to these boys.
Won't be long now. Get the box ready.
It don't never mind me that you boys giving me the cold shoulder. But if I ain't mistaken, this hole you're digging is on my land. So if y'all want to dig, do it on your side of the fence. Now get. I say get moving. Boys, you gone blind too? I ain't just talking to move the wind around. If y'all don't get a move on, I'm gonna fill your britches full of lead.
Well, all right. I'd say that's about 6 feet.
Good. Then I'll bring the box over.
Have a little care with that.
It's just a dog.
Not to some folks. Hand it to me real easy.
Oh, now, boys, why didn't you tell me you'd lost your dog? How'd that happen?
There. All right. That ought to do it.
I don't blame you for not feeling like talking. I don't reckon I would myself. Let's move on now, Rip. We're butting in on other folks' trouble when they're just too heartbroken to talk. Speaking of trouble, your woman's gonna have plenty of that waiting for us.
Now help me up. We'll put the dirt in.
I have to admit, it's gonna be kind of lonesome around here without old man Simpson.
That it is. That it is.
Where is she? Looks to me like maybe we've had a stroke of luck, Rip. Could be that old woman is still asleep. Hadn't even done the washing yet. Well, we'll just walk in big as you please and see what comes next. Wait a while this time, boy. Just for a minute. Let me clear the way. Old woman? There you are. Morning. What are you sitting in a rocking chair for? Taking a rest already? Huh. Got your long dress on, too. All dressed up like the 4th of July. All right, let's get it out in the open. Old woman, if you're figuring on leaving me on account of I stayed out all night, you got another think coming. I'm still the boss of this house. You ain't going nowhere, and that's that. Got nothing to say? Then I reckon we ain't mad no more. Now, I'd appreciate a little breakfast, if it's all the same with you. Old woman, you's gonna sit there like a bump on a log? You pack your finery back on the cedar chest and get cooking. Now, what's the matter? I know I'm a pesky old rooster to get along with, and many's the night I've stayed out till sunup, but Rachel, that ain't reason enough to break up a marriage after nearly 60 years, is it? Well, is it? Well, that a tear on your cheek? Oh, now, old woman, I didn't mean to speak rough to you. I just don't want you running off and leaving me, that's all. All right. You win, Rachel. I guess I could be a better man to you. Won't go streaking off every night hunting. I'll stay home with you, and we'll sit by the fire, and we'll talk about things. And I'll tell you something else. Next time I go down the mountain, I'll stop in the store and buy you a pretty. Some cloth to make yourself a new Sunday dress, or a pair of silk stockings like them city women has. Well, what do you think of that? Oh, woman, I want an answer out of you. What is it? Cat got your tongue? Nobody spoke to me all morning long, is the truth. Something wrong with me? I passed the Miller boys on the way home a while ago, and they acted just about the same way you're doing. Rachel, you can see me, can't you? Woman, what in tarnation is the matter with you? Huh. Who'd be coming to see us now?
Mrs. Simpson, may I come in?
Yes.
Reverend Wood? You sure have come at a time of need. Mighty glad to see you. Something's wrong with my old lady, and I can't figure it out. Seems to me in a daze or something, near as I can tell.
The Lord be with you, sister.
Amen, brother. I appreciate your coming. Even though he didn't belong to the church, just never could get him to go.
I realize Brother Simpson wasn't a religious man, but I figure he's still entitled to a Christian burial.
Now just hold everything. Let's not get too far down the road here. If anybody's giving Brother Simpson a Christian burial, they'd better ask Brother Simpson how he feels about it.
I've been sitting here, trying to figure it all out.
I'm sure you have, with a word close at hand.
I've got the good book right here, but I can't work this out. It don't make sense somehow. And just last night he was sitting there at the supper table. I begged him not to go.
You did all you could, sister.
There's been omens. I've seen signs. But he went. Why'd he have to go and do that? Can you explain it to me?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Rachel, listen to me. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. Somebody's pulled the wrong switch. Me and Rip ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. Rip's out on the porch.
Miss Rachel?
That you, Tillman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming.
What is the matter with that dog? Rip don't take kindly to people coming right on in, but it didn't so much as make a sound.
If you're ready, ma'am.
Hello, Wesley.
Ma'am.
Where's the, I mean...
Give us a moment, son.
No need putting it off. He's in the other room.
What are you talking about? Who is?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll treat him right careful. Don't you worry.
They're good boys. He's in good hands. And now, if you're ready, may I offer you my arm?
Oh, Reverend, it's all happening so fast.
Don't take on, old woman. It's just a dream. Has to be. We'll wake up in a little bit and everything'll be like it ought to be. You'll see.
Careful, Wesley.
I got my hand.
Not too fast.
That's a mighty big box. What y'all boys got in there, huh?
Watch the door.
It'll fit.
What y'all taking outside?
Mrs. Simpson, I'm afraid it's time. If you're ready.
Reverend, if I could just get through this day for his sake.
I asked you a question. What's in the box? Come on, Rip. I've got to see where they're going. Something's up all right. Something mighty big, if you ask me. Where are they going? All the way to the top of the hill, looks like. Getting pretty steep. Must be heading for the graveyard. Just let me get my breath here once. We'll find out what this is all about, Rip, in a minute or two. Graveyard's just over the other side. Leastways, that's how I remember it. Can't say it's someplace I go more'n I can help it. All right, let's go. Ain't much further. Well, will you look at this now? Who in tarnation built a fence up here? No call to do that. Don't know why they would have bothered. Can't even see the sun over there anyway. Just fog coming down from the top of the hill. How'd Rachel and the Reverend and the Miller boys get through? Gotta be a gate or something. Rip, I don't know what to tell you. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere along the line. I don't memorize ever seeing this here fence before. Oh well, just follow it, I guess. We're bound to come out sooner or later. What you see, boy? Well now, looks like you found it. Here's the gate. All locked up, though. Chain and everything. Hello? Anybody home in there?
Howdy, neighbor.
Oh, howdy. Think you could open this for me?
Sure enough. Wasn't expecting nobody this morning.
Don't let me put you to no trouble, friend. Seems like I lost my way.
Everybody says that at first. Easy to do.
Who put this gate up, anyway?
The owner.
The owner? Well, who's that?
He don't like to use his name. Make him sound high and mighty. What's your name, friend?
Simpson. Hyder Simpson.
Ah, yeah. Think I heard of you. Just let me check it in my book here.
I belong to that bunch of Simpsons over on Wales Mountain. Lived there all my life.
I got it. Yep, you're on the list.
Guess you can't see it from here, though. Rip and me, we traveled a far piece. I don't never recollect coming so far we couldn't see the top of Wales Mountain.
And how old are you, Mr. Simpson?
Well, sir, can't say exactly, but I've been walking the earth for more than 70 years now.
Arrived at the gate 10:45 a.m.
Nice watch you got there.
Thank you kindly.
It's none of my business, friend, but could I ask you something?
Oh, go right ahead.
What are you writing down in that book?
Oh, this and that. You know, for the record. I just need to know one more thing, Mr. Simpson.
And that would be?
How'd you die?
I was born with a cheap set of ears, friend. I ain't sure I heard you rightly.
I said, how did you die?
Well, who claims I'm dead?
Oh, there ain't any argument about that. You wouldn't be here if you wasn't dead.
Then let me pinch myself. Man, that's solid flesh and bone. Want to feel it?
Now think back, neighbor.
Well, now, my memory's none too good lately.
What did you do last night? In your own words.
Well, that's an easy one. I'll tell you exactly what I done. Me and Rip left the house long about supper time. Rip, he picked up a coon trail right away, and wouldn't you know it, just like a coon, he headed for water. And Rip didn't do a thing but go in that water after him.
I see.
Just about that time I got there, and I moseyed out on this log, and, say, let me ask you something else.
Sure thing.
What's on the other side of this gate, anyway? Must be pretty all-fired important if you keep it locked up.
Well, you see that pasture right up there?
Yeah?
They call it the Elysian Fields.
You don't say.
Mm-hmm. You cross that and you come to the Golden Street. And that takes you to the Celestial Palace, where the old master's got his headquarters.
You wouldn't be pulling my leg now.
Why'd I want to do that?
Then I take your name to be St. Peter.
I keep the gate, that's a fact.
I'm proud to meet up with you.
Oh, just as proud to have you here, neighbor Simpson. Something wrong?
I was just listening.
To what?
I thought they did a lot of singing and dancing in heaven. How come I don't hear no music?
'Cause you're on the outside. Minute you step inside the gate, you'll hear your favorite hymn.
Don't much care for hymn singing. Favorite guitar music myself.
Well, don't stand out there in the cold, cold world. Come on in and reap your heavenly reward. You've sure earned it.
Mighty nice of you. Rip?
Oh, hold on, neighbor Simpson. You can't take that dog in here.
And why not?
It ain't allowed.
Ain't no fleas on him.
That don't make no never mind. He can't go in.
How come?
This here is folks' heaven. There's another place we can put him in, up the road a piece. You just tie him up to the gate, and I'll walk him over there a little later on.
If that's how it is.
Well, where do you think you're going, Mr. Simpson?
I thank you all the same, but I don't reckon in there's any place for me.
Well, why not?
Any place too highfalutin for Rip is too fancy for me. How thoroughbred has a dog got to be for you to let him in there anyway?
Ain't no dogs allowed in there at all.
What kind of outfit you running don't allow no dogs?
I tell you, they got a special place for dogs just up the road.
Well, me and Rip will go on up there then.
They won't let you in. The dog maybe, but not you.
What kind of heaven would it be with nothing in it but dogs? A dog has got the right to have a man around, same as a man has got to have a dog around, if he's going to be happy anyways.
Neighbor, let me make you a little proposition.
What is it?
See this place in the fence? That's a spot that needs repairing. Now, why don't you go on in the gate, and a little later on, I'll slip your dog through this hole. It's breaking the rules, but I'll do it.
Friend Peter, if I go in the front gate, Rip goes in the front gate likewise. I don't want him getting the feeling he ain't welcome.
Well, I got another idea. Here, boy.
What's going on there, mister? Let go of his collar.
Well, I thought maybe I'd hold on to your dog and let you go in and take a look around. See how you like the place.
I ain't got to see it to make up my mind. Let me ask you a practical question. How do they expect me to do any coon hunting in there without Rip?
Man, they don't allow coon hunting.
You don't say. Rip, heel.
Now, where do you think you're going, Mr. Simpson?
Me and Rip is going somewhere else.
There ain't no place else to go.
I'll go wherever this road takes me.
That don't lead nowhere. It's Eternity Road. Just keeps on, never stops.
Me and Rip will be all right.
Neighbor, this is a right serious step you're taking. I'd say the best thing for you to do is sit out there and think it over. You got all eternity to make up your mind.
Good day to you, sir.
Well, if you change your mind, just let me know.
Much obliged. I'll do that. Eternity is a powerful long spell to go without a coon hunt, ain't it, Rip? Now, don't you go off your feed nor nothing over this. It wouldn't surprise me that if I sneak inside there and talk to the judge or somebody, I might be able to get you in. Don't you trouble your head over it the least little bit. We'll figure out something. Wonder what kind of tea party they keep in there anyway. Must be lots of city folks. They'd be the ones to outlaw coon hunting. Rip, I don't want you to take this thing to heart now. Sure, I'd like to walk that golden street, and there's some folks I always hoped I'd see again, but by mudhole, I ain't a-gonna leave you. They can sit in there a-tootin' their harps or whatever they do for relaxation, but you and me stays together, same as when we was traveling down below. At least we ain't all by ourselves on Eternity Road. Howdy, son.
I'm looking for Mr. Hyder Simpson and a hound dog named Rip.
That's us, son.
I figured it was. Well, if you and Rip's all set, we might as well mosey along to heaven, Mr. Simpson.
Like I told that other fella behind the fence, I ain't gonna set foot in heaven without Rip.
Oh, you didn't get messed up with nobody in there, did you?
That fella at the gate, he wouldn't let me bring Rip in, so I wouldn't go. Son, that would be a hell of a place without Rip.
Mr. Simpson, you ain't far wrong. That is hell. Heaven's up the road a piece.
I'll be jiggered. Wonder how come that fella lied to me.
They don't never give up. Always trying to get folks in there right down to the last minute.
What reason would they have for wanting to keep Rip out?
They was feared Rip would have warned you, and he woulda, time he got a whiff of that brimstone. You see, Mr. Simpson, a man who walked right into hell with both eyes open. But even the devil can't fool a dog.
You wouldn't be St. Peter, would you?
No, sir. I'm just a regular angel.
Where's your wings, son?
Shucks, I don't use them half the time. I appreciate walking myself. You about ready to go, Mr. Simpson?
Rip! Look at that dog go. We'll just have to catch up with him. He can hardly wait. How's the coon hunting up there, boy?
Oh, just prime, Mr. Simpson. There's one tonight right after the square dance. You want to come along?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Here's the gate.
Mighty nice one it is, too.
Welcome to heaven, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, son. I'm right proud to be here. Let's go, Rip.
Travelers to unknown regions, off the beaten path, would be well advised to take the family dog, because in a pinch, he might just save you from entering the wrong gate. At least, it happened that way once in a particularly mountainous area of the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Hunt, starring Shelley Berman and Karen Black, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for the Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Mike Baccarella, Jeff Lupetin, Darren Stevens, Craig Brawley, and Kurt Nabig. The producers of the Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jeff Lupetin for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. The Jeopardy Room with Stacy Keach as your narrator was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Yasin Piyankov, Jamie Vann, Terry Berner, Katrina Lenk, Ned Noyes, Anna Sverutza, and Lisa Dotson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here is your room, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lamp.
Leave it off for now.
As you wish. I am sorry it's so small, sir.
It suits our purposes.
Where is the bath?
Down the hall.
The hall?
I can give you one with a private bath if you prefer.
No. I said this will do.
I'm afraid the dining room is closed at this hour, but you may take a meal at the cafe down the street.
We're not hungry, my friend and I.
Then I bid you good evening.
Good night. Check the window, Boris.
You chose the right room.
Of course.
There is Kuchenko, in his room, across the alley.
Binoculars?
Right here, Commissar.
Yes. See? The Major lies on his bed, but he does not sleep.
He will sleep very soon. Give me one shot with this rifle.
Not yet, Boris. That would be too easy.
Easy? A clean kill.
I have something more challenging in mind.
Something
along the lines of a game, perhaps.
I don't like games.
Not even a game of cat and mouse?
What for?
To make him squirm a bit before the hammer falls?
We waste time, Commissar.
Patience, my friend. Hand me the phone.
Who are you calling?
Hickory Dickory Dock.
Front desk.
Yes. Excuse me, but do you have a Mr. Kuchenko in your hotel?
One moment. Sorry, no one by that name.
Ah, but I happen to know that my friend is staying there. Perhaps he's registered under another name? Andreev?
I'll check. Yes, Mr. Andreev, room 963.
Very good. Will you connect me, please?
Yes, sir.
Look, he hears it.
Of course he does.
He rises from the bed to answer.
Yes?
This is Major Kuchenko. Hello? Major? Are you there? Major?
The cast of characters in our drama: a cat, a cat's assistant, and a mouse. This is the latter, the intended victim, who does not know but may have already guessed that he is to die. His name is Major Ivan Kuchenko, and he was lately an officer in the former Soviet Union. At this point, he has, if events go according to certain predetermined plans, perhaps 3 or 4 more hours of living. But an ignorance shared by both Major Kuchenko and his executioner is the fact that both have taken rooms at adjacent hotels in a section of the city located beyond the checkpoints of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Jeopardy Room, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
This is Major Kuchenko?
Who is calling?
Major Kuchenko, you don't know me.
Who is this?
But I have heard of your recent arrival here.
You have the wrong number.
And I wanted you to know that you have friends in this city.
Friends, you say? And they would be...
Good friends, Major. Staunch friends.
I know no one in this city.
May I impose upon you to remain in your room for a little bit? Your friends will make themselves known.
And who is this speaking? Is this a friend also?
A good friend, Major. Not known to you yet, perhaps, but soon to become acquainted.
And why must I stay in my room?
We'll be making contact with you very shortly.
For what purpose?
Your welfare. Your well-being is our deepest concern, Major.
Now, Commissar.
Not yet, Boris. May I count on you to show some sense, Major? For your own safety, I urge you to remain in your room. You'll be seeing your friends before long. The mouse is in the trap.
He stands at the window. Now, Commissar?
Patience.
But I have him in the crosshairs. I could make his head leave his shoulders at this range.
That would give you pleasure, wouldn't it?
A great deal of pleasure, Commissar. Just say the word. Even when he lies down, I can still see his head.
I believe it, Boris. I know of your prowess, but put the gun away.
Put it away?
Lay it aside. For a bit.
We're not going to kill him.
Ah, the eagerness of the young. They do not sip wine, they gulp it down like a soft drink. They do not fondle women, they devour them. They do not sniff at the essence of a perfume, they try to jam it into their nostrils. But now, consider the window across the way. The gentleman will die without question. But I want him to die, Boris, with finesse, with subtlety, with a degree of thought and care.
A killing is a killing. And if a man is to die, what does it matter how he dies?
Ever been to a bullfight, Boris?
A bullfight? No, Commissar. I've never had that pleasure.
A bullfight might serve to make the distinction. In such a contest, if the matador kills with grace, that is considered a good death.
So, there are good deaths and bad deaths, are there?
Precisely. There is death with art, and there is the death of the butcher. You, Boris, are a butcher. Now, that is an honorable profession of great usefulness, but I'm an artist. Oh, you will have a death tonight, within a few hours, but when it is over, we will have killed with artistry, Boris. Not with a meat cleaver or an explosive bullet or any other of the butcher's tools. This death will be like a ballet.
Yes?
Major Kuchenko?
Who is it?
A friend, Major. If you prefer, you can turn off the lights and find a hiding place. I'll come in with my hands up, palms open. Major Kuchenko?
And you are?
I am a friend. May I?
For a moment.
I would prefer that you put the gun away.
Not a chance. Were you the one on the telephone?
We had a brief chat earlier. Quite a place you have here. Who occupied it before you? A rat?
I have no luxury of choices.
Indeed not. In this respect, you are a very poor man of late. However, you have a bed, you have some pictures on the wall, and the floor without so much as a throw rug. An adequate accommodation, and a view of a brick building alongside. I suppose there are worse places to spend an evening, Major?
I know. I've been to many of them.
Indeed. Indeed you have. Siberia is cold this time of year, is it not, Major? I'm told it's a most uncomfortable climate.
You've been told quite correctly. It's a freezing jungle.
A freezing jungle. Marvelous. Lovely imagery. Siberia is a freezing jungle.
It was. When it was part of the Union.
You make reference, of course, to the people who inhabited it.
I make reference to some people. Those who were in charge of that private resort.
It must have been unpleasant for you? At least sufficiently unpleasant to motivate you to renounce your native land and try to seek asylum elsewhere?
For a time. Asylum is no longer necessary under the new regime.
Ah, but of course the old ways die hard. Some of the same people remain in charge, and they might be concerned about their public perception in this new world. To the victors go the spoils, and that includes access to certain, let us say, sensitive information?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? But I think you do. You were a political prisoner. You served a term of 12 years. You escaped and you moved quickly when the borders were opened. To bring us up to date, you have made your way to a neutral country, somehow avoiding an official debriefing. You have made contact with certain foreign agencies, and now you're desperately trying to get on an airplane that will take you to a Western nation. But for some reason you feel that you're still under surveillance?
Oh, it's more than a feeling. I know I'm under surveillance.
Do you know by whom?
I know very well.
Can you tell me who they are?
Look in the mirror. Commissar Vasilov?
Very discerning, Major. You remember faces?
I remember pain. I remember some interrogations that went on for many weeks. I had no calendar, but I made marks on the wall of my cell.
How resourceful.
I remember one particular man who smoked Balkan cigarettes in a long holder and stood in the corner of the room, smiling and nodding, making jokes, while I went from agony to agony.
So, Major, now we may dispense with the amenities. The masquerade, the little give and take of two strangers feeling each other out.
Agreed.
Now we get to the point. Do you honestly think that we would permit you to book passage on an aircraft out of here? That would be quite impossible. As a former member of the military, even as far back as 12 years ago, you have information that we would find embarrassing were it to be released elsewhere.
Why, if the government we worked for no longer exists?
Because the new government contains many of the same players reshuffled into different positions, and they have their new careers to consider. Consequently, Major, it is not to our advantage that you leave. It would, of course, be simpler and more convenient if you accompany me back to our embassy.
I am sick, tired, and torn, Vasilov. But I am not insane. I would sooner cut my wrists over a sink and bleed to death. That would be my choice in the matter.
You surely can't be serious, Major. I'm rather a connoisseur of the several hundred ways for a man to depart the earth. And you can believe me when I tell you the cutting of the wrist is not a particularly felicitous modus operandi. Quite apart from the pain, which of course must be attendant, is the fact that one dies slowly, and because of this, he has to be an eyewitness to his own demise. No, my dear friend, I'm afraid we are of two minds about that kind of death. But enough. I have brought you a small gift. Consider it a peace offering.
Careful.
Gently, Major. Gently. This happens to be a bottle of Amontillado. Quite rare and most pleasing to the palate.
I have to repeat what I told you before, Commissar. I'm not insane. I'm quite aware of what would happen to me if I drank any of that.
Why, Major, I'm disappointed in you. With your kind indulgence, allow me to use your own water glasses. If you assume this is to be cyanide or some other poison, you're quite wrong.
Am I?
Undoubtedly. You see, I don't share your death wish. I'm a healthy man with excellent expectations as to my longevity. No, indeed, Major. I was about to propose a social drink. The two of us. I'll drink first, and then you. Satisfactory?
Such ritual, Commissar. Such tribal rites. Yet you have only one purpose with me. Why don't you get it over with? If you're trying to disarm me and make me get rid of this pistol, it'll take more than a social wine.
Indeed, Major. Now, as to my business with you, we both know what that is.
Go ahead and say it.
Very well. I'm to see that you're dead by tomorrow morning. Is that plain enough?
Quite plain.
And you shall be, Major. With a degree of immodesty, I can say that I've killed 800 times you. But I've done it, Major, with subtlety, with originality, with ingenuity. I'm the last of the imaginative assassins, an artist of the profession, as it were. Excellent. Flavor. Bouquet, just the proper dryness. Really quite an exceptional wine. Join me, Major?
And now?
And now I will tell you something else. I will tell you something about you and me.
Please.
You, Major, are a malcontent, a genuine curiosity, a rebel with no cause to speak of. You have to go to prison camps, to interrogation centers, or hide in filthy little rooms. You can never accept that which is ordained.
And you?
I, on the other hand, am a survivor. I adapt to my situation. I haven't a large salary, and my job, at least the way it's laid out, is a rather dull one. Finding defectors and traitors and subversives and doing away with them. Now, I could do that with a high-powered rifle. I could do it with a homemade bomb. But I choose to exercise imagination and taste. In your case...
In my case?
In your case, I choose to prolong the game. And in the process of this prolongation, I've come up with what I think is a most bizarre and novel method of execution. One designed especially to challenge your talents. For we are worthy adversaries, you and I.
I feel weak. I feel...
Tell me what you feel, Major. Exactly. I want to know.
Why, you monster. You drugged me after all.
Indeed I have. And that poses an interesting question, doesn't it? How is it that we both can drink of the same wine, and yet I'm unaffected? Isn't that an interesting question, Major? Major?
My head. He's gone. But I'm still alive. So he wants to play a game. And he has left something behind. What is this?
Greetings, Major Kuchenko. I'm an exceptionally good judge of men.
Are you?
And in my judgment of you, I made an assumption that you are sufficiently observant to see the tape recorder on top of your dresser and curious enough to play it. How could you resist? This will also suggest to what complicated ends I'm willing to go to make a simple execution different and imaginative. First of all, to clear up one point. You may remember our discussion. Before I left you, I proposed a question. Isn't it odd that we both drank of the same wine, and how different the effect? Isn't it odd? Really quite incredible and bizarre. How can it be? In all honesty, Major, how do you explain it?
Go ahead. I'm listening. You...
Perhaps you have figured it out already. The truth is, I have been imbibing this particular drug for many years, a sort of experiment with myself as the subject. I have now reached a point where my physical tolerance has risen so that I can drink it by the gallon and remain quite unaffected. This in itself is a rather common and uninspired trick, a phenomenon well known to the scientific community. But you will also note, and I hope with a degree of pleasure, that you have not been poisoned. You're very much alive.
Where are you?
As you've probably perceived, I'm rather a gamesman when it comes to killing. I adhere to my own rules and ethics. Hence, Major Kuchenko, I have taken the liberty of removing your pistol so that you won't hurt yourself. Now listen to the following quite carefully. This is the game, and these are the rules. You have been asleep for roughly 3 hours. During that time, in addition to dictating this on the recorder, I have done the following. I have placed a booby trap in your room. It is not visible, but it is attached to a very common object that is in the room. If you trigger this object, it will detonate and you will immediately be blown up.
Why not get it over with now? Sadist.
Now, for a proposition. If, during the next 3 hours, you are able to find this booby trap and cut the wire, you will be permitted to leave the room alive and unharmed. This is a guarantee. You have my word on it.
Your word.
But the following conditions are of the essence, Major. You must actively search for this booby trap, and you must find it and render it inactive. It goes without saying that, as of this moment, you are being observed.
How?
Attempt to turn out the lights, and you will be shot. The moment you stop an active search, should you refuse to play the game, you will also be shot. If you are unable to find the trap within 3 hours, or attempt to leave the room at any point during that time, I am afraid the same conditions apply. You will receive a bullet in the head. So there you have it, Major. Find the booby trap, cut its wires, and you're free. Fail to find it, or fail to look for it, you're dead. Look for it, find it, but fail to recognize it, you're also dead. Needless to say, Major Kuchenko, it is this latter occurrence that I rather expect and look forward to. As a fellow expert in tricks and deception, I think you will admit this situation has its own special imaginative quality.
Where are you? Where are you?
Over here, Major. Just across the way. So near and yet so far. Can't you see me? Doesn't the light reflect in my binoculars? Look, Major. Please look. Try, I implore you. Where have you been, Boris?
I brought food from the cafe.
Food is of no consequence. Quickly, he's awake.
Don't worry, Commissar. I have a clear shot anywhere in the room.
Hold your fire until I tell you.
But why? Such an easy target.
Too easy. That is the difference between us, Boris. You are a marksman, but I am a gamesman. And the game is afoot.
The picture frame? No. Too obvious. The ceiling. The light fixture. Possibility. Nothing. Oh, you think you are so clever, Commissar. So clever. The bed, then. Under the mattress.
The bed springs?
It might be.
Not the chair, though.
Still possible.
Where?
That would be telling. Go ahead and eat, Boris, before it gets cold. He's busy with the hunt for now. What did you bring?
Sandwiches. Have one, Commissar.
I never eat while I'm working. I'm like an athlete, Boris. Food is a distraction.
Food is good.
It makes one sluggish, affects the concentration. The morning will come soon enough. Over here, Kuchenko, just across the alley. Don't you see?
He sees nothing.
But surely a fragment of light, a stray reflection. Perhaps he has seen us. Yes, he must know, but he refuses to acknowledge. He is too proud. He knows he must do this on his own and will not give me the satisfaction.
The bookshelf. Or the books themselves. Which one? An atlas? A novel? The Bible, of course. It's already been moved an inch, 2 inches. But the wire? Where? One way to find out. The bookcase itself, then. Behind the books. In the wood, the nails. Or under the floorboards. Wait, think. Where would I put it? You want a real battle of wits, Vasilov? You've got it. Think. 4 walls, ceiling, light fixture, floor, a picture, bed with frame, box springs, mattress, headboard, a night table, bookshelf, dresser, window, desk. First the drawers, the top one. Slowly, slowly.
What is he doing now?
The desk. He's down on his hands and knees removing the 2 bottom drawers so he can see what's under the top one. Bravo, Major. Good thinking.
Is that where you put it?
The possibility exists. Look at him, glistening like a mackerel. He stops to wipe the sweat from his eyes.
And?
And now he looks under the top drawer, crawling on his back. Yes! I think he's got it.
Let me kill him.
Don't be a fool. There are rules. Now he sees a length of wire. He grasps it between his fingertips very, very carefully, and he has removed it.
Something is wrong with the bomb?
I doubt it.
Then it was not in the drawer?
Oh, there is a piece of coat hanger I placed there. A decoy. A drawer would be common, uninspired. And I'm not, you'll forgive the modesty, a common executioner.
Where is it, Commissar?
In a most ingenious place. Really, quite an ingenious place.
Not in the books, the desk, the mattress.
Think of another common object in that room, Boris.
I have it.
Yes?
The doorknob.
Interesting idea.
Then where?
I'd rather not tell you at the moment, Boris. I think you'll enjoy the next few minutes more if you share the Major's ignorance.
You seem very sure.
Sure?
That he'll find the trap. You take a risk.
Not at all. That's not what I'm sure of. That is to say, I'm reasonably sure he'll find it, given his mental capacity, but he'll find it too late.
He's looking toward us.
But he can't see us. It's quite dark in here, and it wouldn't matter if he did see us.
Now he's returning to the table.
You're getting warm, my young friend.
The ashtray.
Extremely warm, but not hot.
Where then? Please, Commissar, please tell me.
Take the glasses. What do you see?
He stands over the telephone. He is reaching out.
Hot now, Boris. Extremely hot.
Oh, he has picked it up. I thought for a minute there...
You thought what?
The telephone.
Precisely. The telephone.
But he just lifted the receiver.
Indeed. He lifted the receiver to call out. If, on the other hand, the Major's telephone were to ring, and he were to answer it...
That's it, isn't it? If he picks up the phone after it rings...
You have it now, my friend. When the Major's phone rings and he answers it, I have placed a tiny bottle of nitroglycerin inside the mechanism. The explosion will only occur after the ring and the lifting of the receiver, at which point the electrical contact will be made, and Major Kuchenko will not even have time to say hello.
But what if no one calls?
Oh, someone will. I promise you, someone will.
Front desk.
This is the party in 963. I was wondering...
Yes, sir?
I was wondering if you might have the number of another hotel.
Another hotel?
The one next door, across the alley.
That would be the Grand. You can find it in the directory, in the table by your bed. Dial 9 first, then the number.
I see. Thank you. Vasilov? I know you're there, Vasilov. The game is not over yet.
Do you have the time, Boris?
What?
The time.
10 minutes to 5. Almost done, Commissar.
He's tried almost everything. He has 10 more minutes.
Hadn't I best go over there now and finish it?
No, my young friend. That would be impetuous. It would also be a bit embarrassing if someone were to see you.
At this hour, the streets are empty.
Quite apart from the fact that I wanted this to be imaginative, I also wanted subtlety. I should like our quarry to die in his room without our being there.
Opportunity is running out.
Then I do believe that it's time to, shall we say, accelerate the process? Hotel Mont Blanc? Would you dial room 963, please? Thank you. I'll wait.
There it goes. He's walking toward it.
What's the fool doing? Why doesn't he answer it?
I can't tell. He has his back to the window.
Turn around so I can see.
Now, Commissar?
No. Would you dial 963 one more time, please? Yes, I know it didn't answer. Ring it again. What's he doing, Boris?
His back is still to me.
It can't be busy.
I don't know.
What's he doing? Use the glasses.
He's turning around, lighting a cigarette.
He's mocking me.
Now, he suddenly dropped from sight.
Kill him.
I can only see the top of his head. He's moving across the room.
Do it! You missed, you fool.
He's at the door.
Again.
He's gone out of the room.
And you missed him. You missed, you idiot.
Flight 17 to Rome, Paris, and New York, now pre-boarding.
Ticket, sir.
Ticket? Oh, yes.
Mr. Andreev. Passport?
Right here.
I see.
Is anything wrong?
No, sir. Everything seems to be in order. How many bags?
No luggage.
Not even a carry-on?
I'm traveling light.
Then here's your seat assignment. Please go to gate 17.
How much time do I have?
Boarding for coach class begins in 5 minutes.
Good.
Sir?
Thank you. I'll be there.
What a mess he left behind.
Like a pigsty.
He tore the bed apart and the furniture. Oh, just look. Oh, even my poor little tape recorder.
Commissar?
Yes, Boris?
It would have been better, wouldn't it?
What would?
If I had taken his head off in the first place.
You mean if we had slaughtered him like an animal? I love your style, Boris. You should have been a pig farmer.
Our man would have been dead by now.
He would have been dead if we had beaten him to death with mallets too. But anyone can die that way. And any stupid, insensitive fool can kill that way. No, this is a man of quality, with a resourceful mind, similar, you might say, to his executioner. He deserves a better ending, as do I. But that's all right. I have time. I'll get him in the next city, now that I know my adversary.
We will be able to track him?
Most certainly. The old network still functions, though in a much different way. I have the same contacts, no matter what they now call themselves. Importers, exporters, businessmen of various stripes, here and abroad. It's marvelous, you know. Really marvelous. Think of the possibilities. Other, even more ingenious methods of doing away with Kuchenko and his kind.
I still think we should have chased him.
Not at all. He would have gotten away. And even if he hadn't, it would mean that a thick-headed clod like you is more efficient than I. And this I reject, Boris. This I reject in toto.
Look at this. A bottle of wine. I can only find one glass.
Throw it away.
One drink, Commissar.
I said no.
But there is more than half left.
This is not for you.
But why?
Do you know much about Amontillado?
I know about vodka.
Of course, you and all the other potato growers. Give me the glass.
Here.
Believe me, it wouldn't agree with you. It's an acquired taste.
Yes, Commissar. If you say so.
I say so. There are some secrets that you're not ready to learn. But in time, Boris. In time. For now, I need you awake and alert.
That's right. I do what you say, as always. But so far, your methods are not very effective. The men who pay us, they will not be impressed.
And you will make a report? Only I can do that. I am the one they listen to.
I can request another assignment.
You're free to do so.
Until then, I take no further orders from you.
As you wish. You might want to reconsider, though. The resort in Siberia may be closed, but there are others. We have allies. All it would take is a single phone call. Comrade Boris, uncooperative, recalcitrant, unwilling to follow instructions. In this new order, there are not many positions for the uneducated, the blockheads with families. Yes?
Well,
You want to say something?
I withdraw my complaint.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I am tired, Commissar. I say many things when I am tired.
You wish to apologize?
Yes.
Very well. I will take it under advisement. In the meanwhile, see if Major Kuchenko left anything behind. Check the closet, the drawers.
Yes, Commissar.
And life goes on. The sun comes up and we arise to meet another day, to prevail by our wits and our wits alone.
I'll get it, Commissar.
No, Boris!
I don't want...
Fool, no!
I'm sorry, sir. Your party doesn't answer.
No?
It doesn't ring at all now.
You're sure? Mont Blanc Hotel, room 963.
Strange. The line is suddenly dead.
Thank you, operator. That means my message got through.
Flight 17 Transocean Airways now departing for New York City via Belgrade, Paris, Rome, London. Final call.
Major Ivan Kuchenko on his way west, on his way to freedom. A freedom bought and paid for by a most stunning ingenuity. Exit a gunman named Boris and one Commissar Vasilov, who forgot that there are two sides to an argument and two parties on every line. This has been a collect call, placed direct to you from a phone booth located somewhere in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Street. Next stop, 14th Street.
Bus driver.
Yes, sir.
There's a restaurant I've seen, a buffet.
Lots of restaurants along here.
Carolyn's Country Kitchen, I believe it's called, with the chicken special.
Oh, yeah, corner of 17th. That where you went off?
Indeed, I've been looking forward to trying it. All you can eat, I understand.
Oh, knock yourself out.
Oh, I shall, I assure you, I shall.
Next stop, 17. 17. Here you go. Here, watch your step. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yes?
Well, when you got on, did you ever give me that transfer?
Most certainly. There was such a crowd, but I finally found it. Remember?
If you say so. Yeah. Have a nice night.
I shall.
Next stop.
Here's your check.
Ah, yes, the check.
Get you anything else?
Another glass of iced tea, perhaps. Refills are free of charge, I presume.
Nadine will get it for you. I'm off the clock now. And pay up front.
Certainly. Oh, miss.
Yeah?
Might I trouble you for one more plate of your delicious fried chicken?
That makes 3.
Your policy is all you can eat, is it not?
Another chicken platter coming up.
Thanks, Mrs. Nolan.
Oh, don't mention it, Bernice. Hey, see you Saturday for the baby back ribs.
You take care now. Enjoy your meal, sir?
Very much. I couldn't eat another bite.
That's nice. Cash or charge?
Oh, cash, of course. I don't believe in credit cards. All that interest.
I know what you mean. That'll be...
Oh, my.
Something wrong.
What a bother. Do you know what's happened?
Why don't you tell me?
My wife borrowed from my wallet and forgot to leave anything for me. Will you take a check?
Like it says on the sign, no checks.
Yes, I see. Well, not to worry. My name is, James Brocklehurst. I'm with the Plyo Film Corporation. Perhaps you've heard of it. Here, let me give you my business card, if I can find one.
Card won't do me any good.
Oh, my. Most embarrassing for me as well as for yourself. In that case, I insist on returning tomorrow evening to reimburse you in full.
Would you move it, pal? I gotta pay and get home.
Of course. Tomorrow evening, then, at this exact hour. I'll include a generous tip as well. Thank you for your kind understanding.
Hey!
Thank you.
What's the matter with that guy?
I'm not sure, but I think he just stiffed me.
Meet Mr. Luther Aorta, a normal enough man, at least in his own mind. Like so many people, he enjoys getting something for nothing. But for him, it has become an obsession and a way of life. So it isn't surprising that he's attracted by words like all you can eat and no limit and, best of all, free. That's the magic syllable. It does strange and wonderful things to the metabolism. In fact, it's his whole reason for living. Unfortunately, Mr. Aorta is about to discover that such signs don't necessarily tell the truth. Because though the offer in question may be free, it sometimes comes with a one-way ticket to the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Free Dirt, starring Eric Bogosian, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Luther?
Luther, I'm talking to you.
Yes, dear.
Breakfast is ready.
Good, good.
If you want yours, you'll have to get that junk off the table.
Oh, but it isn't junk, dear. I found several good coupons in this morning's paper.
You and your coupons.
Samples for the cost of a postage stamp. We can get new packets of seeds absolutely free.
Seeds? You've got 100 packages of those things already.
Yes, dear, I know, but these are special.
I'll bet.
They are. Look.
Would you clear off the table, please?
From the largest seed company in the U.S., free peaches, free cucumbers, free asparagus, and free ranunculus. Can you just taste them?
What are you going to do? Eat the seeds in a bowl with milk?
Of course not. I'm going to plant them.
Oh, you are? Where?
In the backyard. They'll make a lovely garden.
I hate to disappoint you, but plants need something our yard doesn't have.
And what's that, dear?
Dirt.
Dirt?
Topsoil, loam. There's nothing but rocks out there.
Yes, you're right. But don't worry. I'll find some fresh dirt and bring it home.
From where?
That may require some thought.
Just a minute. Breakfast first?
Oh, yes, breakfast.
You drive me to work today, remember?
Of course.
Sit down and eat. I'm going to be late.
I was just thinking about the dirt.
Where were you last night, anyway?
I rode the bus into town. Some things I had to take care of.
The bus, huh? I'm surprised you were willing to pay the fare.
Cheaper than the cost of gas nowadays. It worked out very well, actually.
Did you eat anything?
To be sure, I found something on the way.
A bargain, no doubt.
Quite a remarkable one, in fact. You would have been proud of me.
I hope so.
Where does one go to get dirt, I wonder?
Oh, Luther.
A quarry would have some, but they'd probably charge a lot of money.
Finish your eggs. I'm late as it is.
Just cleaning my plate. It's a crime to waste food. Let's see now. Nothing on the way home but offices, real estate companies. Perhaps the nursery. No, packaged soil would cost a fortune. Oh well, have to give this some serious consideration.
Or double your money back.
That's
right. If you're not 100% satisfied with your new Ellison steam cleaner, return it to the factory and get double your money back. Call toll-free today or write the Ellison Company, Box 403, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And now, back to music for your morning commute.
Box 403, Box 403. Where's a pencil? Wait a minute. I don't believe my eyes. Free dirt apply within. Within where? Of course, Lilyvale Cemetery. Where better to go for rich parturient soil? Hello? Hello, anyone? Anyone at all? Guess not.
Help you, sir?
Oh, I didn't see you there. So many tombstones.
Getting crowded. What can we do for you?
Well, now, maybe it's what I can do for you.
Ain't gonna sell me nothing. This is a poor place. Not enough customers, if you know what I mean.
No. I'm not selling anything. That isn't it at all. I was driving by and I saw the sign. You're offering free dirt.
Yep, left over from the grave digging.
Well, I'm here to take some of that dirt off your hands. If there's any left, that is.
Oh, there's plenty, all right. It builds up.
And it's free, you say? No strings.
Free as a bird.
How much may one have?
Much as you want.
On what days?
Any day there's some fresh, but you gotta do the hauling yourself.
You couldn't do that for me.
Can't. If I was to leave, there wouldn't be nobody alive left here, would there? Anyways, I don't have a truck. You?
No, but I might be able to borrow one. Now, if you don't mind, may I see the dirt? Even it out now. I want to get as much as possible in one load.
Okay, mister.
Otherwise, I'll have to pay you for 2 trips.
Relax. We're getting it all.
Nice truck.
It will do.
Where'd you get it?
My neighbor, Mr. Santucci. I promised to share the bounty with him.
Bounty?
The fruits of my labor. It's a long story. Good thing your gravediggers were here.
Always looking for extra work. Dig it up or shovel it someplace else. Same difference.
You're sure you don't mind my taking it all?
Glad to be rid of it.
Well, it certainly does look like good soil. One should be able to grow anything in that.
Ought to. Been fertilized enough.
Yes, I suppose it has. All right, gentlemen, that's the last of it. I'll meet you at the house. Thank you, my good man. You've made my day.
Don't mention it.
Good dirt, I guess.
For some people.
Me, I don't like the touch of it. Sitting out here all week and it's still damp.
I don't even like the look of it. Sure it came out of new ground? No old graves underneath?
Hard to say. The plots are pretty close together.
Well, don't tell that aorta guy.
Yeah, probably gonna make mud pies out of it.
I'd as soon not know. Just be sure he pays you.
That's about it.
Good, very good. You've distributed it perfectly. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, yeah. Real beautiful.
I'll set to work while it's still moist.
You want to pay us now?
Now?
That's the general idea.
Oh, dear me, no. That wouldn't do at all. For income tax purposes, I'll have to ask you to send a bill.
A bill?
Don't know the address here.
Not here. My office. The Magnetic Cartridge Corporation, 163 Fairmont. Yes, that's it. I'll jot it down for you.
Fairmont, huh? What part of the city is that in?
The far side. Now, if you'll put the wheelbarrow and shovels in my car, I'll drive you back to Lilyvale. Just give me a moment. I can hardly wait. Peas, carrots, tomatoes, onions, squash, rutabaga, turnips, lettuce, corn, watermelon, and ranunculus. What a harvest this is going to be. I wonder what will come up first. Let's start with this one.
What are you doing, Mr. Aorta?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Santucci. I'm planting my very own garden.
Where'd the dirt come from?
the graveyard. But it's wonderful dirt. Really.
Make sure you get the truck clean. My husband don't like no dirt in it.
Oh, I will, completely. And do thank him for me.
Graveyard, huh?
Yes, just look how nice and moist it is. Reach over the fence and hold out your hand. See? Positively brimming with life.
That what you call it?
Think of the things that will grow out of this mulch, and all of it positively free.
You can have it. Feels funny. And the color ain't right.
Oh, it's splendid, I assure you. Excuse me, I have to drive the workmen. I'll hose the truck off soon as I get back. Good as new.
Yuck. Even smells funny. Now I gotta wash my hands. Don't know what it is, but something about that dirt just ain't right.
And parsley, and watercress, and zucchini, and sweet potatoes. Yes. And cabbage, and string beans, and even red peppers. Oh, what a succulent harvest this will be. There, let the soil do its magic. For now, my precious seeds, prepare to deliver your wonders.
You?
Hello, Myrtle. Home early, I see.
Early?
Or late? What time's it getting to be anyway?
You were supposed to pick me up from work, or didn't you remember?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, dear. Truly I am. But you see, I've been out here all afternoon, working my fingers to the bone.
Doing what?
Gardening. Isn't it magnificent? I've marked each variety with twine. I've even dug a small drainage ditch between the rows, so the water can run off.
And do you know what I did today? I had to take a cab all the way home because my husband forgot I was alive. It slipped his mind.
1,000 apologies, dear. It won't happen again.
You bet it won't. This is the last time I let you have the car, and from now on, you can take the bus every day.
Myrtle, dear, may I ask one question?
No.
What's for dinner tonight? I'm feeling a bit peckish.
Open a can. What? Luther?
Go back to sleep, dear.
What in the world?
Just opening the window a crack.
What for?
Ventilation. Smell that.
Come back to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but I simply had to get a good whiff. Isn't the night air delicious? Like it's alive.
Oh, crazy man.
Listen. You can almost hear the little seeds reaching up from the earth, trying to be born. Myrtle! Myrtle! Didn't you hear me?
I heard you.
Come!
Why?
You won't believe it!
What is is the matter with you?
I've got to show you something.
I have to be at the office in 20 minutes. Let go of my arm.
Look!
Where did all these plants come from?
Where do you think? I planted the seeds yesterday. Now look at them.
That's ridiculous. You got up early, drove to the nursery, and brought them back here somehow.
Don't you be ridiculous. The squash, the beans. Do you realize what a miracle this is?
You plant something and it grows. That's no kind of miracle.
In one night? Use your eyes, woman. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. It's impossible. It's not possible, is it?
Luther, if you did this to impress me, it's...
No, I swear to you, all this happened in 24 hours. Less than that. Look at these cucumbers. Delicious, delicious.
Look, I haven't got time for you. I'm late enough.
Try a carrot. Take a bite. Just one little bite.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
Are you kidding?
Why? What's wrong with it?
It tastes like, dirt.
KRIS-TV.
This is Luther Aorta. Send a news truck over at once. I've got something big to show you.
Pardon?
1217 Sunnyview Lane. Someone has to take pictures of this. People won't believe it if they don't see it with their own eyes.
Has there been an accident, sir?
Not an accident. Something glorious, stupendous, something positively not of this world. Well?
It's a nice garden, I'll give you that.
Yeah, same here.
But I don't see anything unusual about it.
I told you, the seeds were planted only yesterday. It all came up overnight.
Is that a fact?
Ask my wife. She'll tell you as soon as she gets home.
Mr. Aorta, we appreciate your call, but we're a television station, not the university.
Do you see the size of it?
Well, it looks exactly like what it is. A vegetable garden in someone's backyard. Bigger than most, but that isn't really news.
So you're not interested in miracles?
Only the ones that can be proved.
All right, then. I'll prove it to you.
And how will you do that?
I'll rip out all of these plants and do it again. You can see for yourself tomorrow. Would that be proof?
Yes, sir. That would be proof.
Assuming there was documentation. Footage of you doing it and the results. And that would mean cameras around the clock.
And unfortunately, that's just not in our budget. We have other stories to cover. I'm sure you understand.
Now, if you'll excuse us.
But think what a breakthrough this is. Food for the world, instantly.
That would be a miracle.
Would? It already is.
Then how do you explain it?
I can't, but it's happened.
Oh, looks like it's been happening for a while.
What do you mean?
Well, these leaves, they're already turning black around the edges.
They can't be.
I'm afraid so. They've reached their maturity. Now they're going to seed.
Then I'll plant some more.
You do that. And when you do, give us a call.
I will. I'll get right on it. You can count on me.
I'm sure we can. Bye now, Mr. A.
A-O-R-T-A. Straight from the heart.
I've seen some nutcases before, but this one is the king.
Could have saved us a trip if he told us the whole story in the first place.
Make sure he does the next time.
Oh, think he'll call again?
You know it. But I hope we're out on a real story when he does.
Now get that head of lettuce there on the end. Pull.
Got it.
Looks like it's 6 months old. It's rotting already.
You believe me, don't you, Mr. Santucci?
I wouldn't, except my wife saw you planting the seeds.
Yes, she stood right where you are, leaning over the fence.
I'll tell you flat out, I've never seen anything like it in my whole life, and I was brought up on a farm. It just don't make sense.
It must have been the dirt.
Could be. Can't think of anything else. Made a nice layer of topsoil. Now it's all sucked clean. You need some more fertilizer.
I wouldn't know what kind to get, unless... There is plenty more where this came from. That's what the caretaker said.
Might work, might not. I'll tell you one thing, though. I wouldn't be caught dead eating any of this stuff. It ain't normal.
That's the point. It isn't. It grew so thick, ripened so fast.
Sell it to the college, maybe.
That's an idea.
Or the agriculture department. Could be you come up with something brand new.
Yes. Maybe I have. I'll call them first thing in the morning. But for now, I'd better spread some fresh dirt. Mr. Santucci, what are you doing tonight?
Why do you ask?
I was thinking we could go back and get some more in your truck.
I don't know.
If it works, we might even get a patent out of it. At least the Guinness Book of World Records. Partners. What do you say?
Where did it come from?
Not far. We can be back before dinner. Don't worry, we'll be fine. It's only a cemetery.
Never liked cemeteries.
It won't take long. The caretaker's shack is just ahead.
Late for dinner and the missus will kill me.
We'll be in and out in no time. You'll see.
Sure got dark fast.
It's the trees and the statues. Here we are. Hello? Hello?
Maybe we should come back.
Nonsense. It has to be now, while the plants can be revived.
Well, it's my truck, and I say we get gone. There's nothing but dead folks here.
Then no one should object if we drive on in.
Help you, fellas?
Hey! Don't go creeping up on people like that.
Sorry, mister. Not many visitors this time of day. Is that you, Mr. A?
Yes, I wanted to ask you.
How'd that free dirt work out?
Very well. I was wondering if you could spare a little more.
I guess so. Planted a fresh one this morning.
A fresh what?
New man for the sod Sheraton. Got his bed turned down and everything.
Good. Then we'll bring the truck in if you don't mind.
Better watch those tires. Hit a sinkhole and you're stuck for the night. No AAA.
Of course. Thank you, my good man. You don't know what this means to me.
Hope you brought a flashlight. They like it nice and dark out here.
Come on, Aorta. Let's get this fool thing done.
Arnie, how much longer?
Coming!
Your dinner's cold.
Be right there, I said. That's it. I'm going inside.
But we're almost done. One more wheelbarrow full, and the whole garden will be covered.
Well, it's your yard. You finish it. Don't know why I let you talk me into this in the first place.
Think of the publicity. Our pictures in the paper. 2 neighbors who can feed the world.
Lots of luck, pal. I gotta take a shower to get this stink off me.
There. A new layer spread out. Nice and even. That ought to do it. Myrtle! Myrtle, where are you? What are you doing with the suitcase?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm getting out.
But why?
Don't try to stop me, Luther. And I'm taking the car. You can just fend for yourself.
I think I deserve an explanation.
Oh, you do. Take a guess. I can't stand living with you anymore. Like Mrs. Santucci says, you're a loony.
Do this and you'll be sorry.
Are you threatening me?
No. But those plants, they might be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, in your dreams. Keep away from me.
Tomorrow I'm going to have someone from the university come over and take a look. They're worth a fortune. Mr. Santucci agrees.
They might be worth nothing. That's what they might be worth. You know why? Because they're as loony as you are.
That's not true. They're a miracle of horticulture.
Then if you know what's good for you, you'll eat those miracles, because there isn't anything else in the house. Do your own shopping. I've had it.
She'll be back. Just you watch. She's right about one thing, though. The refrigerator's as good as empty. And the cupboard was bare. Oh, well. I've got my vegetables, ripe and ready to eat. Where's the laundry basket? I'll fill it up and dine like a king. Onions, summer squash, eggplants as big as your head. So what if they're a little ripe? Fabulous, fabulous. Waste not, want not. Looks like I'm going to be a vegan for a while. Well, so be it. Tonight the vegetables, tomorrow the world. Boiled, sautéed, any way at all. How about a nice hearty soup and a casserole? Potatoes au gratin, yes. A little salt and pepper, a few spices, and voila! Luther Aorta's Blue Plate Special, coming up. A bit earthy. Perhaps some condiments. Catsup, Worcestershire, a touch of brown mustard. You gorgeous turnip, you. Now, something to wash it down. I'm still not full. Something more to fill the hole. Let me see what's left. Can't leave anything to waste. Who's there? That you, Arnie? Who's in my backyard? The cat. Or raccoons. Come to steal by the light of the moon. Well, I will not have it. Get away! Go on, scat! What? Where did this come from? Somebody's dug a hole. A deep one. someone or something. About 6 feet. But how? Whoa! Felt like something tripped me. But what? Gotta climb out. This is ridiculous. Can't get hold of a thing. Stop it! Stop pushing the rotten vegetables in! Who's doing this? What are you trying to do? Bury me? Stop! I tell you! Let me out! Stop! Stop! I can't breathe!
So, what do you think it was?
What?
Last night. Didn't you hear it?
I didn't hear nothing.
Well, I did. All night long. Like something digging with their hands, only...
Only what?
Not exactly digging. Chewing is more like it. Do you think some animals got into that crazy man's backyard?
Who cares? More there than he can eat.
Don't be so sure. He's got some belly on him.
Soon as the next crop comes in, I get my pick. A miracle, he says. We better make some money out of it. My back's killing me.
Oh, there he is now.
That ain't him.
It was him. I could tell. Go out and look.
Look for what?
The loony. See what he's up to.
You go.
You.
All right, Ida, if that'll make you happy. Where's all the rotten stuff? He cleaned them up pretty good. Aorta? Hey, Aorta! You all right in there? Hey, what did you do with the old vegetables? Hey, are you... Oh, jeez. What happened? You okay, buddy? Wake up!
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. He was just laying here.
Take his pulse.
Oh, he's dead.
Turn him over.
Oh, poor guy.
Sure got a gut on him. Bigger than ever. What's that stuff around his mouth?
Looks like dirt. What are you laughing at?
Don't you get it, Arnie? The whole yard's empty. And you know what he did with it. He ate himself to death.
No. No.
End of a very strange incident in the annals of home gardening. Whether Mr. Aorta finally climbed out of that hole or ate his way out doesn't really matter. But an autopsy found several pounds of dirt and nothing else in his bloated stomach. And Mr. Santucci, his unwitting partner, slept very little that night, waiting for the next deadly crop to appear. Like Mr. Aorta, he began to wonder if there are some things, free or not, that are best left to the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Free Dirt, starring Eric Bogosian with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Roderick Peoples, Linda Reiter, David Darlow, Elizabeth Lido, Roger Mueller, Amber Lake, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Karen Olson, Dana Bokor, and Carl Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. A Quality of Mercy, starring Robert Knepper with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling from a story by Sam Rolfe. Heard in the cast were Roderick Peoples, Kip Karstedt, Jeff Lupetin, Joby Cerny, Roddy Chong, Joseph Arunda, and Doug James. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Man, oh man.
They get it?
Way off. What are they doing? Lobbing them in by hand?
One more time. Baker Company. Baker Company. You missed the target. That's what I'm telling you. Well, try it again.
Short. 500 yards.
Sergeant Caserano says it was 500 yards short. That's right. Still.
Tell him to raise it up.
Sergeant says to elevate it. They say they can't elevate it anymore.
What are they using? A slingshot?
Listen, if you can't aim higher,
Give me that.
How do you expect to...
This is Baker Company, F.O. Good going, boys. Yeah, I've seen what you did, a big fat nothing. You wrecked 5 acres of rice paddies and you torn up a beautiful grove of palm trees, but that's it. What's it to me? Let me tell you. We're sitting out here on our duffs on a hill in the middle of nowhere, and you know what we're doing? We're having a little discussion. Yeah, that's right. Maybe you can help us out. We're trying to decide whether you got something in your religion against sending a shell into a cave. Or is it too hard for you? 'Cause if it is,
You tell him, Sarge.
Oh, those jokers.
What? Say again. Bypass? Well, now that's more like it. Because all you accomplished today is to tear up 5 acres of real estate and keep a handful of Japanese soldiers from falling asleep. Yeah. Well, I got a question for you. Anybody know how long it takes an enemy to die from insomnia? Same to you. Oh, we'll keep in contact, all right.
You sure they're on our side?
Makes me wonder sometimes. Give me a light.
Here you go, sir.
So what's the word?
Did I hear you say bypass?
They're gonna keep firing till late this afternoon. At least that's what they say. Then if they can't smoke them out, we'll just have to bypass it and move on.
That's what I like to hear. Amen.
I'm feeling better already.
Me too.
I'm getting cross-eyed looking through these binoculars. When they say flanks, I say thanks. I don't know about the rest of you, but I got no big urge to run headfirst into anything anymore. Not at this stage of the game.
That's for sure. Oh, they're still there. Nothing but a hole in the side of a mountain, looking right back at us. They can see us, but we can't see what's in the cave. And we're supposed to take that thing?
Buddy boy, when 2 airstrikes and a whole afternoon of lobbing shells don't accomplish anything, then that means you better say your prayers and start counting your cartridges.
But, Sarge, I thought you said...
Put it this way. I got what you call a nodding acquaintance with the bottom of this barrel. And when they